Chapter 887. Li Tian didn't rush to the island immediately, not because he was afraid of Yi Qinghan. He had 27th grade war gods with him, and 5 of them were at the pinnacle of the 7th grade. Moreover, they were super bodyguards specially trained by the Supreme Island to protect important people. They were experts in joint attacks, and even a supremacy wouldn't be able to kill them in a short time. After staying in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for a few years, he didn't know much about the outside world. He needed to understand the overall situation, so he had to consult Supremacy Li Kong. He didn't reap many treasures on this trip, but in the past few years, his state of mind had undergone a huge change. Yi Qinghan continued to attack, and he even said that it was for revenge. It was obvious that he wouldn't stop anytime soon. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry and brought his men to the Supreme Island in the Flaming Lion Chariot. The colorful shield outside the Supreme Island was still shining, and the island was still in a sealed state. Li Tian and his men charged into the deep sea and teleported to the Supreme Island. He was very calm this time, and he even smiled at the guards on the square. The guards were shocked and thought that they saw the wrong person. "Father, I'm back." In a small hall, Li Tian saw Li Kong. Although he also knelt on one knee, he had a faint smile on his face, and he was much calmer. Not bad." Li Kong still looked like a Maitreya Buddha. He was gratified to see Li Tian and praised, "You've improved. It wasn't a waste of my effort to withstand the pressure and let you go out to train." "Thank you for your effort, father. I've learned a lot. One will never grow up without going through hardships." Li Tian's eyes were filled with battle intent. He looked into the sky and said slowly, "This time is an even greater challenge and training for me." "Great!" Li Kong shouted, not concealing his joy at Li Tian's transformation. He waved his hand and threw out a token. "Other than the Supreme Island, you can command everyone in the Star Ocean. Regardless of success or failure, just remember to stay alive." "Thank you, father." Li Tian stared at the token in his hand. He knew that he had finally gained the recognition of Li Kong. Previously, the star token was a one-time use token. However, this one was permanent. There were only 3 of such tokens in the entire Star Sea. It represented the will of the Star Sovereign and could command the masses in the Star Sea. The smile on Li Kong's face began to freeze, and his expression became solemn as he instructed, "Remember a few points. First, this is your subordinates' trouble. It's fine no matter how much trouble they make. We can't interfere. I interfered previously because of your incompetence, and you didn't leave any evidence. That was why they couldn't move the people from Supreme Island. Yi Qinghan was killed by you because he was incompetent. The Misty Continent won't have much of a reaction. Similarly, if you were killed by Yi Qinghan, I wouldn't be able to do anything for you. Secondly, the Misty Continent didn't do anything. It was fine to do it once, but if it was done twice, the Misty Sovereign wouldn't do anything, but that crazy woman Diawu would definitely secretly send people to do it. At that time, the Starry Sea would definitely fall into chaos. If you incur the wrath of the monarch, no one can save you. Thirdly, there are experts in the Fire Dragon Plane. Don't send people to die. Settle the battle between you and Yi Qinghan in the Starry Sea." Since he chose to start the battle, his personality could be seen from various information. He won't let this matter rest. In the end, either he dies, or you die. "Go, I hope you won't disappoint me." Li Tian knelt down and kowtowed to Li Kong 3 times. Then he turned around and strode outside resolutely. He was very clear that this was the biggest challenge of his life. If he succeeded, his mental state would undergo a perfect transformation, and he would have the chance to reach the peak in this life. If he failed, he might be permanently dispirited, or die. When Li Tian arrived at Peach Blossom Island, a new battle situation appeared. 2 teams of Starry Army were slaughtered, and more than 1,000 people died. The 2 battles started tens of millions of miles apart. Over 20 supremacies and tens of billions of Starry Sea martial artists were toyed with by Yi Qinghan. When the main force went to the south, Yi Qinghan started slaughtering in the east, west, and north. When the main force went to the place where he slaughtered, he appeared from another place. Every time he slaughtered, he chose a precise target. It was always a team of Starry Army with less than 1,000 people. Moreover, each team had at most one 7th grade war god. Teams with two 7th grade war gods would never make a move. Li Tian studied all kinds of information on Peach Blossom Island for several days and finally confirmed a very strange thing. Yi Qinghan could teleport. In other words, Yi Qinghan could evade the detection of everyone's divine senses and disappear quietly. What made Li Tian slightly relieved was that Mo Xiaoxiao didn't appear. The combat strength of Yi Qinghan's subordinates was calculated. One 7th grade war god, over 66th grade pinnacle experts, and over 26th grade experts. There was another point that Li Tian couldn't figure out. According to the description of the escaped martial artists, it seemed like Yi Qinghan had the ability to kill a 7th grade war god instantly. Li Tian snorted disdainfully at this point. Every aspect of Yi Qinghan's information showed that he was only at the Divine King realm. Even if he was a soul cultivator and had a soul-devouring beast, it was already heaven-defying for him to be able to kill a god emperor. The might of a god emperor was a barrier that Divine King realm martial artists would never be able to overcome. Even a soul cultivator at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm could at most kill a 5th grade war god. In the history of the Divine Realm, the only freak that appeared was the Soul Emperor. With a treasure, he suppressed a venerable at the pinnacle of 7th grade. Ordinary venerables wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. If Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th grade war god with his Divine King realm cultivation, wouldn't he be several times more freakish than the Soul Emperor? This definitely subverted the concept of martial artists. Of course, Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th grade war god. Furthermore, for close to a year, Yi Qinghan led the Wind Emperor and the rest to battle from north to south. The few times Yi Qinghan attacked, the Wind Emperor and the rest had already raised his strength to the level of a venerable. If Yi Qinghan didn't attack, every time he attacked, he would definitely kill a 7th grade war god. Over the past year, the number of 7th grade war gods that died in the hands of Yi Qinghan had already reached close to 10. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was leading the Wind Emperor and the rest towards the north. In the past year, he had killed thousands of martial artists and caused chaos in the entire South Sea of Stars. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have much arrogance on his face. Instead, he became even more taciturn. He was very clear that the reason he was able to kill so many experts so smoothly was not because of his strength. Yi Qinghan didn't explain the misunderstanding of the Wind Emperor and the rest. He knew very well that he was still a god king, just a slightly abnormal god king. He didn't think that he had the strength to kill a 7th grade war god casually. If he were to face them head-on, even an ordinary god emperor could easily kill him, let alone a 7th grade war god. It was true that he had origin energy, but this origin energy couldn't compare to a venerable. A venerable could instantly use origin energy. However, he had to control his divine sense with incomparable difficulty and move the origin energy from the bridge in the Sea of Souls into his body. Every time, it took a long time, and there was no guarantee of success. There was even one time when his soul trembled so violently that his concealment technique was exposed. Fortunately, at that time, he was a little far from that 7th grade war god, so he immediately used concealment technique. If he didn't have concealment technique, any god emperor would be able to kill him before he could move the origin energy to his palm. Origin energy couldn't be kept in the body forever, or else it would easily dissipate. If it was stored in the soul, the Sea of Souls could continuously nourish the origin energy. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's origin energy was too little and could only cover his palm. The origin energy of a venerable could cover his entire body. They were simply not on the same level. Chapter 888. After moving stealthily for several days, Yi Qinghan arrived at the East Sea. He stopped and sneered at the south. Continue your search in the South Sea. I won't play with you anymore. East Sea Stellar Army, I'm coming. Yi Qinghan was very clear that these few operations were largely due to the efforts of those spies. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Gu Yu was walking the guerrilla warfare route of Grandpa Mao. However, there were too many people in the South Sea of the Stars. If one walked by the river often, one's shoes would be wet one day. Yi Qinghan understood this, so he spent more than 4 months rushing to the East Sea of the Stars. The East Sea of the Stars was about the same size as the South Sea, but there were 2 more main islands. Of course, there was Rain Butterfly Island, which was close to the ethereal continent. It had always been independent and did not listen to orders from either side. The other 4 main islands were close to the South Sea and lined up in a straight line to the north. There were many small islands to the north of the main island, and they were densely packed. The South Sea was in chaos, and the East Sea had sent many people there. Therefore, Yiqinghan did not encounter a large search party in the East Sea. Recently, because of the commotion caused by Yiqinghan's matter, there were fewer cultivators from the various continents coming to the Starry Sea to adventure. Along the way, Yiqinghan only met a few dozen groups, which he avoided. Finally, Yiqinghan stopped at an uninhabited deserted island. He needed to find an absolutely safe place, such as the mysterious spirit's cave abode, to ensure his escape route and then start the battle. Millions of people from Fiery Dragon City had died. He swore a divine emperor blood oath that he would make the Stars Sea pay 100-fold. He was not making empty promises. He was prepared to use many years to accomplish this magnificent feat that would forever be recorded in the history of the divine realm. He wanted to kill 100 million experts to pay tribute to those who died in Fiery Dragon City. He did not contact anyone from Rain Butterfly Island. Although Yin Ling and Yu Piapiao were trustworthy, he did not want to owe anyone. He still owed Yin Ling 2 favors, and she was too strange, even somewhat abnormal. He did not want to interact too much with her. Wind Emperor, come out. Let's go find Myriad God's cave. Yiqinghan wasn't familiar with the Eastern Sea, and he didn't have any spies. He could only rely on himself and let the Wind Monarch come out. Then the 2 of them dove into the deep sea. There were many Myriad God caves in the Eastern Sea, but given the Wind Emperor and Yiqinghan's strength, they didn't dare to dive too deep. They only dared to linger in the depths of the sea within 1,000,000 meters. If they went any deeper, the demonic beasts and spirit beasts would be extremely powerful. The 2 of them weren't confident that they could escape unscathed. Master, all the nearby Myriad God caves have been explored. A few with restrictions have been destroyed. There are too few isolated cave abodes like the mysterious spirit cave abode that still have restrictions. The reason why Myriad God Cave is called Myriad God Cave is because there are either no cave abodes or at least 10,000. The Wind Emperor sighed helplessly while Yiqinghan's face was also filled with helplessness. There were too many cultivators searching for treasures in the Stellar Sea. They had explored the depths of the sea for millions of meters. In many cave abodes, even the ordinary gems used for illumination had been dug away. There were also many places that Yiqinghan could clearly see had restrictions, but the heart formation stones had all been dug away. It would be harder to find a place like the mysterious spirit cave abode. The 2 of them wandered the Stellar Sea for a few more months. Finally, Yiqinghan had no choice but to take out the communication jade talisman to send a message. The target of the message was Yin Ling. Yiqinghan chose to trust her, who was also a Fiery Dragon Nation citizen. Although the 2 of them had conflicts in the past, they got along well. Most importantly, Yin Ling didn't do anything out of line with him in the divine world. Moreover, Yin Ling was the princess of Rain Butterfly Island. It was very easy for her to find out such information. The reply came very quickly. There were only 2 words, wait for me. Yin Ling started to use the information on Rain Butterfly Island and started to investigate. Yiqinghan gave up and rested with Wind Emperor in a secluded cave abode. He had been working very hard for the past year. He had to calculate many things. This wasn't a game. One wrong step and he might die. The news came very quickly. A few days later, Yin Ling sent a message. There was a cave abode that was very secluded. The restrictions inside were intact. Even the spirit beasts inside were controlled by Yu Duanfei. Yu Duanfei was the only one who knew the most important location of this cave abode. Yiqinghan was very excited. After asking for the location, he immediately went in that direction. This cave abode was millions of miles west of Rain Butterfly Island. It was also a separate Myriad God Cave. There was a deep sea whirlpool nearby. Ordinary dragon boats wouldn't go there. After 2 months, Yi Qinghan rushed to this cave abode. If it wasn't for Yin Ling giving the location in detail, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have found it. This cave abode was only tens of thousands of meters away from the deep sea whirlpool. Yi Qinghan felt that his body would drift in that direction uncontrollably. The cave abode was very secluded. The entire underwater mountain was surrounded by purple ancient vines. Yi Qinghan searched for a long time before he found the entrance to this cave abode. The cave entrance was very small and could only fit 2 people at a time. As Yi Qinghan moved, origin energy revolved around her hand as she slowly walked in. The deeper he went, the wider the passage became. There were also gems that started to illuminate the passage. Wang! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan was repelled by a nameless restriction in front of him. His evasion technique failed. He quickly retreated in shock and used his evasion technique again. Swish! The restrictive spell suddenly lit up, and a black figure appeared in the passageway. She was wearing a tight black leather skirt, and it wrapped around a voluptuous body that made people's hearts beat faster. Her chest stood erect, revealing half of her dazzling white skin. She had a face that was as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. However, she looked around in confusion. Young Lady Ling, I haven't seen you for many years. You are even more charming. Yi Qinghan quickly revealed himself and smiled faintly. He didn't want to tease Yin Ling. He knew that she liked women. He said this because he needed her help. He was just flattering her out of courtesy. When Yin Ling saw Yi Qinghan, she revealed a strange smile. She revealed her neat white teeth and said, "Oh? Is that so? Ling is very honored to be praised by the famous city Lord Yi in the Star Sea. Sigh, I am just a stray dog. Am I not here to seek refuge from young Lady Ling?" Yi Qinghan's attitude was very humble. Yin Ling was a little abnormal. He didn't dare to provoke her. Yin Ling let out a string of bell-like laughter. She suddenly winked at Yi Qinghan. She turned around and walked in while swaying her plump buttocks. Come in and Don't worry. I am the only one in this 100 Harmony cave dwelling. My Empress Mother built a short-distance teleportation formation. Apart from my Empress Mother, no one can come here. I lied to my Empress Mother to come here for seclusion. 100 Harmony cave dwelling. Yi Qinghan felt a chill. He had a strange thought. Coming to find Yin Ling this time was a wrong decision. Chapter 889. The Lily Cave abode was huge, much bigger than the Xianling Cave abode. It was also beautifully decorated. Clearly, this was where Yu Duanfei would rest when he had nothing to do. Yi Qinghan placed the dozens of demonic beasts in a small hall. Then he followed Yin Ling to the left side of the cave abode. There were many small rooms on the left side. Yi Qinghan placed the soul slaves there. When Yi Qinghan released the soul slaves, many of them flashed out with a cat girl. Yin Linger's eyes lit up when she saw these cat girls. However, when she saw them being carried by the soul slaves, she revealed a disgusted expression. Many of the soul slaves' eyes also lit up when they saw Yin Ling. However, Yi Qinghan's eyes turned cold. He immediately found a room and walked in quickly. Before Yi Qinghan and the others could go far, the violent panting of men and the moaning of women could be heard in the room. Yi Qinghan's face turned gloomy. He wished he could castrate these bastards 100 times over. He glanced at Yin Ling and saw her looking at him with a smile. Cough cough. Miss Ling, this cave abode has a nice view. Yi Qinghan was even more embarrassed. Although these cat girls were trained to be sex slaves, he did not object when the soul slaves captured them on Dragon Tooth Island. After all, these soul slaves' souls were very suppressed. It was fine to let them release some pressure. However, Long Ling did not know about this. If she thought that he was robbing a good girl, it would be embarrassing. Yi Qinghan was a person with principles. For example, on Flying Rain Island, according to the Wind Emperor, he should have killed everyone. However, Yi Qinghan did not do it. Although many of the millions of people in Fiery Dragon City died unjustly, they killed innocent people indiscriminately. They were worse than beasts. He could not learn from them and be beasts. Of course, the Star Army did not actually cause any harm to Yi Qinghan. But Yi Qinghan thinks that since you're here to search for me and kill me, I'm not afraid of you. Then I can kill all of you. This was not some great principle. This was just Yi Qinghan's principle. He liked to do things according to his own principles. Yin didn't dwell on this matter. She led Yi Qinghan to the right side of the cave mansion. The scenery on the right was even more beautiful. Along the way, the gems inside glowed with different colors at intervals. The decorations in the hall were also very gorgeous. Yi Qinghan felt as if what he saw was not a cave, but a luxurious mansion. Young Master Yi, this place is not bad, right? The two sat down in a small hall. Yin lowered her head and poured tea for Yi Qinghan. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan was sitting opposite her. From this corner, he could clearly see Yinling's two perfect balls. He could even vaguely see the two red spots inside. This place is very good, very beautiful, and very big. Yi Qinghan secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and subconsciously continued the conversation. Yinling raised her head to look at Yi Qinghan. Then she lowered her eyelids and revealed a faint smile. She said with a sweet smile, "How about I show you more carefully?" Them. Yi Qinghan's face turned as red as his buttocks. He scolded himself in his heart. "We're both beautiful, but I'm so weak." Thinking of Yinling's eccentric character, Yi Qinghan was afraid of offending her, so he hurriedly covered it up. Well, today's weather is very good. By the way, Miss Ling, didn't you say you have a spirit beast? Why didn't you see it? This spirit beast must be very ferocious, right? The smile on Yinling's face deepened. She looked at Yi Qinghan with a meaningful gaze. Her luscious red lips parted as she said, "This spirit beast was subdued by my queen mother and locked in a cave. It is indeed very ferocious, just a bit more ferocious than young Master Yi." Looking at Yinling's beautiful smiling face and her meaningful gaze, Yi Qinghan felt even more scared. He quickly calmly laughed, "Ha! Miss Ling is too humorous. It seems that all the young masters in this world will be charmed to death by Miss Ling. In my opinion, the entire realm of the gods will be alarmed if the Rain Butterfly Island's groom selection is held. I wonder if it can charm my dear young Master Yi?" Yinling suddenly smiled. Then, she stood up and put her hands on the jade table in front of her. She put her face in front of Yi Qinghan. Her breasts were exposed once again. Her mouth exhaled a fragrant scent, which made Yi Qinghan's blood boil. The evil fire in his lower abdomen soared without limit. Yi Qinghan was frightened. He wasn't afraid of facing billions of experts from the Star Sea. However, he was afraid of this eccentric Yinling. If he hadn't known that Yinling liked women and hated men, he would have done it directly. However, he understood this point. The more Yinling acted like this, the more afraid he was. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. What if he got castrated by this woman when he was about to do it while stripping naked? The broken body of a god-level expert could be condensed again. However, if that thing was broken, what if it wasn't as good as before? Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble and begged for mercy. He didn't dare to look at Yinling's breasts anymore. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Young Lady Ling, I'm afraid of you. I was wrong. Please don't make trouble, okay?" He, the famous young Master Yi in the divine world, is actually afraid of a little girl who has just broken through to the divine king realm. If this gets out, the people of the divine world will laugh their heads off. Yinling knew when to stop. She sat back with an indifferent expression as if nothing had happened. This made Yi Qinghan secretly feel that it was a close call. If he had been impulsive just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After calming down, Yi Qinghan asked, "When will young Lady Ling return to the Rain Butterfly Island?" Yinling raised her eyebrows and said, "This is my place, right? Can't this lady stay here? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Yi Qinghan almost spat out the tea in his mouth. He revealed a bitter expression and said, "It's not good for a man and a woman to be alone. It will damage young Lady Ling's reputation." Yinling gave him a contemptuous look and said, "I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? You afraid that you can't control yourself? Or afraid that I can't control myself? Moreover, This Lily Cave mansion is not controlled by me. You can't come in at all. That's right. Young Master Yi, why don't you go back to the Misty Continent? Since you have the ability to come here under the siege of billions of experts from the Star Sea, I think you can go back to the Misty Continent easily, right? Go back? Yi Qinghan revealed a cold smile. Of course, he could go back easily. He even saw the coastline of the Misty Continent several times, but he didn't go back. He stood up and said coldly, "A million people of the Flame Dragon City died because of me. I swore a divine emperor blood oath that I will make the Star Sea pay 100 times the price. If I don't kill 100 million people, how can I go back to the Flame Dragon City to worship the souls of the dead? The destruction of the Flame Dragon City is a slap to the face of the people of the Misty Continent. If I don't get back at them, how can I face the people of the Misty Continent?" Yin Linger's eyes flickered as she leaned forward again. Her chest was faintly discernible. She looked at Yi Qinghan affectionately and said, "Dear young noble Yi, you are so outstanding, so radiant, so chivalrous and tender. You are better than all the other young nobles in the divine world. How can Ling choose a husband in the future?" Here we go again. Seeing the light in Yin Linger's eyes and the teasing smile, Yi Qinghan's expression changed greatly. He ran away while waving his hand, saying, "Young Lady Ling, forget what I said just now. Don't play anymore, or something bad will happen. I'm going back to sleep, don't send me off." Chapter 890. Yi Qinghan planned to rest for a while in the Lily Cave abode. After a year of continuous battles, Yi Qinghan was mentally and physically exhausted. At the same time, he knew that the experts in the Star Sea were all excited. If he continued to stand in the limelight, he would be easily killed by the waves. Therefore, he decided to let the tens of billions of experts in the Star Sea run for their lives for a while to wear down their spirits. Then, when they were mentally exhausted, they would continue to fight. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy retreats, we harass. This was Mao's tactic again. Yi Qinghan used it happily. Of course, recently, he had fun with Yin Ling. The soul slaves in the cave abode also had fun with the cat girls. Yin Linger's character was very strange. Rather than strange, it was more like a little abnormal. She was very open with her words and even bolder than Yi Qinghan. Every time she saw Yi Qinghan fleeing, she would let out a rippling laughter, as if she had won a great battle. Yi Qinghan knew her background and had heard Yu Piapiao talk about it secretly. On Rain Butterfly Island, Yin Linger often played with the young masters on the island until they were half dead. Now, no one dared to approach her. Yu Duanfei was also worried about his daughter's abnormal character. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was dancing on a sharp knife. He was in pain but also happy. Flirting with Yin Ling was very exciting and erotic. But it was also very stifling. He could only watch but not play. There was no place for him to vent his lust. This pain was a kind of torture. Of course, even if he let Yi Qinghan play with her, he really did not have the guts to do so. He also strongly controlled himself. "Miss Ling, I plan to go out to sea tomorrow. I have rested for half a year, and it's about time. It's time to go hunting." Under the pink light, Yin Ling held a transparent white jade cup and drank a cup of wine that was as red as blood. The wine had a slight viscosity. After Yin Ling drank it, there was a long line at the corner of her mouth. It made Yi Qinghan feel tempted and disgusted. He thought to himself, "This woman is getting more and more perverted." In Ling pulled a snow-white handkerchief over and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. She then faintly said, "Oh? Young Master Yi, don't die outside this time, okay? Yours truly has 9 lives. How can I die so easily?" Yi Qinghan said nonchalantly. Possessing the evading technique had boosted his confidence tremendously. Being able to play with billions of experts in the palm of his hand had made him more and more confident in his evading technique. Over the past year, he had been constantly using evading technique. His speed had already reached its maximum, and he was also incomparably proficient in using evading technique. Yin Ling waved her hand and giggled. Hee, don't worry. If you die, I will take care of your wife for you. F***ck. Yi Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes. This was Yin Ling-er's plan. However, he had been alone with Yin Ling-er for half a year, so he wasn't angry anymore. The angrier he was, the happier she would be. It wasn't worth it. Looking at Yin Ling-er's smug expression, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but blurt out, "How about Miss Ling, you become my woman? This way, you will have the chance to seduce Qingqing and the others. Didn't you say that you like to play together?" Yin Ling, though, was slightly surprised by Yi Qinghan's sudden outburst. In the past, it was always her who teased Yi Qinghan, but today, it was the other way around. Yi Qinghan had the guts to tease her? Yin Ling wasn't angry. On the contrary, her face revealed a faint charm. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinghan. She swayed her plump buttocks and walked towards Yi Qinghan step by step. Her pace was very slow, but her posture was swaying. The charm on her face became more and more intense. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips from time to time, and her whole body emitted a kind of seductive aura. Yi Qinghan began to swallow his saliva. His body kept retreating. However, since he had already said it, it wasn't in his character to give in immediately. Moreover, any normal man would subconsciously wait and look forward to such an erotic thing. Gulp, gulp. Yi Qinghan's body leaned against the wall, and he had nowhere to retreat. At the same time, Yin Ling-er's two jade-like arms coincidentally reached out and hugged his neck. Her hot body pressed against his chest, and her plump breasts tightly pressed against Yi Qinghan's chest, causing his blood vessels to swell. Then he looked at Yin Ling-er's face in horror. She slowly moved closer to him, and the fragrance in his nose made his breathing even more rapid. However, Yin Ling-er's face suddenly stopped when it was half a foot away from him. Just like that, without any movement, her pair of beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Yi Qinghan's evasive gaze and awkward expression with interest. The corners of her mouth slowly curled up. It was the smile of a cat teasing a mouse. It was the smile of a victor, and it was a kind of invisible mockery towards Yi Qinghan. Mother **, uncle can endure it, but aunt can't. Yi Qinghan was about to beg for mercy, but when he saw Yin Ling-er's smile, he couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his hand that was leaning against the wall, and instantly grabbed Yin Ling-er's waist with one hand, while the other hand was placed on the back of her head. Then his hot and wild lips covered hers. Boom! Both Yi Qinghan and Yin Ling-er's mind exploded at the same time. Both of them were just playing around, and they had never thought of doing it for real. When Yi Qinghan's lips covered hers, both of them were dumbfounded. So soft, so sweet. These were the only words in Yi Qinghan's mind. Since he had already made his move, he might as well say it out loud. Thus, he exerted all his strength to take it. His two powerful hands quietly slid down, and one of them covered that plump and supple butt. His other hand, however, retracted into the black leather clothes. After which, it quietly moved upwards and lifted the thin undergarments. After which, he grabbed a slightly trembling lump of soft and enormous thing. **, so big, so soft. Yi Qinghan's head was completely dizzy. He didn't care about anything else, and used his hands and mouth to greedily take it. Oh, Yin Ling-er's head was also dizzy. She felt dizzy as if she had drunk a few cups of strong liquor. A strong masculine scent was transmitted from Yi Qinghan's mouth through his rough hands, causing her to feel even more dizzy. She was born on the Hidden Island, and the customs of the Hidden Island were very promiscuous. She had made love with countless women, but this was the first time that she was played by a man in such a domineering manner. She felt as if there was a strange taste. It seemed that she had never had such a taste when she was playing with a woman. This taste was very special, very stimulating, and very exciting. It's a man? Yin Ling-er's eyes suddenly opened wide. Seeing Yi Qinghan's extremely enjoyable face, she remembered the disgusting faces of those men on the Hidden Island. Her body suddenly emitted a chill, and a dagger appeared in her hand out of thin air. Then, she forcefully stabbed towards Yi Qinghan's lower body. **CK. Yi Qinghan immediately felt danger the moment Yin Ling-er opened her eyes. When he saw the dagger in Yin Ling-er's hand, he was so scared that his soul left his body, and his body quickly dodged to the side. But his speed was still too slow. The dagger slid across the robe behind him, and a piece of cloth floated up. Blood splashed out, and Yi Qinghan's shining white buttocks were instantly exposed in the air. It was badly mutilated, and the contrast of red and white was extremely eye-catching. Pervert, crazy woman. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart with a hoarse grin. But seeing Yin Ling, brandishing the dagger and chasing after him, Yi Qinghan quickly ran away. He directly rushed to the room where the soul slaves lived, and kicked open the door. Seeing that the Wind Emperor was making out with a cat girl, he couldn't help but become even angrier, and loudly shouted, "Play, play. Play your sister, you only know how to play every day. All of you, come out, let's go, and follow this young master to kill." Chapter 891. Yi Qinghan was filled with anger. He led everyone and the demonic beasts to hide. He started to look for a suitable target to vent his anger on the Star Army. There were many star armies. They could be found on countless islands in the Star Sea. Before the Supreme Island was sealed, the Star Monarch had great control over the Star Sea. Although the island was sealed, Honorable Li Kong did not recall the Star Army. He only told the Star Army not to care about the Star Sea. As long as they did not provoke the Star Army, it would be fine. Yi Qinghan's target was the Star Army teams that were guarding the countless bases. There were not many people in these teams. Each team only had about 100 people. They were usually led by God Emperors and 6th-grade war gods. Occasionally, there would be 7th-grade war gods in important bases. They were not very strong. However, because of the name of the Star Army, no one dared to provoke them. However, it was different now. Yi Qinghan not only dared to provoke them, but he also dared to kill them. He knew one thing. Even if he killed all the Star Army outside the Supreme Island, the Star Monarch would not make a sound. If the people below made a fuss, the Star Monarch would deal with it. He would not abandon his identity and come to kill him personally. Of course, it was different if Yi Qinghan foolishly went to the Supreme Island. Reality proved that Yi Qinghan's guess was right. Yi Qinghan made a fuss in the Star Sea for a year and killed thousands of people. The Supreme Island did not make a sound. At least, they did not show it on the surface. Although Li Tian represented the Supreme Island to a certain extent, as long as the Supreme Island did not make a move, Yi Qinghan had nothing to fear. When they were looking for a cave abode to hide in, Yi Qinghan and the Wind Emperor had already found out a lot of information about the island. They did not think too much and escaped toward the inner sea. A moon queen. Yi Qinghan reached the center of the East Sea. He was 100 million miles away from the Lily Cave abode. Yi Qinghan locked onto a small team. This team would wander around the area once every 10 days. It was obvious that they were doing a perfunctory search. Yi Qinghan waited outside the island for 3 days. Finally, the island's barrier opened. Yi Qinghan chuckled and did not attack. Instead, he quietly entered the island. There were a few other people on the island, all of them at the Divine King realm. They were the servants of the Stardust Army. Wind Emperor Tianqin, prepare 5 people and capture all of these god kings alive. Remember, seal the divine crystal immediately. A few god kings sat in the hall and chatted idly. The Stardust Army had gone out for routine scouting, so they had been very relaxed these few days. Hey, did you guys hear? Recently, His Highness has been angry again. After searching for half a year, that devil, Yi Qinghan, has actually disappeared again. Is this person a ghost? He suddenly appeared and then disappeared. What kind of divine ability is this? So many people actually can't find him. I'm guessing that this devil must have obtained an ancient god's secret manual. Isn't there a light god among the 10 ancient god clans? He has an unimaginable divine ability. He can fly up into the sky, burrow into the ground, and is omnipotent. It would be great if I were as powerful as him. Unfortunately, I don't know how long it will take for me to cultivate to the God Emperor realm. The 4 god kings sighed emotionally. For warriors of their realm, even a 5th-grade war god was so far beyond their reach, let alone Yi Qinghan, who had fought the Star Sea alone. But all of a sudden, the 4 of them tensed up and sensed danger. They immediately circulated their divine power and wanted to take out their communication jade talismans. They knew that those who could sneak into the island were all supreme experts. They did not ask for anything. They only wanted to send a message. However, although they were fast, the speed of the Wind Emperor and the others was not something they could compare to. In an instant, the 4 divine crystals were sealed. Only then did Yi Qinghan reveal himself and leisurely sat in front of the 4 of them. Then he smiled warmly and said, "Hello. I guess the 4 of you know me? You are the demon, Yi Qinghan? It's him. He looks exactly like the portrait and can appear in an instant. Spare us, my lord. We are just servants, not the Star Army. I have a family of a few thousand people. My grandfather is still breastfeeding." "Oh, no, my grandson is still breastfeeding. My grandfather is hundreds of thousands of years old and can't walk anymore. They all need me." The 4 of them naturally recognized Yi Qinghan. If Tian Lidian had suddenly appeared here, they might not have recognized him. However, Yi Qinghan's portrait had been hung all over the Star Sea. Not just the Star Sea, but Yi Qinghan's name and portrait had basically spread throughout the divine realm. In particular, the people of the Misty Continent, the younger generation, all regarded him as a hero and idol. Fighting the Star Sea alone, regardless of whether he succeeded or not, was enough to make the blood of countless young martial artists on the Misty Continent boil and worship him. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had easily killed thousands of people under the hands of 10 billion experts. Yi Qinghan did not care about the gazes of the 4 people, nor would he be happy that he had become a celebrity in the divine realm. He was only doing what he was supposed to do, fulfilling a vow that had to be paid in blood. "All right, listen to me." Yi Qinghan smiled warmly, but in the eyes of the 4 people, it looked like the smile of a demon. As expected, Yi Qinghan's next words sent a chill down their spines. "You all know that I never show mercy when it comes to killing. I can't even remember how many people I've killed, and I don't like to waste my breath. You have 2 choices. Wu Shan, come out." Along with Wu Shan's appearance were 4 crystal cards. The numbers on the cards were so dazzling that the 4 of them felt dizzy. Yi Qinghan said, "The first choice is to become his sole slave. I guarantee that within 10,000 years, I will release your soul fires. These are your first payment. If you do well, you will receive 10 times more in the future. The second choice is to send you around the netherworld realm for free. Please choose." The answer was within everyone's expectations. These people were here to do chores for the God Stones in the first place. After Wu Shan accepted the 4 soul fires, everyone began to swagger around on the island. Several days later, the Star Army returned. They were caught off guard by Yi Qinghan's concealment. Especially when they saw Yi Qinghan's subordinates, they were all scared out of their wits. Not a single one of them escaped. Another row of heads appeared in the open space on the island. "The situation is tense. Retreat." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and shouted in an ostentatious manner before disappearing in front of the 4 God King realm cultivators. Not long after, Li Tian received the news. He didn't ask the venerables from the South Sea to rush over, but only asked the venerables from the East Sea to start searching. He then gathered all the venerables from the South Sea to the Peach Blossom Island. "Yi Qinghan has appeared in the East Sea. I'm sure all of you have received the news." Li Tian's face was very calm, without a trace of anger. His eyes shone brightly from time to time, making everyone feel that the pressure from His Highness was getting heavier. The 20-odd venerables didn't say anything and just nodded their heads. They were all secretly guessing why Li Tian didn't go to the East Sea, but gathered everyone here instead. Li Tian remained silent for a while before he continued. "Based on the information from various sources, I'm guessing that Yi Qinghan has mastered a secret skill that allows him to turn invisible and hide from our divine senses. If we don't think of a way to crack this secret skill, even if we go to the East Sea, we will still be fooled by him." All the venerables still didn't say anything and nodded their heads at the same time. They all understood these things. Moreover, they had already thought of many ways, but they were all ineffective. If they didn't chase after him and allowed Yi Qinghan to kill them, the Star Sea would be greatly embarrassed. If they went after him, at least they would have a chance, right? Chapter 892. "So, we're going to the East Sea this time, but our goal isn't to kill Yi Qinghan. We're going to use all sorts of methods to find out more about him and his secret skill. We're trying to figure out a way to break his secret skill. As long as his secret skill is broken, he'll be a toothless beast. We can crush him easily. Your Highness, what do you mean? What do you need us to do? Venerable Peach Blossom's eyes lit up. All the other venerables nodded with interest. Li Tian became excited when he saw the passion in everyone's eyes. What did this mean? It meant that His Highness Li Tian was very capable. He waved his hand and said, "It's simple. Firstly, we'll spread the net and cover the entire East Sea with our spies. We'll throw memory bugs everywhere. I don't believe that Yi Qinghan can remain invisible for a few months or years. Secondly, doesn't he like to kill the Star Army? Kill him. Let him be arrogant, let him be arrogant. When he thinks that we can't do anything to him, when he's arrogant and complacent, when his mind isn't clear, it'll be his death. Thirdly, we'll set up a trap. All the venerables will conceal their divine power and hide in the base. We won't chase after him, but wait for him to come to us. If we attack immediately, he'll definitely die." Alright. Your Highness's strategy is really good. You're truly the disciple of Venerable Li Kong. Your Highness is right. Let's see if that little bastard is still alive. I want his corpse to hang in the Star Ocean for millions of years. All the venerables stood up and cheered for Li Tian, although many of them were bootlicking him. But His Highness Li Tian's plan was indeed comprehensive. After they became venerables, they were used to solving problems with brute force. They hadn't used their brains for a long time. Once Li Tian's plan was mentioned, everyone started thinking. The more they thought about it, the more feasible they felt it was. Li Tian stood up happily. His entire being was filled with heroism. He naturally exuded a disdainful aura as he laughed. Alright, let's follow the 3 steps for now. Everyone, go and arrange your subordinates. Remember to keep it a secret. We must use the most trustworthy subordinates to execute the plan. The day Yi Qinghan dies, I will definitely return to the Supreme Island and ask for your reward. His Highness Li Tian waved his hand, and the 10 billion experts of the South Stellar Sea and more than 20 paragons began to rush towards the East Sea. Countless dragon boats and war chariots covered the sky, as if they were going to start a war with a major faction. The dragon boats didn't move very fast, and there was a dragon boat every few dozen miles. They formed a net and swept toward the East Sea. This was Li Tian's usual routine. Of course, Li Tian purposely did this for Yi Qinghan to see. Actually, over at the East Sea, millions of experts had already gone over and started to make arrangements. Yi Qinghan was killing happily. By the time Li Tian and the rest arrived at the East Sea, Yi Qinghan had already attacked more than 10 islands. More than 10,000 Star Army soldiers had died in his hands. Yi Qinghan's name as a demon once again resounded throughout the entire Stellar Sea. In the eyes of ordinary martial artists, Yi Qinghan had already become an 8-foot-tall, 8-foot-wide, 3-headed, 6-armed Azura king who ate people alive. There were even many residents of small islands who started to use Yi Qinghan's name to scare disobedient children. However, more than a month ago, Yi Qinghan used his blood to leave behind a sentence, and it once again caused Yi Qinghan's name to spread throughout the divine realm. I use my blood to announce to the world that if His Highness doesn't die, or if he doesn't collect 100-fold debt of blood, he will never return. Along with this sentence, there were a total of 100 heads, and similarly, the word revenge was written on it. The meaning was very clear. Of course, this was only for the big families and factions who understood what had happened. Yi Qinghan was announcing his determination to the entire divine realm. Needless to say, His Highness was referring to Li Tian, 100-fold debt of blood. Those who understood what he meant would understand that Yi Qinghan wanted to kill 100 times the number of people to take revenge for those who died in Flame Dragon City. These words were very arrogant. If he used human heads, it would be a provocation to the Stellar Sea, a hidden declaration of war. Then this sentence would be a complete declaration of war. Moreover, he clearly stated that he wanted to kill Li Tian. There were only 3 people who could be conferred the title of His Highness, and they were all conferred by the 10 supremacies of Supremacy Island. They represented the new generation of elites of Supremacy Island. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire divine realm was in an uproar. The morale of the ethereal continent was greatly boosted. With the secret spread of the Soul Devourer Manor and Longyang Manor, Yi Qinghan's deeds were known by everyone in the ethereal continent. To outsiders, this was Yi Qinghan's arrogance. To the people of ethereal continent, this was pride. When Li Tian heard these words, he had already arrived at one of the main islands of the East Sea, Shatian Island. He wasn't angry at all. Instead, he laughed heartily. The guards and Supremacy Shan at the side thought that His Highness had gone mad from anger, so they quickly consoled him. "I'm not angry, I'm happy. Of course, if it was me 10 years ago, I would definitely go mad from anger." Li Tian stood up proudly, looked at the translucent light barrier in the sky, laughed a few more times, and said, "Yi Qinghan, he's too arrogant. He's starting to go mad. He's been blinded by victory. His death isn't far away." The people nearby were shocked. Supremacy Shan pondered for a moment, and his eyes lit up. He slammed the table and stood up, laughing loudly. His words are very arrogant, and he has sealed his own path. If he doesn't achieve this goal, he can only stay in the Stellar Sea. He thinks he's merciful and doesn't kill martial artists below the God Emperor level. How long does he need to kill 100 million people? His death isn't far indeed. Yi Qinghan was indeed a little arrogant. He kept telling himself to stay calm, but as he continued to win and kill the stellar army easily, a godly monarch had the entire Stellar Sea in the palm of his hand. A godly monarch had the entire Stellar Sea and dozens of supremacies in the palm of his hand. Unknowingly, a trace of arrogance appeared in his heart. This trace of arrogance slowly settled, and it started to turn into arrogance. Therefore, a month ago, he left a message on the island. There were dozens of spies all over the Eastern Sea. Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he had the entire Eastern Sea in the palm of his hand. The whereabouts of the experts pursuing him were easily discovered. Yi Qinghan also easily snuck away in advance. Before he was surrounded, he would escape far away, and no one would be able to find him. However, what he didn't know was that the countless times he was at the bottom of the sea, when he was exchanging dragon blood stones, had already been secretly recorded by the omnipresent memory godbugs. He had bought a lot of dragon blood stones through spies, but the rule of exchanging every 10 days had already been grasped by Li Tian. The pattern of his whereabouts had also been deduced. In addition to the supremacies of the Eastern Sea, more than 30 supremacies had snuck out. After guessing the next step that Yi Qinghan was going to attack, they concealed their auras and waited for Yi Qinghan to walk right into their trap. "And we're almost done. If we continue to play, something might happen. Wind Emperor, let's do it again. How about going to the Southern Sea or the Northern Sea?" Yi Qinghan happily transmitted a message to the Wind Emperor, and the two of them came to an agreement. The two of them discussed and prepared to kill another group of troops before returning to Lily's cave abode. After resting for a while, they would start to change locations. He also knew that something might happen if he played for too long. It was better to be careful. In the south of the Eastern Sea, Yi Qinghan had locked onto an island. Recently, he didn't kill the Star Army or the experts who were searching outside. There was a barrier on the island. If he sneaked in, it would be very easy for him to kill. Moreover, because of the barrier, he wouldn't be detected by the people nearby. All the recent operations were targeted at this island. Buzz! The barrier on the island opened, and a group of Star Army flew out. Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and sneaked in quietly. Then he flew towards the pavilion in the center of the island. However, he didn't know that in a secret room on the island, a white-haired elder suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with cruelty. Chapter 893. Yi Qinghan remained incomparably careful. He concealed himself as he entered the island. It was just that he did not know that there were many small restrictions on the island. These small restrictions did not have much use. Furthermore, the person who triggered them would not know, because these restrictions ranged from a speck of dust in the air to a leaf on the ground. They were all very natural things. But the moment someone touched them, the person controlling the restriction would immediately know. There were still a few simple pavilions on the island. This was the same layout as any other garrison island. But Yi Qinghan was still very careful. After searching through a few pavilions, he confirmed that there were only a few God King odd-job servants. Only then did he let Wind Emperor and the others appear. He then prepared to develop a few more spies. When Wind Emperor and the others appeared, a white-haired old man in a secret room below the pavilion became spirited again. There was a restriction within this secret room. This restriction was very simple. It could only obstruct the divine senses of a martial artist, but he could clearly see the situation outside. Actually, there were not just these restrictions on the island. It could be said that the entire island was filled with all sorts of small restrictions. Furthermore, the more than 100 garrison islands within a radius of several million kilometers were filled with many small restrictions. Unknowingly, Yi Qinghan had already entered a huge net. And his luck was especially good. He just happened to step onto an island where a paragon was hiding. The expression of Paragon Flying Snow was filled with high spirits. But he did not move. He was clear that Yi Qinghan had fallen into his trap. But he did not dare to act if Yi Qinghan did not show himself. The moment Yi Qinghan showed himself, he would have contributed greatly to the Star Sea. So many people could not kill Yi Qinghan, yet he killed him and captured him alive. What did this mean? It meant that he, Flying Snow, was formidable. Amazing. Captured alive? That's right. The smile on Paragon Flying Snow's face became even wider. Right? He had killed all the subordinates of Yi Qinghan and captured Yi Qinghan alive. Then, they would slowly dismember him in front of all the cultivators in the Star Sea. This would greatly boost the morale of the Star Sea and humiliate the floating continent. Paragon Flying Snow immediately became delighted with his own thoughts. After that, he saw Yi Qinghan's figure faintly appearing through the seals. The light in Zhang Xian's eyes intensified as origin energy revolved around him. Without any hesitation, he teleported away. You have two choices. The first is to become his sole slave. Yi Qinghan smiled warmly and pointed at Wu Shan. He had made up his mind. After finishing this job, he returned to Lily's cave residence. After resting for half a year, he would continue to the South China Sea. After all, he had spies in the South China Sea. It would be a waste not to use them. Just like that, he floated around the East and South Seas until he killed 100 million people. But, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. He was very clear about this feeling. It was a sign that a fatal danger was approaching. He didn't think about where this danger came from. His body abruptly emitted many strands of God energy. He was prepared to evade at the first moment before escaping. He had never thought of entering the Combat Emperor Palace. The moment he entered the Combat Emperor Palace, he would be a live target. Since the enemy had come, he would definitely attack the nearby space, causing the space to fluctuate. From there, everyone in the Combat Emperor Palace would be forced out. His speed was fast, but Paragon Flying Snow was even faster. At such a close distance, Paragon Flying Snow was even faster. If he allowed a minor god king like Yi Qinghan to escape, he, Flying Snow, would be letting down his title as a paragon. Master! City Master! Wind Emperor Tianqin, Wu Shan, and the others felt danger too. But when their eyes swept over, they discovered that a white figure had suddenly condensed by the side of Yi Qinghan. His hand was grabbing onto the back of Yi Qinghan. His 5 fingers dug deep into Yi Qinghan's back. He was currently sneering at them. You are Paragon Flying Snow? Yi Qinghan felt a tearing pain coming from his back. Fresh blood spurted out. At the same time, his deity crystal was sealed. His god energy was too weak. Before Paragon Flying Snow, he could not even withstand a single blow. He was sealed instantly. Ha! Paragon Flying Snow laughed madly. The white hair behind him danced in the air. The smooth skin on his face became even redder. He raised his hand slightly, bringing Yi Qinghan in front of him. He did not care about Wu Shan and the others by the side. The edge of his mouth curled into a cruel grin. He guffawed. It is this seat, City Master Yi. You should rejoice that you have landed in my hands. Otherwise, others will kill you immediately. This seat will let you live for a few more days. After that, I will let you skin you alive in front of the experts of the Star Sea. Ha! Hong! The moment he spoke, Wind Emperor, Tianqin, Wuxian, and the other two immediately unleashed their attacks. They did not use any weapons. Their hands were surging with god energy as they smashed towards Paragon Flying Snow. They did not care that Yi Qinghan was in his hands. How can a grain of rice compete with the sun and moon? Paragon Flying Snow laughed disdainfully. Now that Yi Qinghan was in his hands, the others could just die. With his left hand holding onto Yi Qinghan, Paragon Flying Snow teleported behind Wind Emperor. He turned his palm into a claw and grabbed towards the back of Wind Emperor. His target was the deity crystal of Wind Emperor. Xiao, who knew that Wind Emperor seemed to have a premonition that Paragon Flying Snow would definitely attack him. That fist of his was just an illusion. Furthermore, before Paragon Flying Snow teleported, his body had already started flashing towards the left. At this moment he was accelerating. He dodged very ingeniously, but he did not expect that Paragon Flying Snow's speed was too fast. Even though his deity crystal did not explode, his back was still clawed until it was a bloody mess. Hong! Paragon Flying Snow teleported. Tianqin, Wuxian and the others could only attack in the air. The god energy of the few clashed against each other, causing an explosion in the air. Of course, it also caused the space to fluctuate. A ripple radiated out in all directions from the center of the explosion. Wang! Ao! What Yi Qinghan wanted was precisely this spatial fluctuation. When he felt an intense pain from his back, and his deity crystal was sealed, he immediately knew that something had happened. He began panicking. When a person faced death, even a saint would panic. However, there was something strange about Yi Qinghan. He had two souls. His two souls could be used at the same time or separately. At that moment, he could cause one soul to feel panic, fear, and worry. The other soul rapidly calmed down. He immediately began analyzing and thinking of ways to save himself. His god energy was sealed, and the one who sealed him was even a paragon. How could he save himself? The only way was to escape from the control of Paragon Flying Snow and hide. There was only one way to escape, and that was to cause chaos in the battlefield. How could he do that? That was to let his men and beasts out of the War Emperor Palace. Hence, when Yi Qinghan and Paragon Flying Snow spoke, they immediately asked Wind Emperor and the others to think of ways to make the space fluctuate. As expected, the space fluctuated intensely, causing the parallel space within the War Emperor Palace to fluctuate too. Several dozen soul slaves and beasts appeared. Everyone, don't care about me. Attack Paragon Flying Snow. Otherwise, everyone will die. Yi Qinghan's god energy was sealed, yet he transmitted using his divine sense. In such a desperate situation, he could not care so much anymore. He transmitted furiously to everyone. Wind Emperor and the others were naturally clear how dangerous the current situation was. If they did not save Yi Qinghan, nobody could escape. Even if they chose to escape, without Yi Qinghan's evasive technique and spatial deity weapon, where could they escape to? Since Paragon Flying Snow appeared, then there would definitely be many ambushers rushing over. The life and death of everyone depended on this moment. It depended on whether Yi Qinghan could escape from the control of Paragon Flying Snow. Chapter 894. Xiao. All the soul slaves and beasts did not hesitate. They charged towards Paragon Flying Snow. This time, neither man nor beasts used energy to attack. Instead, all of them wielded their weapons and claws and attacked with all their might. Since all of you wish to die, this seat shall send all of you to the 9 underworld realm. Paragon Flying Snow was not angry. Instead, he was delighted. This group of fools did not run. Instead, they wanted to rely on their puny strength to kill him? The cruel look on his face became more intense. He carried Yi Qinghan and teleported once again. Paragon Flying Snow's teleportation speed was very fast. Accompanying every teleportation was the explosion of a deity crystal or beast core. In the blink of an eye, 3 peak grade 6 martial artists and 2 beasts were killed by him. The teleportation and origin energy of a paragon were too strong. These soul slaves and beasts could not even withstand a single move from him. The origin energy could resist against transcendent-grade deity weapons. It was indestructible. Paragon Flying Snow had been a paragon for more than 100,000 years. He was incomparably proficient in teleportation and origin energy. His attacking method was simple. After teleporting, he would grab the martial artist beside him with his hand that was imbued with origin energy. He ignored the defenses of the other party. Even when the other party attacked with their weapons, he ignored them. With a single claw, he crushed the martial artist along with his weapon. Old Dog Flying Snow, kill me if you have the guts. What's the point of killing them? Watching as the martial artists fell one by one and the beasts turned into a pile of minced meat. Yi Qinghan's entire expression was distorted. His body was struggling violently. Both his hands were hammering and clawing at Paragon Flying Snow's face. He was roaring at the top of his lungs. It's just that Yi Qinghan's god energy had been sealed. How could he deal any damage to Paragon Flying Snow by relying on his physical strength? Have you ever thought of this day when you killed the people of my Flying Rain Island? Today, I'll let you personally witness all your subordinates getting killed. Paragon Flying Snow merely used his deity energy to form a simple barrier on the surface of his body. He did not care about Yi Qinghan's random clawing. Instead, he became incomparably excited. The more frenzied Yi Qinghan became, the more excited Paragon Flying Snow became. He brought Yi Qinghan with him as he teleported continuously before massacring Yi Qinghan's subordinates. Old Dog Flying Snow, as long as this young master doesn't die, it's only a matter of time before I turn your Flying Snow Island into a river of blood. I swear. Yi Qinghan roared furiously. His voice reverberated through the entire island. His voice was filled with endless anger, endless regret, and endless loneliness. Even the God of Heaven can't save you. I think it's too easy for you to be skinned alive. Don't worry, I'll advise His Highness. He won't let you die easily. He'll definitely let you suffer all kinds of torture in the world. Paragon Flying Snow did not care about the threat from Yi Qinghan at all. At this moment, many paragons were rushing over. His Highness Li Tian had already set off, and many Star Army were rushing over. Who could save Yi Qinghan? His Highness Li Tian had said that Misty Monarch and Madame Diawu would not care about this matter. Even if that Mo Xiao appeared, he would only die. Escape. All of you, escape for me. Yi Qinghan continued roaring. But these soul slaves and demonic beasts seemed to have eaten a steel heart. They turned into moths, and under the flames of Paragon Flying Snow, one by one, they turned into minced meat and broken limbs on the ground. Many spatial rings floated in the air. Not a single deity crystal was left, because all the deity crystals had been crushed by Paragon Flying Snow. Today, everyone witnessed the gap between a paragon and a grade 6 or grade 7 war god. They were not on the same level. It was like a huge man wielding a saber and a child wielding a wooden stick. The blood on the ground had already formed a small river, and the nearby buildings had long since been reduced to rubble. The heart formation stone on the island had also been shattered. The barrier in the sky had dissipated, and a few dragon boats could already be seen in the distance. City Master, Wuxian will make a move first. If you can return to the Misty Continent, help me take care of my clansmen. They are in the Shaman City. Wuxian could feel Paragon Flying Snow appearing by his side with his divine sense. He did not escape, nor did he retaliate. Instead, he transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. He then felt an intense pain coming from his body. A bloody hand had grabbed his back. But before that hand could grab his deity crystal, he had detonated his own deity crystal. Wu Shan's combat power was the weakest, but he was still at the peak of grade 5. Under such a powerful explosion, even Paragon Flying Snow felt slightly troubled. But it was just slightly troublesome. He brought Yi Qinghan in front of him. Then his origin energy revolved around his back and he immediately teleported. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. A loud explosion reverberated in the surroundings, reverberating in the star sea for a long time. Accompanying the explosion was the hysterical roar of Yi Qinghan. Wu Shan was the only one present who was not his sole slave. His combat power was not high, but ever since he came from the Rain Emperor Mountain, Wu Shan had been taking good care of Yi Qinghan. After leaving the Sealed God Valley, he had pledged his life to serve Yi Qinghan. The two of them had a deep relationship. Yi Qinghan did not only treat him as a subordinate, but also as a brother and a friend. It could be said that among so many people present, Wu Shan's death was the one that made him the most depressed and furious. Haha, such an explosion naturally did not affect Paragon Flying Snow at all. With his origin energy protecting his body, even if a peak grade 7 exploded, it would not cause much damage to him. If not for protecting Yi Qinghan, he would be too lazy to teleport. He would just resist the explosion directly. In just a short period, Yi Qinghan had swept through the subordinates of Star Constellation, leaving behind less than a quarter of the warriors and beasts. At this moment, the remaining humans and beasts finally began to escape. They flew in all directions at lightning speed. Want to escape? None of you can escape today. Paragon Flying Snow mocked. More and more dragon boats appeared on the distant sea surface. Furthermore, there were countless warriors rushing over. There were even paragons teleporting over. Even if they were allowed to escape, where could they escape to? Paragon Flying Snow locked his target on the fastest escaping Wind Emperor. Origin energy once again condensed in his palm. He then brought along Yi Qinghan and disappeared from the sky. Venerable Flying Snow teleported and appeared behind the Wind Emperor. Then, he quickly grabbed at the Wind Emperor's waist with one hand. He knew that this person was a 7th grade war god. Just now, he had let him escape, so he used his fastest speed. He also had more origin energy in his hand than before to ensure that the Wind Emperor could not escape this time. Wind Emperor, be careful. Old Dog Flying Snow, this young master will tear you apart. Yi Qinghan's eyes were filled with terror. His body twisted even more violently. He used both his hands and feet to hit and kick Paragon Flying Snow. But Paragon Flying Snow had deity energy protecting him. With this bit of strength, Yi Qinghan could not even tear off a corner of Paragon Flying Snow's clothes. Wind Emperor could not escape. Actually, he had never thought of escaping. His body suddenly turned around. He then revealed a mocking smile towards Paragon Flying Snow. The ancient halberd in his hand fiercely chopped down on Paragon Flying Snow's head. He did not care. That fatal claw of Paragon Flying Snow had actually chosen to perish together with his opponent. Fool, go and die. Paragon Flying Snow did not move. The mocking look on his face was even more obvious than that of Wind Emperor. This little martial artist actually wanted to perish together with him? His brain must have been fried. Paragon Flying Snow did not move the origin energy in his hand. Instead, he revolved the remaining origin energy in his body around his head. With the origin energy protecting his body, even if Wind Emperor's ancient halberd was a transcendent deity weapon, it could not damage his head. Wind Emperor's ancient halberd did not slow down. The mocking look on the corner of his mouth became more intense. His eyes did not look at Paragon Flying Snow. Instead, he turned to Yi Qinghan and transmitted, "Master, I'll be leaving first. If you step onto the peak in the future, please help me take care of the Sky Awakening continent and my clansmen." Chapter 895. The ancient halberd of Wind Emperor was naturally not a transcendent deity weapon. Hence, when it struck the head of Paragon Flying Snow, it merely let out a crisp sound. Paragon Flying Snow's hand easily pierced through his abdomen before grabbing that deity crystal. With a light pinch, it immediately exploded. But at the moment before Wind Emperor died, he suddenly laughed. His laughter was very strange, and it gave Paragon Flying Snow goosebumps. He laughed until his back felt cold. Not right. Paragon Flying Snow's eyes widened abruptly. Why would his back suddenly feel cold? At that moment, an intense feeling of danger surged in his heart. He was familiar with this feeling. That was a sign that would only appear when one was facing a life-threatening danger. But his divine sense could clearly sense that there was no one nearby. There were no paragons and there were no spatial ripples. But in the next second, he knew where the danger came from. Because the hand of Yi Qinghan that was constantly hammering him had already entered his abdomen and was grabbing towards his deity crystal. Yi Qinghan, you dare! Paragon Flying Snow's expression turned snow-white. It was whiter than his hair. He, the other paragons, and Li Tian had heard of the rumor that Yi Qinghan could kill a 7th-grade war god. Because there was a lucky survivor who said that he personally witnessed Yi Qinghan killing a 7th-grade war god. But they scoffed at this, thinking that it was a martial artist who had been scared silly, because they did not believe that a god king could have the combat power to fight against a 7th-grade war god. Especially when he sealed his deity crystal, he was absolutely sure that the other party only had the combat power of a god king. He was completely relieved. So what if this god king was a freak? Wasn't he just a minor god king? But, at this moment, he completely understood that this god king was not just a freak. He was also heaven-defying, because he could clearly sense that the hand that reached into his abdomen had the same white stream as him. Origin energy. He did not know where Yi Qinghan got his origin energy. He only knew that more than half of his origin energy was revolving around his hand, and a small portion was protecting his head. His deity crystal was not protected by any origin energy at all. Kacha! A clear sound could be heard. The eyeballs of Paragon Flying Snow bulged out. The rapidly revolving origin source energy was forced to stop halfway. Paragon Flying Snow felt his vision turning dark. After that, the world in front of him turned black and white. I was careless and arrogant. You've paid a heavy price and now you're careless. So, you should also pay an even heavier price. Yi Qinghan looked at the eyes of Paragon Flying Snow who died with remaining grievance. He coldly said. His expression was incomparably calm. They were not excited about killing a venerable one in a sneak attack, nor did they feel proud of their perfect plan, their beautiful acting, and the fact that they managed to kill a venerable one with their own strength. Because, if it wasn't for his arrogance, Wu Shan wouldn't have died, the Wind Emperor wouldn't have died, more than 30 soul slaves and more than half of the demonic beasts wouldn't have died. Everything that happened today was within his expectations, especially the carelessness of Paragon Flying Snow that gave him an opportunity. That was why he instantly formulated a plan. This plan involved everyone, including Yi Qinghan's furious shouts and powerless fighting. Wind Emperor and the others were fearless at the start, and they were escaping at the end. Even the final attack from Wind Emperor was instructed by Yi Qinghan. His deity energy had been sealed, but the origin source energy in Yi Qinghan's mind wasn't. In the profound spirit cavern dwelling, his deity energy was similarly suppressed, but he still relied on his origin source energy to kill that void-gouging beast. Actually, when Yi Qinghan self-detonated at Wushan, he had already activated his origin source energy. But he did not act because he was not sure if Paragon Flying Snow had the origin source energy to protect his deity crystal. At the final moment, he had no other choice. He could only sacrifice Wind Emperor. In reality, Yi Qinghan gambled correctly. Paragon Flying Snow was careless. That was why he died in the end. Xiao! Those soul slaves and beasts that were escaping immediately turned around the moment Paragon Flying Snow died. They flew towards Yi Qinghan at their maximum speed. Paragon Flying Snow was dead, but the danger had not been resolved. The distant dragon boat was getting closer, and paragons could teleport over at any time. They had to remove the seal on Yi Qinghan's deity crystal in the shortest time possible. More than 10 grade 6 war gods poured their purest deity energy into Yi Qinghan's body. Paragon Flying Snow's deity energy seal might be overbearing, but he did not seal too much. In just an instant, the deity energy seal was removed. Go! Yi Qinghan roared. He grabbed the corpse of Paragon Flying Snow and his spatial ring. At the same time, he kept the corpse of Wind Emperor and the soul slaves and beasts. As for the corpses on the island, he did not have the time to collect them. He immediately rushed towards the distance. Halfway through his journey, his figure disappeared in the sky. The entire battle happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Paragon Flying Snow appeared to the moment Yi Qinghan ambushed and killed Paragon Flying Snow, only a few minutes had passed. Even though the nearby patrolling star army had rushed over. Even the paragons hiding 500,000 kilometers away had begun teleporting. But no matter how close they were, no matter how fast the dragon boat was, it would still take time. No matter how fast teleportation was, this was the Star Sea. Who dared to teleport too far away? The 7 or 8 dragon boats that rushed over had even seen Paragon Flying Snow fighting with someone. But similarly, they saw a scene that shocked them to the core. They did not dare believe it. Paragon Flying Snow had suddenly died. And then Yi Qinghan disappeared right in front of their eyes. The Star Army came very quickly. But before they could surround him, Yi Qinghan had easily escaped far away. Pang! Tens of thousands of kilometers away from this place, many war chariots flew over at high speed. In front of the war chariots, there were many huge flaming lions. It made the Star Army in the dragon boats tremble deep in their souls. At the same time, they looked at the war chariots in the sky. Their eyes were filled with respect. This was the war chariot of His Highness. Pang! Suddenly, the war chariot in the middle turned into smithereens. The flaming lions pulling the chariot also stopped. Iron shards fell down, and 6 martial artists floated in the sky. Xiao! All the war chariots stopped. Many martial artists wearing the war god robe appeared from the war chariots. They surrounded the 6 martial artists and investigated the surroundings. They thought that someone had attacked the war chariots. But there was one point that left them incomparably shocked. There was a mystical seal within the war chariot that even paragons would have a hard time breaking through. How did this war chariot explode? Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan! Yi Qinghan! There was a handsome prince in the middle of the crowd. At this moment, his expression had become incomparably savage. He looked up and roared. His entire body was filled with a violent rage. This rage could even be felt by the martial artists below the dragon boats. The war chariot wasn't destroyed by an attack. Instead, it was destroyed from the inside by His Highness Li Tian. Everyone understood. But what they did not understand was what that Yi Qinghan had done. Why did he make His Highness, who had become very steady recently, so mad? Not many days later, many people understood why His Highness was so mad. His Highness Li Tian had spent a few months and used countless resources and manpower to cast a huge net, inviting Yi Qinghan to fall into the trap. Yi Qinghan had indeed fallen into the trap in the end. It's just that he had killed a famous paragon in the Star Sea, Paragon Flying Snow. Before leaving elegantly, the entire Star Sea was shaken once again. Not long later, the entire divine realm was shaken too. The martial artists of Floating Mist Continent had all gone mad with joy. This matter had even alarmed a few monarchs. They ordered for an investigation of the specific situation that day. As for the specific situation, it did not take long for many superclans and monarchs to understand clearly. Many memory god insects near the island had clearly recorded what happened. But many people had repeatedly examined the scene, yet they could not understand how Yi Qinghan had killed Paragon Flying Snow. This caused countless supreme beings in the god world to be moved. Yi Qinghan did not know what happened in the Star Sea and the Divine Realm continent. At this moment he did not want to know either. After 8 months of arduous escape, he turned to the North Sea. Then, he killed a small team of Star Army in the North Sea. Then, he stealthily returned from the coastal sea of Floating Mist Continent to a place, the Lily Cavern dwelling. The continuous travel had made his body very tired. But his heart was even more tired. His expression was incomparably desolate. When Yin Ling saw this person in front of her, she thought that she had recognized the wrong person. His beard was unshaven, and his face was filled with dispiritedness. That frivolous, calm, and confident Yi Qinghan had disappeared. What appeared was a beggar like Yi Qinghan. Chapter 896. All the details of the battle between Yi Qinghan and Paragon Flying Snow were recorded by the nearby memory god insects. Star Sea did not control the circulation of these images. Paragon was killed by Yi Qinghan. This matter could not be concealed. Star Sea also hoped to let the supremes of the deity world study it and see if they could figure out how Yi Qinghan killed Paragon Flying Snow. Paragon! The name Supremes meant that a grade 5 war god would officially step on the path of an expert. A grade 6 or grade 7 would reach the minor peak of the martial artist realm and could be called a Supremes. But once they reached grade 8, they would turn from a chicken to a phoenix, becoming a Supremes. From Supremes of God Emperors and Supremes of Refiners, it could be seen that the deity world placed great importance on the word Supremes. It represented the highest realm of a martial artist. A grade 9 unparalleled war god was the peak of the deity world. That was a supreme existence. But how many grade 9 unparalleled war gods were there? 2 hands were not enough. Furthermore, a grade 9 unparalleled war god would usually not interfere in the battles of the deity world unless they provoked him. A grade 9 was a supreme existence. Basically, martial artists below the God Emperor level were not qualified to know of such an existence. Even among the lower-level martial artists, they had become legendary existences, hence, paragons were the peak existences among the lower-level martial artists. But, this time, a god king, a common and small martial artist in the deity world, had broken the hierarchy of the deity world and the concept of the martial artists on the continent. Not only did he kill a venerable, but he also killed a venerable by countless levels. This matter was even more shocking than the death of Paragon Flying Snow. If every god king could kill a paragon, they could kill grade 6 or 7 war gods. Then was the ranking system of this world still useful? Was the ranking system of the war god pavilions still useful? Was there a need for everyone to cultivate? This matter had caused many martial artists to doubt if the current direction of cultivation was correct. Hence, the height of this matter had reached a level where the cultivation system of martial artists was overturned. Supreme Island was still sealed, but Paragon Li Kong had urgently gathered all the paragons on the island to discuss this matter. Across the 6 continents, countless paragons and even 2 sovereigns had sent messages to express their concern. Countless images were replicated and circulated in the main cities of the various clans. After several months of research, everyone came to a conclusion. Yi Qinghan was still at the God King realm. Furthermore, he did not kill Paragon Flying Snow with his soul skill or his monstrous combat power. Rather, it was a treasure. Those who had studied the painting knew very well that Yi Qinghan was the mastermind behind this murder. Ever since Paragon Flying Snow appeared, everything that happened to Yi Qinghan was actually arranged by him. Although there was no sound on the screen, the last sentence Yi Qinghan said could be easily deduced by the martial artists from the movement of his lips. I was careless and arrogant. You've paid a heavy price and now you're careless. So, you should also pay an even heavier price. These words clearly indicated that all of Yi Qinghan's actions were premeditated. He relied on his intelligence to create an opportunity for Paragon Flying Snow to use all his origin energy without the protection of the deity crystal. The painting clearly showed that Yi Qinghan had used a single hand to grab Paragon Flying Snow. Paragon Flying Snow died, yet no deity crystal floated out. This meant that Yi Qinghan had crushed his deity crystal before killing him. But Yi Qinghan's deity crystal was still sealed. How could he break through the protection of Paragon Flying Snow and crush his deity crystal? The scene of a group of soul slaves removing the seal was also clearly recorded. Yi Qinghan's deity energy had indeed been sealed. It's just that after Yi Qinghan destroyed the deity crystal, he had kept his origin energy. Hence, nobody knew how he did it. In addition to the rumor of Yi Qinghan killing a 7th grade war god, all the researchers could only conclude that there was a treasure on Yi Qinghan. There was a heaven-defying treasure, a treasure that could allow a god king to kill a venerable. Even if Paragon Flying Snow used all his origin energy to protect his head and hands, he was still a paragon. Even if a venerable didn't use his origin energy, his divine power was extremely strong. Even if an ordinary emperor god were to launch a sneak attack on him, it would be difficult to kill him. How could you crush the divine crystal with such strong divine power? This answer was acknowledged by many. It also made many experts go crazy. Supreme treasures belonged to the virtuous. If a powerful supreme expert possessed it, then there was nothing wrong with it. However, what right did a little divine king have to possess it? Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was hated by everyone in the Star Sea. Even if he was killed, nothing would happen. Hence, other than the paragons and experts of the Misty Continent, countless experts and paragons from the 5 continents began rushing towards the Star Sea. Many hidden experts also moved out stealthily. Although Yi Qinghan could kill paragons, it was true that he was caught by flying snow in the beginning. All the experts were clear that Yi Qinghan did not have the ability to fight with experts head-on. As long as he did not sneak attack, he could easily kill him. The Star Sea surged again. This was beyond the expectations of Li Tian and Li Kong. They did not care about the arrival of these people. Instead, they offered a reward. A transcendent grade god tool and countless treasures drove the experts of the Star Sea even more crazy. On the other hand, the countless martial artists of the Misty Continent were in high spirits. Yi Qinghan had made them proud. If the destruction of the Flame Dragon City was a slap to the continent, then Yi Qinghan's actions were a deep stab to the Star Sea. This time, Yi Qinghan had stabbed the Sea of Stars with a knife. A slap to the face was painful, but a stab to the face was extremely painful. Soul-devouring city, on that beautiful balcony. Lord, you don't seem very happy? Little Han did a great job this time. Madame Jiao's face was full of excitement after receiving the exact news. Lord Devour had a high status. She did not need to collect this information. Countless people would automatically send detailed information to her. The information had to go through Madame Jiao's hands. However, after Madame Jiao told Lord Devour the news, she saw that Lord Devour was no longer calm. Instead, he frowned slightly. Lord Devour's willow-like eyebrows furrowed slightly. He said faintly, he was too proud, so he almost died this time. Fortunately, he met that idiot flying snow. With the power of origin, so many people sacrificed their lives to cooperate with him. If a sneak attack couldn't kill an idiot, then he would be an idiot too. What's there to be happy about? Madame Jiao nodded and said with a smile, Lord, are you worried about him? Don't worry. He will definitely become more mature after this lesson. Didn't you hear his last sentence? I think the next time little Han comes out, the entire Star Sea will be scared out of their wits. What do you know? If Yi Qinghan doesn't have the power of origin, he's nothing. Even if he becomes more mature and calmer, he won't make any mistakes. However, after this painful lesson, will the people of the Star Sea become calmer and more cautious? Lord Devour stood up, his eyes cold. Moreover, what I'm worried about the most is that, with this strange invisibility technique and the power of origin, he will rely on them too much. He will forget the true meaning of cultivation, putting the cart before the horse. On the path of cultivation, the principle is the king. The others are all wrong. Only understanding the principle of heaven and earth, taking the power of heaven and earth, and borrowing the power of heaven and earth, is the king's way. If he keeps relying on this and doesn't want to improve, he will die eventually. Chapter 897. Madame Jiao pondered for a while and understood. Her face changed dramatically. She knew Yi Qinghan's temper very well. Since Yi Qinghan had stated that he wanted to kill 100 million people or His Highness Li Tian, then if he didn't achieve this goal, he wouldn't come back and would never leave the Starry Sea. However, the situation was getting more and more complicated. There were more and more experts. If Yi Qinghan used his origin power to fight with his stealth technique, his enemies would find his weakness sooner or later, and he would die. If a person had a submachine gun, would he use his weak martial arts to kill his enemies? It was a habit, and it couldn't be changed with just 1 or 2 sentences. Yi Qinghan had used his origin power and his stealth technique to fight for so many years. His battle plan was based on these 2 things. You want him to abandon these 2 things and use his weak soul skills and principles to fight? If he thought these soul skills and principles were weak, he wouldn't be interested in studying them or comprehending them. If his strength didn't improve, he could only use these things to fight. If he took risks, he would be besieged by so many experts and fall. Madame Jiao wasn't stupid. After following Lord Devour for so many years, she had a broad vision. Her way of thinking was also influenced by Lord Devour. After thinking it through, she said anxiously, Lord, you can't just ignore him. If Xiao Han dies, how will you face Xiao He and Yu Qingqing? Don't you need Yi Qinghan to take revenge for you? You have to think of a way. It's not that I don't want to help him. I can't help him with this. Lord Devour sighed deeply. She slowly walked to the pavilion in the corner of the rooftop and waved her hand to open the protective cover. Her red robe fluttered in the humid sea breeze. After a while, she said, I can't help him. Moreover, I don't dare to do anything in this star. If Yi Qinghan doesn't accomplish his goal, he won't come back even if I ask him to. As for the path of cultivation, it was all about the heart. Yi Qinghan already had a complete and mature mind. Moreover, he had a stubborn temper. It was not possible to change his mind with just a few words. Given his temperament, it was even more impossible for him to cultivate in seclusion for hundreds of thousands of years. If you want to change his way of thinking, the only way is for him to comprehend it himself. Madame Jiao shivered. She understood that Lord Devour was telling the truth. She said bitterly, Is there really no solution? Can we only watch him walk towards death step by step? There's a way. After keeping silent for a while, Lord Devour opened his mouth, which made Lord Jiao's eyes brighten. Lord Devour turned around and said faintly, Let him stay in the Soul Emperor Pavilion for 5 years. Soul Emperor Pavilion? Lord Jiao said in astonishment. Didn't the Soul Emperor Pavilion just open a few years ago? We have to wait for another 10,000 years. With Little Han's temperament, he won't just cultivate in seclusion for 10,000 years. Lord Devour waved his hand. His eyes showed a trace of reminiscence as if he was thinking of an old friend. He said, No need. Yi Qinghan has something that he can break the rules to get in. Moreover, there's a way to fix this thing. In the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there's a woman that Yi Qinghan has been thinking about for a long time. Yi Qinghan might not listen to me, but that woman has a way to help Yi Qinghan walk on the right path. You mean the soul ring? Madame Jiao asked tentatively. She didn't know who the woman Lord Devour was talking about was. However, she knew that besides Xiao He, the only thing that Yi Qinghan had to do with the Soul Emperor was the soul ring. Yes. Lord Devour nodded faintly, but his brows didn't loosen. He said, The Soul Emperor left the soul ring in the God-slaying mountain on purpose. Since the Soul Emperor is from the Flame Dragon plane, he hoped that someone from the Flame Dragon continent could get this lucky chance. The Soul Emperor Pavilion is a good place to train him. Inside, his invisibility technique will lose its effect, and he can't use any restrictions inside. He doesn't dare to use the power of the origin, or the Soul Emperor Pavilion will explode. He can only use his soul skills and principles to fight. Madame Jiao was delighted. She said happily, That's good. It's a good idea. Don't celebrate too early. Lord Devour sneered. If he uses the soul ring to open the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion will be open for 3 months. Anyone can enter even without a divine sword. This is the Soul Emperor's test for his successor. Although only lower 5th grade war gods can enter, with Yi Qinghan's strength, it's not enough to enter. If he can't break through, he'll also die. Madame Jiao's jaw dropped, her face full of shock. Lord, why did you let him in? If he can't figure out this problem, he won't have the patience to cultivate and comprehend. Since he'll die sooner or later, it's better to die earlier. Lord Devour's face regained its calmness, and his voice no longer fluctuated. He waved his hand, and a figure appeared on the rooftop. It was Emo Xiaoxiao in a green robe. Lord Devour said casually, Send a message to Yi Qinghan. Tell him that his soul ring can enter the Soul Emperor Island. Whether he wants to go in or stay outside, it's up to him. The message was sent quickly, but Yi Qinghan didn't reply. It wasn't because he couldn't receive messages from the Lily Cave Mansion, but because Yi Qinghan didn't care about the messaging Jade Talisman. Even at this moment, he didn't care about anything. Yinling was sitting in the small hall, her beautiful eyes gazing at a small room next to hers. Her eyes sparkled with a complicated look. Yi Qinghan had stayed in this room for 1 whole month. When Yi Qinghan sent him a message, she really didn't dare to believe that the person standing in front of her was the incomparably domineering Yi Qinghan who dared to slap her on the hidden island. It was the Yi Qinghan who didn't even bat an eyelid when facing thousands of experts in Flame Dragon City. It was the Yi Qinghan who even dared to snatch the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter on the Peach Blossom Island. She didn't know what kind of blow Yi Qinghan had suffered. She only knew that Yi Qinghan was dispirited, lonely, and pitiful. After Yi Qinghan entered the Lily Cave mansion, he settled the remaining 10 soul slaves and 20 demonic beasts, then went into this room alone. Yin of course, knew that Yi Qinghan didn't go into seclusion to cultivate. Instead, he went inside to lie down alone, like a wounded lone wolf, silently licking his wounds and healing himself. After waiting for a few days, she returned to the Rain Butterfly Island and learned what had happened. She was once again shocked by Yi Qinghan. At the same time, she also knew the reason why Yi Qinghan was so lonely. Blamed himself for the deaths of Wind Emperor Wuxian and the others. He blamed himself for his arrogance, carelessness, and complacency, which led to the deaths of so many people. Yin had very complicated feelings towards Yi Qinghan. Throughout her life, she had only thought that there was one true man in this world, the Hidden Island Master. But today, there was one more person in her heart. Yi Qinghan had beaten her before. She hated him, and killing Yi Qinghan was her goal. After going to the Divine Realm and staying in the Rain Butterfly Island for a few decades, this hatred had faded. But later on, she met Yi Qinghan. She originally wanted to take revenge, but she was stunned by Yi Qinghan's strength, and also, his legendary story. When she saw Yi Qinghan killing Paragon Flying Snow, not only did he not feel happy or proud, but he even blamed himself for the deaths of his subordinates. Her heart was deeply moved. Her heart was deeply touched, and her feelings for Yi Qinghan became even more complicated. This man was so special, so dazzling, so loyal, so pitiful. After drinking the blood-red wine in her hand, Yin stood up and walked towards that room. Even though Yi Qinghan had closed the protective barrier of the room, the restrictions of the Lily Cave mansion were in her hands. If she wanted to enter, she could. Chapter 898. She didn't know what to do inside. She also knew that with her relationship with Yi Qinghan, it wasn't the right time to go in. However, she still inexplicably moved her beautiful legs and walked in. The light inside the room was very dim. She knew that this was Yi Qinghan's control. There weren't any furnishings in the room, only a large white jade bed. Under the dim light, a figure was leaning against the corner of the bed and the wall. One leg was bent while the other was casually placed. His head was slightly lowered and his black hair fell down. It wasn't tidied up and was a bit messy. His chin had a long beard and his eyelids were drooping. He didn't even look up when Yin walked in. Yi Qinghan was very calm. His face didn't show any emotion and his body didn't release any aura. However, Yin felt her body tremble. She only glanced over and a decadent, lonely aura emitted from Yi Qinghan's bones. This man was really injured. Martial artists paid great attention to their appearance. Unless they liked to flatter, no God Realm martial artist would keep a beard. They only needed to use their divine power to clean it. However, Yi Qinghan didn't even have time to tidy it up. Yin leaned against the door with a faint smile on her face. She opened her mouth and said, "Young noble Yi, are you trying to seduce me with that melancholic pose of yours?" Silence. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but remain silent. His body didn't move at all, as if he was in a deep sleep. "Oh, young noble Yi has become so awesome recently. You even dare to ignore your master? Are you planning to defy the heavens?" Yin didn't get angry and continued to smile. She even used the witty words that Yi Qinghan had said to Yu Qingxing in the past, hoping to attract Yi Qinghan's attention. However, Yi Qinghan still didn't move. He was like a rotten piece of wood standing there. Yin finally became angry. She put down her arrogance and came to console Yi Qinghan, but she never expected to receive such a result. Even a saint would get angry, let alone someone with an explosive temper like her. Pointing at Yi Qinghan, he raged, "Yi Qinghan, are you still a man? Why don't you go and die? A little blow like this is enough to make you like this. Yu Qingxing and the others must have been blind to marry a trash like you." "Shut up." Yi Qinghan finally moved. He raised his head and shouted angrily. His eyes seethed with rage, and his expression was gloomy. He seemed like a lion that had its tail stepped on. Yin Er's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Qinghan was living and eating at her place. If it wasn't the Lily Cave mansion, would Yi Qinghan be living so comfortably? She was trying to comfort him out of goodwill, but he still dared to yell at her. Was this person really going to defy the heavens? Anger rose from the bottom of her heart, and she became bold. A dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Her body flashed, and she fiercely slashed at Yi Qinghan's crotch. Yin didn't know any sea drain battle technique. She only learned one move on the Rain Butterfly Island, but this move was enough to make the young masters of the Rain Butterfly Island tremble in fear. As long as Yin was provoked, she would definitely take out her little dagger and cut off the thing down there, including the skin and the egg. The dagger was very fast, and there was a faint ear-piercing sound. The Divine King Realm cultivation wasn't something to be trifled with. Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly widened, and his dispirited expression instantly disappeared. He was very clear about Yin Er's temper. Last time, she was almost castrated. Although he knew that divine crystals could be condensed, which man didn't care about his own life. He quickly shrunk his body and rolled to the side. Although his overall strength wasn't a match for 10,000 Yin Er's sudden attack, and Yi Qinghan's indescribable mood made his reaction a bit slower. The dagger ruthlessly slid down his thigh, leaving a long and deep trail of blood. It went from his thigh to his calf, and in some places, white bone could be seen. Crazy woman, I'll sun your mother. Yi Qinghan didn't think that Yin would be so heavy-handed. He immediately revealed a murderous expression and cursed. Yin was also stunned. She looked at Yi Qinghan's thigh that was spurting blood, and she couldn't help but feel regret when she thought about the reason she came here today. Yi Qinghan was recuperating, but he had given him an extra cut. However, when she saw Yi Qinghan's fiendish expression, Yin became angry again. Her temper was like this, and after knowing that she was the princess of the Rain Butterfly clan, her temper became even worse. She immediately cursed, "Bastard, this young lady, son you." Yin didn't know what Yi Qinghan meant by son, but she was sure that it was a curse. In a moment of desperation, she followed up Yi Qinghan's words and cursed. "Son me?" Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. The pain in his thigh had already faded, and the soul ring and the divine crystal were able to heal it. The bleeding quickly stopped, but his heart was still bleeding. After a month of healing, the wound in his heart was almost healed. He was slowly regaining his confidence and fighting spirit, but Yin Er's disturbance had ignited the hidden anger in his heart. Although he knew that Yin was here to comfort him, his stubborn temper flared up, and he didn't care about anything else. "If you want to sun me, then come at me. This young master will accompany you to the end. Today, let's see if you will beat me to the ground, or if this young master will cripple you." Yi Qinghan reached out and easily grabbed Yin Er's hand. Then he flung the dagger away. With a forceful pull, Yin was pulled over. His other hand tightly wrapped around Yin Er's waist as he pressed her against his chest. Then he forcefully pressed his mouth against the dazed Yin Er's jade-like lips. Yin was dizzy. Looking at Yi Qinghan's previous situation, it looked like he wanted to kill her. How did the situation suddenly reverse? How did he take advantage of her? Yi Qinghan's groan was particularly wild and rough. The wild and masculine aura on his body made Yin dizzy once again. Yi Qinghan's kiss was very rough. His powerful tongue directly penetrated Yin Er's pearly white teeth and wandered inside, chasing after Yin Er's fragrant tongue. He greedily sucked the nectar from her small mouth, and his hands didn't stop moving. One of his hands wandered back and forth between the two voluptuous peaks, especially the two pink grapes, constantly playing with them. His other hand slid down and reached into the peach garden. He found that beautiful stream and gently plucked at it. Boom! Yi Qinghan's flirting technique was superb. At least, it was very advanced in this world. Yin had made love with many women, but it was just kissing and teasing. However, she had never been toyed with like this by a man. Therefore, her body instantly went limp, and the water in the stream started to trickle. Hiss! Yi Qinghan was very wild. It could even be said that he roughly tore apart Yin Linger's leather clothes. The two breasts that could scare people to death bounced out. Yi Qinghan's eyes instantly turned red. His other hand directly tore apart her leather skirt, revealing a perfect body. When Yi Qinghan saw the white liquid coming out from the beautiful pink fungus below Yin Linger, he couldn't bear it anymore. He arched his body and let out a hoarse roar. His clothes instantly burst apart, and he jumped on the horse with his spear in hand, galloping to his heart's content. Yi Qinghan, what are you doing? I, your father. When Yin Linger's body was penetrated by a strange object, she finally sobered up a bit. She wriggled her body and wanted to break free, but she was firmly held by Yi Qinghan. At this moment, her body had gone limp. How could she fight against the ferocious and wolf-like Yi Qinghan? Then, under Yi Qinghan's violent assault, her cursing gradually faded and finally turned into an incomparably ecstatic moan. Chapter 899. Following a beast-like roar, Yi Qinghan finally released all the hostility that had accumulated in his mind during this period of time along with the surging heat. Yin Ling, who was lying on the jade bed, had a blurry look in her eyes. Her body was as soft as a puddle of water. She could only exhale and not inhale. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished, she seemed to have gotten rid of everything. She let out a long sigh, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The redness in Yi Qinghan's eyes regained its clarity, and he became much more clear-headed. When he saw the perfect body below him, and that absolutely beautiful face, his mind once again exploded with a bang. Had he really done Yin Linger? He didn't think about why Yin Linger didn't resist. He only knew that something had happened. Given Yin Linger's temper, this matter would be difficult to deal with. What should I do? This was Yi Qinghan's first thought. However, he also thought that leaving just like this wasn't his style. However, Yi Qinghan didn't have any confidence in facing such a perverted woman. Moreover, he was in the wrong. Forget it, let's retreat first. Yi Qinghan prepared to leave. He couldn't explain the current situation, so he had to leave first. His movements were very light. Yin Linger seemed to be too tired to notice. Yi Qinghan tiptoed out of the bed. He didn't bother to put on his clothes as he grabbed his penis and slipped away. Yin Linger opened her eyes as soon as Yi Qinghan left. There was still a trace of seduction in her eyes, but there was also a trace of confusion. A divine king martialist naturally wouldn't faint from exhaustion. She just didn't know how to face Yi Qinghan. Just now, the two of them had been silent above the clouds and had been very relaxed. However, it was different now. Yin Linger sat up and leaned against the wall, exposing her beautiful body to the air. She looked at the traces of Yi Qinghan on her body, and the confusion in her eyes deepened. She had always been disgusted with men from the bottom of her heart, even to the point of being sexualized. That was why she liked women, especially beautiful women. She thought that she would never be with a man in her life. However, due to a freak combination of factors, she was raped by Yi Qinghan. Well, of course, it wasn't forceful. After all, she didn't resist. It's not that I don't want to resist, but that beast is too strong, I can't resist. Yin Linger found a good excuse for herself, but she found that she didn't hate Yi Qinghan at all. Instead, when she recalled the feeling just now, she subconsciously stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It seemed like that feeling just now was really great. But Yin Linger spat lightly. The two big weapons in front of her chest rippled, and two bright red spots appeared on her face. She was extremely flirtatious, but her heart was even more chaotic. Yi Qinghan's mind was also in a mess. There were many rooms nearby. He randomly entered one and immediately activated the barrier before he dared to put on his clothes. But Yi Qinghan's heart was only in a mess for a moment before he recovered. He had always been a happy-go-lucky person. Since the matter had already happened, it was useless for him to regret. Yin Linger could do whatever she wanted. Furthermore, he was still reminiscing about that exquisite body of Yin Linger. Even if there was a next time, he decided to *CK it first. Within the room, Yi Qinghan began arranging the recent matters. The death of Wind Emperor Wushan and the others had deeply hurt him. He had been blaming himself for this for a month. But after a month, Yi Qinghan had thought things through. Furthermore, after the disturbance caused by Yinling, Yi Qinghan had completely recovered. Rather than feeling sad and blaming himself, why not think of ways to take revenge for them? This debt of blood was getting deeper and deeper. He could not go out for the time being. After this matter, Yi Qinghan became even more vigilant. During this month, he had roughly deduced why he would meet Paragon Flying Snow this time. This was not a coincidence. From the expression and actions of Paragon Flying Snow and the dragon boats behind him, he could also deduce the dense number of pursuers behind him. More than half of his whereabouts had been grasped by others. At the very least, they had deduced the specific direction. Hence, the previous time, he chose to take a huge detour to the North Sea before turning back. The stellar stone that he changed every 10 days was his greatest weakness. But currently, he had yet to discover a better array heart stone. Perhaps there might be a better one, but he did not have the chance to search for it. Actually, not too long ago, he was prepared to ask Yinling to help him purchase one, but now. Yi Qinghan hesitated. He was clear what he had done wrong. That incomparably awesome declaration had left him with no path of retreat. If he did not kill 100 million people, he could not leave the Star Sea. But according to the current situation, he did not know how long he would need to reach this goal. Or perhaps, if he could reach it. He was slightly bewildered. He did not know where he should go from now on. If he were to stay here for several tens of thousands of years, entering closed-door cultivation for several hundreds of thousands of years, he would have to comprehend the laws, his soul reaching the God-Emperor realm, and his overall strength reaching the Paragon realm before going out to kill. He knew that he definitely could not do it, perhaps regardless of whether he could break through after such a long time. If he did not repay this blood debt, Yi Qinghan would always feel like there was a thorn in his heart. He could not calm down to comprehend and cultivate it all. If this continued, Yi Qinghan would go crazy sooner or later, cultivate for a period of time before going out again. He might be lucky to survive the first time, but if he did it too many times, Yi Qinghan believed that he would definitely die. Moreover, his soul slaves and demonic beasts were greatly reduced. The last time he was in the North Sea, he had only killed a small team. Now, it would be very difficult for him to attack the garrison island. Perhaps, even without a paragon, a small team would be enough to kill him. Huff! Yi Qinghan let his imagination run wild for a day in his room, but he still did not come to any conclusion. He stood up and walked to the left side of the Lily Cave abode. The left side of the cave abode housed a small number of soul slaves and demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan did not bring the cat girls with him the last time he went out, so he left them in the cave abode. After entering the room, Yi Qinghan realized that the soul slaves were not having fun with the cat girls. Instead, they were obediently sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Clearly, the previous incident was a huge blow to them. He did not say anything and only nodded faintly before leaving quietly. After returning to his residence, Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked at the room, but he found that the barrier in the room was already open. He pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and walked inside, but he still found that there was no one inside. Yi Qinghan looked at the big white jade bed and thought about the night he had with Yinling. He could not help but feel ashamed. Since he had done something wrong, he should think of a way to redeem himself instead of running away. A man must be responsible. He then walked toward Yinling's room. However, the barrier in Yinling's room was also open, and the room was empty. Yi Qinghan walked around all the rooms, but he still did not find anything. He knew that Yinling must have used the teleportation array to return to Rain Butterfly Island, which made him feel even more regretful. At this moment, he recalled the details of his time with Yinling. He found that Yinling was like a fledgling. She was extremely uncomfortable with him entering her body at first, and even felt a little scared. Yi Qinghan had countless women, and combined with Yinling's background and her usual style, he could deduce that he was actually Yinling's first man. It could be deduced that he was Yinling's first man, even though she had slept with countless women. After confirming this, Yi Qinghan felt even more ashamed. He secretly thought that he must have a good talk with Yinling the next time he saw her. If she wanted him to take responsibility, then he would reluctantly Accept her. Chapter 900. After waiting for 2 days, Ling still hadn't returned. Yi Qinghan didn't care about her. He took out the communication jade talisman and contacted the Carefree Pavilion, asking Yu Qingqing and the others to come and stay for a while. Then, he would consider cultivating in seclusion for a while. Then he found many messages in the jade talisman. Most of them were from Su Longxiang, but one message caught Yi Qinghan's attention. It was from Mo Xiaoxiao. After Mo Xiaoxiao had gone back, she hadn't contacted him. Yi Qinghan knew that they didn't have a close relationship. If it weren't for Lord Devour, Mo Xiaoxiao would have ignored him. The meaning of the message was simple. It was to tell him a piece of information. His soul ring allowed him to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion once. If he entered, he could use the soul ring to get a chance. Of course, it also pointed out the consequences if he used the soul ring to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Moreover, his evasion technique and the origin wouldn't work in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. It also pointed out that it was up to him whether he wanted to enter or not. After reading the message, Yi Qinghan knew that it was Lord Devour's intention. However, Lord Devour had said that he wouldn't control his life, so he sent Mo Xiaoxiao to send him a message. Moreover, Lord Devour didn't dissuade him from entering the pavilion. Instead, he simply explained the situation. Yi Qinghan arched her brows as she was guessing what Lord Devour wanted to do by sending her such a message. Moreover, how did Lord Devour know that he had the origin? The Soul Emperor Pavilion wasn't a stranger to Yi Qinghan. After getting the Divine Sword book in the God-Slaying Mountain, Yi Qinghan knew about the Soul Emperor Pavilion. After coming to the Divine World, he gradually learned about the Soul Emperor Pavilion, the #1 treasure land in the Divine World. Lord Devour also told him that if he wanted to see Yao Ji and repair the Soul Ring, he had to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There was a time when Yi Qinghan wanted to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion because there was an incomparably enchanting woman there. Whenever he thought of that little red string, Yi Qinghan's heart would flutter. Yi Qinghan knew about the bewitching tribe's women. They were the women that every man in the Divine World desired the most. In the God World, there was a legend about women from the bewitching tribe. In the past, there had been 2 sovereigns in the Heaven Awakened continent who had fought over a woman from the bewitching race. It even triggered a war between 2 prefectures, and also spurred a few prefectures that were on friendly terms to join in the chaos. In the end, the Apocalypse monarch, Mo Shanghuang, appeared and suppressed the chaos. He didn't hesitate to offend 2 supremacies and forcefully took away that demon race woman. A sovereign, a supreme existence, had done such a disgraceful thing for a woman. On the one hand, it meant that the monarch was not above the common people. On the other hand, it also showed that the charm of the bewitching tribe's women was unparalleled. However, Yi Qinghan did not have the time to think about this. Elder Lu had sent him a voice transmission. Yu Qingqing and the other 3 were coming to the immortal world. Yi Qinghan quickly opened the unfettered pavilion's teleportation gate. 4 familiar figures appeared at the entrance of the free and unfettered pavilion. Yi Qinghan could not help but smile. Little Han. Big brother. Qinghan. Qinghan. The 4 of them had not seen Yi Qinghan for many years and missed him greatly. They all knew that Yi Qinghan was someone who would do great things. Only by staying in the immortal world would he be able to soar higher and give them a better, safer, and stable life. However, they still felt a bit sad. This was especially so for Yi Yaorao. It could be said that she had no relatives in the Flame Dragon continent. Although Yu Qingqing and the others were very good to her, she still felt an indescribable sense of loneliness. Thus, although the spirit qi in the Flame Dragon continent was very thin, Yi Yaorao would often go into seclusion by herself. You all have suffered. Yi Qinghan also felt a wave of sadness in his heart. He stretched out his hands and hugged the 4 of them tightly. He did not explain to them about the immortal world. As for the Lily Cave abode, he only explained that he had found a safer place. This time, the 4 of them stayed in the Lily Cave abode for a long time, a whole year. During this year, Yi Qinghan did not cultivate. He spent all his time with the 4 of them. The reason he had them stay for so long was because he had made a decision during this year. He would either go into seclusion and cultivate for a long time, or he would go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter which decision he made, he would not be able to see the four of them for a long time. After a year, when Yi Qinghan was trying to persuade the four of them to go back, Yi Yaorao suddenly said, "Qinghan, can I stay here and cultivate?" When Yi Yaorao said this, Yu Qingxing's eyes also brightened. The flame dragon plane's spirit qi was too thin. Moreover, the material plane and the immortal world seemed to have some kind of invisible magic. It was much easier to comprehend all sorts of profound mysteries in the immortal world than in the material plane. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu had already refined the God Emperor's God Crystal. This was the limit of their cultivation realms in this lifetime. However, Yi Yaorao and Yu Qingxing were different. One of them had the cold ice jade body, while the other had comprehended a special divine sound law. They had a lot of room for improvement. If he continued to cultivate, he might even become a supreme expert. The two of them were also full of passion for cultivation. They were also full of desire to become experts that could help Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan fell silent. He also knew that the two of them were full of passion for cultivation. If the two of them went to the flame dragon plane, it would be extremely cruel to face them. But then he realized that this lily cave abode was not only hidden but also incomparably safe. It might not be a bad thing for the two of them to cultivate here. However, he had to ask Yinling about this. He had no choice but to send a message to Yinling, asking her to come over. In the end, Yinling did not come over. Yinling did not object to Yi Qinghan's request for Yu Qingxing and the others to cultivate here. She only replied that she understood. "Oh, right." Yi Qinghan thought for a while and took out the unfettered ring. He then sent a message to Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan had long refined the core control mechanism of the unfettered ring. He could let anyone he wanted in. Of course, he could not give the unfettered ring to anyone he wanted. With Elder Lu's cooperation, Yi Qinghan removed the soul connection with the unfettered realm. He then threw the ring to Yu Qingxing, asking her to refine it. Yu Qingxing understood Yi Qinghan's intention. She did not say anything. With Elder Lu's help, she quickly refined the ring. Yi Qinghan had the War Imperial Palace, so the unfettered realm was dispensable. The most important thing about the unfettered ring was that Lord Devour had refined 2 gates. With the unfettered ring, he could travel back and forth between the divine world and the flame dragon continent. He had given the unfettered ring to Yu Qingxing to let her control this gate. She could let Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu wander around the divine world. If there was any danger, they could return immediately. He decided to cultivate in seclusion for a long time or go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter what he decided, he had no time to take care of the 4 of them. He was relieved that they could live a more relaxed life. After several days of consideration, Yi Qinghan made up his mind. He would go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. His character was not suitable for a comfortable life. He needed to surpass himself and break through his limits in the constant life and death trials. Since Lord Devour wanted him to go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion that much, and the Soul Emperor Pavilion could help him repair the soul ring, meet the woman who had locked his soul in his dream, and find a great opportunity, Yi Qinghan sent a message to Yinling, telling her about his arrangement. Yinling, didn't show up yet. However, she just sent him a message, saying that she would take care of the Lily Cave Mansion. She asked him to be careful. For the first time, Yinling, asked him to be careful. Yi Qinghan was bewildered. Then he forced a smile. First, he went to the other side of the cave abode and collected all the soul slaves, the cat girl, into it. Then, he told the 4 that he wanted to cultivate in seclusion until his death. This time, it could be 3 to 5 years, or even tens of thousands of years. If he didn't come out, they shouldn't disturb him. Although the 4 women were resentful, they didn't object to Yi Qinghan's decision. However, after Yi Qinghan entered the room, he quietly disappeared. He looked at the 4 of them, then turned around resolutely, running out of the cave mansion. He knew that it was a path of no return, but he didn't regret it. Warriors cultivated to go against the heaven and change their fate. If they wanted to go against the heaven, they had to be prepared to be punished by the God of Heaven. They had to be prepared to fall. Chapter 901. This time, Yi Qinghan was even more cautious when he left the cave abode. He had thought carefully about the route he would take. It was better to stay close to the Misty Continent's coastal waters. Yi Qinghan had announced that he would not return to the Misty Continent unless he killed 100 million people or annihilated Li Tian. Li Tian and the rest would definitely investigate his character. Based on his character, he would definitely not return. Therefore, there were fewer people on the Misty Continent and fewer spies. Moreover, every time Yi Qinghan replaced the Dragon Blood Stone, he would not wait until it was about to explode. Instead, he would look for a place a day in advance. Every time he replaced, he would hide in the blind spots of the rocks at the bottom of the sea. He would try his best to choose a place with dim lighting. This way, even if there were spies, the memory bugs would not be able to find him easily. The first place Yi Qinghan went to was the South Sea of the Star Ocean. He knew that the spatial artifact in the Soul Emperor Pavilion could not hide anyone. Moreover, martial artists below grade 5 could not enter. Therefore, he had to settle these soul slaves properly. If he did not die, these soul slaves and demon beasts would not jump. But what if he died in the Soul Emperor Pavilion? It would not be a good idea to keep these soul slaves in the Lily Cave abode. Therefore, he went straight to the mysterious spirit cave abode in the South Sea. 5 months. This time, Yi Qinghan was very careful. Therefore, it took him 5 whole months to reach the mysterious spirit cave abode. He looked around and found that nothing had changed inside. Moreover, some of the small restrictions that he designed were still there. Only then did Yi Qinghan feel relieved. Tianqin, you guys stay here. It will probably be a long time before you go out to battle. You guys can cultivate in seclusion here. Arrange for people to take turns to guard this place. Yi Qinghan released 13 soul slaves and 20 demon beasts. Tianqin was the only peak grade 6 soul slave left. Yi Qinghan naturally looked for him to report. Yes, master. Tianqin was very respectful towards Yi Qinghan. One could even say that he was in awe of him. Yi Qinghan's strength was not great, but his methods convinced him from the bottom of his heart. After all, wasn't he able to kill a venerable one? Yi Qinghan asked Tianqin to lead the group away, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he went into seclusion in a small hall. He could use the soul ring to open the Soul Emperor Pavilion at any time, so he wasn't in a hurry. He needed to increase his strength. Fortunately, he would be able to protect himself in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If he could hide himself in the Soul Emperor Pavilion and use his origin energy, then he would be able to kill a group of peak 4th grade war gods without any fear after entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He would be able to kill them easily. However, all the restrictions inside would be ineffective. Evading technique was not a secret skill, but a secret technique, so it definitely could not be used. Furthermore, he could not use his origin energy. Once it was revealed, the entire Soul Emperor Pavilion would explode. At that time, he would also be torn to shreds. In that case, he could only rely on his soul skills and body fusion battle skills, so he wanted to increase his strength. Yi Qinghan had something that could increase his strength in a short period of time. First, the Dragon Source Battle Saber. This battle saber was obtained in the mysterious spirit cave abode and was originally given to the Peach Blossom Venerable as a betrothal gift. However, the Peach Blossom Venerable chose Li Tian and returned the saber. Of course, Yi Qinghan also kept it. In the past, with his origin energy, Yi Qinghan never thought of completely refining this transcendent grade divine weapon. Now, it was different. This saber was more than a level stronger than the Slaughter God saber. Although Yi Qinghan also knew that the Slaughter God saber was definitely a transcendent grade divine weapon, it did not have a weapon soul. Or perhaps he had not awakened the true power of this saber. Therefore, the power of the Slaughter God saber was no longer something that Yi Qinghan was interested in. This was why he thought of refining the Dragon Source Battle Saber. Second, it was the secret technique he obtained from the Battle Imperial Hall, the Battle Sage secret technique. At that time, Yi Qinghan had casually glanced at this secret technique. When he saw that it was not a soul skill, Yi Qinghan did not pay much attention to it. Now, he intended to study it thoroughly to see if this secret technique could be of any help to him. After all, it was a secret technique collected by the Battle Emperor. How could he look down on it? After entering the Battle Imperial Hall, Yi Qinghan went to the treasure room. After sweeping through the room, he realized that there were a lot of treasures in a mess. With a wave of his hand, a few fiery red battle armors were taken out. He stared at the fire god war god for a while and sighed. This fire god battle armor was definitely a treasure. However, he did not know where to find the remaining leg guards and helmet. After putting the fire god battle armor back, Yi Qinghan grabbed the slaughter god saber again. He felt the baleful aura in the slaughter god saber attacking his soul spirit again. His eyes turned red again. However, his soul spirit level was very high now. The baleful aura in the slaughter god saber could no longer make him lose his rationality. This was also the reason why Yi Qinghan gave up on using the slaughter god saber. If it could not even affect himself, how could he use it to attack a strong enemy? One had to know that god emperors had the ability to form a defense around their soul spirit. Not to mention the slaughter god saber, even Jiang Yi's soul-destroying attack would not be effective. The slaughter god saber's origin was very mysterious. All the 5th grade war gods in the battle god pavilion knew of its origin. Furthermore, it was very famous. Yi Qinghan did not go to the battle god pavilion. If he did not use his origin energy, he would not be given the honor of being a 5th grade war god. Of course, he would not be qualified to know the origin of this saber. He secretly decided that when his overall strength reached the 5th grade, he would definitely go to the Battle God Pavilion to apply for the title of 5th grade war god. He wanted to thoroughly understand the origin of the Slaughter God Saber. He knew that the Slaughter God Saber's power was definitely not just on the surface. If he knew the origin of this saber, he might be able to unleash its full power. Finally, Yi Qinghan picked up the Dragon Source Battle Saber. He had used some simple restrictions to seal the saber. Actually, it was just a jade box. When he opened the jade box, the greenish-black saber was revealed. The Dragon Source Battle Saber's outer appearance was similar to an ordinary saber. The only difference was that the blade was slightly longer. The blade above the hilt was straight and not wide. The higher the blade, the wider it became. When it reached the tip of the blade, a small arc appeared. The blade also became twice its original size. This made the saber's outer appearance look exceptionally majestic. Buzz! Yi Qinghan removed the restrictions on the jade box. After that, he used his origin energy to hold the saber hilt. After the restrictions were removed, the entire saber seemed to come to life and let out a soft hum. When Yi Qinghan held the saber hilt, the saber started to vibrate. An ice-cold aura was emitted from the saber and rapidly congealed into the phantom image of a strange beast. This saber was like a poisonous snake that was being held at its weak point. It tried its best to resist Yi Qinghan and warned him not to even think about subduing it. Kiki! Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and did not mind. He knew that before the saber was refined, it was like a wild horse without a master. As long as he refined it, it would become a divine steed. Chapter 902. The origin energy continued to envelop the hilt of the saber. Yi Qinghan did not make a move, allowing the saber to move and the strange beast to roar in the air. The light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He knew that in order to refine the saber, he had to convince the strange beast tool soul. Once the beast tool soul was convinced, everything else would be easy. In order to convince the beast tool soul, he had to possess great strength and an indomitable will. He had to fight it out until it was convinced. Ayo, ayo. The strange beast rolled around in front of Yi Qinghan, but it did not make any sound. However, Yi Qinghan could feel an incomparably powerful ancient beast unleashing its aura at him. It roared in anger, and its cold eyes were like the eyes of an Azura king from the 9 hells, terrifying and bloodthirsty, causing one's heart to turn cold. Evil creature, why don't you submit? Yi Qinghan's eyes revealed a chilling glint. Under the deterrence of the soul skill, he gathered his aura. The Yi Qinghan of today was not the same as the Yi Qinghan of the past. He had personally killed countless 7th grade war gods, and had even killed a venerable not long ago. Amidst the limitlessness, Yi Qinghan's aura was no longer inferior to that of a seasoned expert. At this moment, he and the strange beast's invisible aura clashed, and they did not lose in the slightest. The man and the beast continued to compete. Yi Qinghan held the saber motionlessly. He had stood in the treasure room for 3 days and 3 nights. His legs had begun to tremble, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. However, the light in his eyes did not diminish, and the aura he gathered grew stronger and stronger. After a while, the strange beast tool's soul quietly returned to the saber, and the dragon source saber also stopped moving. An excited smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face. He knew that he had refined the saber by more than half. He had defeated the ancient beast with his own willpower, and the saber finally belonged to him. Although he was extremely excited, his body was unbearably tired. He sat down on the ground and retracted his origin energy. Instead, he covered the saber with his divine power and slowly seeped into it, beginning to refine the core inside. 2 days later, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. His body flashed and disappeared from the treasure room. He then appeared in the largest hall and waved his hand to open the barrier in the hall. He brandished the saber in his hand a few times. Finally, the divine power in his hand shook, and a strange beast's roar sounded out of nowhere. Then, a shadow accompanied by the saber light whizzed out, slashing at the shield on the wall. This phantom was very different from the original phantom of the strange beast, because it was very hazy, but now it seemed to have substance. This was a strange beast that looked like an ancient taurai. It had the body of a lion and the head of a qilin. There was long fur on its head, and it had a ghastly big mouth. Its appearance was ferocious, and its dark green eyes were even more frightening. Boom! A huge explosion sounded out, and the hall shook. The 7-colored light on the shield flickered non-stop. Yi Qinghan's heart was beating non-stop. This supreme grade divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. It was actually so powerful. This attack was definitely comparable to the full power of a peak god king. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had a vague feeling that when young Master Wuxia used the god-slaying sword in Dripping Spring City, it was definitely not as powerful as his dragon source saber. Of course, it was still different from when Emperor Yu used the fury of the butterfly dance outside Fiery Dragon City. But Wuxia was a peak god king, and this saber was completely powered by divine power. Why was it that his supreme grade divine weapon was more powerful than his? Actually, Yi Qinghan did not know. The god-slaying sword was Supremacy Evil Moon's weapon, and young Master Wuxia was only borrowing it. This dragon source saber was completely subdued by Yi Qinghan's origin energy and indomitable will. Since it had already recognized him as its owner, it could only unleash its greatest power with limited divine power. After toying with it for a long time, Yi Qinghan let Tianqin in to test the power of the saber. Tianqin looked at the saber enviously. If he had this saber, he would definitely be able to fight against Emperor Feng. The two of them studied it for a day, and finally concluded that with this saber, if Yi Qinghan were to launch a sneak attack, he would be able to kill a peak god king with just the saber and divine power. A supreme grade divine weapon was not just for show. After letting Tianqin go back, Yi Qinghan kept the saber and began to study the Battle Saint's secret technique. Just from the name, one could tell that the Battle Saint's secret technique was a physical attack type of secret technique. Therefore, Yi Qinghan did not pay much attention to it. But, after Yi Qinghan looked through it carefully, Yi Qinghan's entire body trembled. The Battle Saint's secret technique was a method to circulate divine power. This method was very complicated, and it was very tedious to cultivate. Moreover, this secret technique was an ancient secret technique. Currently, there were only 3 stages. It was said that there were 5 stages, but this secret technique manual did not mention it. The first stage, after successfully cultivating it, had a chance to unleash an attack with twice the divine power. As for the chances, it was very small, only once in a few hundred attacks. The second stage had a chance to unleash an attack with 3 times the divine power. The chances were even lower, only once in a few thousand attacks. The third stage had a chance to unleash an attack with 5 times the divine power. The chances were 1 in tens of thousands. Martial artists' attacks were divided into 2 types. Divine power attacks could also be called physical attacks. There was also soul skill attacks, also known as soul attacks. Yi Qinghan had always been proficient in soul attacks, such as body fusion combat techniques and soul skills. Among them, divine power attacks were very complicated. Pure divine power attacks were not very powerful, but attacks that were mixed with profound mysteries were much more powerful. If one's law was a very powerful offensive profound mystery, then the power would be even greater. Profound mysteries had always been Yi Qinghan's Achilles' heel. Offensive profound mysteries were very rare for Yi Qinghan, or rather, none. Every realm of divine power was about the same. Without a breakthrough in laws, one's divine power would at most reach the peak of that realm. For example, Yi Qinghan's laws was only at the first level of divine power. Even if he cultivated his divine power to the extreme, he would only be at the peak of the God-King realm. Although Yi Qinghan did not deliberately cultivate his divine power, after cultivating in the soul realm for so many years, his divine power had been constantly growing. His divine power had long reached the third level of the God-King realm. Using Yi Qinghan and young master Tu Xie as an example, Yi Qinghan's laws was at the first level of the God-King realm, and his divine power was at the third level of the God-King realm. His laws and divine power had both reached the peak of the God-King realm. If the two of them fought with divine power attacks, even Yi Qinghan would not be a match for young master Tu Xie. This was because young master Tu Xie's law's cultivation was many times higher than Yi Qinghan's. In addition to the difference in divine power, he could easily kill him. However, with the Battle Saint's secret technique, things would be different. Although the probability of activating it was very low. Would a God Realm expert's attack speed be slow? He could swing his blade hundreds of times every second. In other words, if Yi Qinghan cultivated the Battle Saint's secret technique to the third level every few seconds, Yi Qinghan would be able to activate an attack with 5 times the divine power? 5 times? Yi Qinghan did not know what realm he would reach with 5 times the divine power, but he knew that it would at least be the divine power of a 6th grade war god. Although attacking with divine power was like attacking with brute force, it was still extremely terrifying. When a person's brute force reached a frightening level, it would also be extremely frightening. If the attacks of laws were compared to all kinds of fancy and strange sword techniques, the sword techniques would be very powerful and ferocious. However, no matter how fancy a sword technique was, it would pale in comparison to pure power. One could defeat 10 people with brute force. Good stuff, good stuff. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes were like peach blossoms. His speed was very fast, and with the help of his soul skill and the Battle Saint's secret technique, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The things that the Battle Emperor obtained were indeed not trash. However, it was a pity that he did not have the last 2 levels. The 3rd level had already reached 5 times the divine power. He wondered if the 5th level would be able to reach 10 times the divine power. Immediately, he activated all the restrictions in the hall. Instantly, the natural energy in the hall became terrifyingly dense. Yi Qinghan immediately entered a state of spiritual stillness. He believed that once he comprehended the Battle Saint's secret technique, his divine power would definitely reach the peak of the God-King realm. Chapter 903. The Star Sea was very lively, especially the East Sea. Experts from all walks of life had gathered. Everyone was looking for one person, Yi Qinghan. Li Tian offered a high price. A transcendent grade artifact and several other treasures, tempting countless experts. Of course, what tempted them the most was the treasure on Yi Qinghan. A treasure that could allow a trashy god king to kill a supremacy. When a martial artist cultivated, the most important thing was to comprehend the laws. As long as they could comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, they would be recognized by heaven and earth and be bestowed with the ability to use the power of heaven and earth. Everyone understood this logic. But how many people could comprehend the ultimate mysteries, break through to grade 9, and obtain the recognition of heaven and earth? There were only 9 in the entire divine world. There were countless martial artists in the divine world. There were hundreds of billions of martial artists in a single continent. How many martial artists were there in the entire divine world? The divine world had existed for billions of years since the ancient times. Only 9 grade 9. One could imagine how difficult it was to break through. Many people knew that it would be hard to break through in this lifetime. Therefore, they set their goal on increasing their own strength. Although supremacies all had the power of origin and teleportation, it seemed like everyone relied on these for a living. But Actually, supremacies were also divided into 3 levels. The amount of power of origin, the secret techniques that one mastered, and the laws that they comprehended would make a huge difference in everyone's strength. There was a very important reason. Treasures. A supremacy with a transcendent grade artifact would have a huge increase in attack power, because only a supremacy could fully unleash the power of a transcendent grade artifact. Therefore, this treasure of Yi Qinghan made countless supremacies coveted. Countless low-grade supremacies fantasized about obtaining Yi Qinghan's treasure and reaching the peak of the supremacy realm. There were 10 publicly recognized supremacies in the entire divine world. For example, the number 1 supremacy of Ethereal City, Supremacy Li Kong. These 10 people had the highest status under the Overlord. But Yi Qinghan disappeared again. Many years had passed. Yi Qinghan was like a rock that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. But countless experts did not give up. To them, a few hundred years was just a blink of an eye. It was worth it to spend tens of thousands of years to obtain a treasure. The Eastern Sea was turned over several times by countless experts. Even the Lily Immortal's cave was accidentally discovered by a venerable. However, there was a terrifying spirit beast inside the Immortal's cave, and it was within Rain Butterfly Island's territory. Just as the supremacy was about to attack the restriction inside, Yu Duanfei appeared with his men and resolved the danger. Of course, Yu Qingqing and the others could go back to Flame Dragon Continent through abode of supremacy of the world. The soul slaves and demon beasts were already there. However, when Yi Qinghan received Yin Ling Er's message, he was a little surprised. It seemed that Yu Duanfei already knew that he was in the Lily Cave residence, but he pretended not to see anything. Supremacies of Dragon City. CC. Yi supremacies of sect of world of beasts. Furthermore, he didn't attack anyone. He was just, coincidentally, discovered by a dragon boat that he was exchanging dragon bloodstones. As a result, the majority of the Eastern Sea forces headed towards the Southern Sea. Flying Snow Island had even reached the highest state of alert. Paragon Flying Snow had died. Yi Qinghan had clearly mentioned, on the memory god insect, that as long as he didn't die, he would make rivers of blood flow in Flying Snow Island. A large number of spies were sent out, and countless memory god bugs were scattered throughout the South Sea. More than 100 supreme experts were hidden in the South Sea, waiting for Yi Qinghan to go crazy and attack the island again. But Yi Qinghan disappeared again. He disappeared without a trace. To the southwest of the Star Sea, at the border between the Blood Knight continent and the Southern Ridge continent, there was a very famous island. There was no one in the divine world who did not know of it. Soul Emperor Island. Soul Emperor Island was huge. The scenery inside was picturesque, and it was like spring all year round. This was not like the Sealed God Valley, which was controlled by restrictions. Instead, it was formed naturally. Everything here was filled with a kind of natural aura. It was very comfortable and pleasant. Yi Qinghan frantically sprinted all the way. Even though his body was invisible, he didn't have any misgivings. He understood a little about Soul Emperor Island. There were 8 paragons guarding it, and fighting was strictly prohibited on the island. Otherwise, the 8 of them would attack together. 8 paragons might not be considered much, but these 8 people represented 8 sovereigns. The island was huge. After Yi Qinghan sprinted for several hours, when he flashed out of a secret forest, Yi Qinghan's vision abruptly widened. A tall ancient pagoda ahead shocked Yi Qinghan. The ancient pagoda had 9 levels. The top of the ancient pagoda was sparkling with a faint white light. It gave off a dignified aura. One look and one could tell it wasn't an ordinary item. And when Yi Qinghan circulated his god energy in his eyes, he looked towards the top of the ancient pagoda. He was a little confused. Above the ancient pagoda, there were 3 large words, Soul Emperor Pavilion. Yi Qinghan always thought that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a treasure, a spatial divine tool. Since it was a treasure, it shouldn't be too big. Since it was a spatial divine tool, shouldn't it be in a parallel space? At most, there should only be one entrance. Who knew that the Soul Emperor Pavilion was a real object? However, wasn't this Soul Emperor Pavilion too small? It was only the size of an ordinary pavilion. So many people had entered over the years. Perhaps the first 7 levels had already been searched, right? What kind of treasure could there be? Which level was the enchantress on? Could it be on the 8th level? Although there were many things he couldn't figure out, Yi Qinghan still rushed forward. In less than an hour, Yi Qinghan approached the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Looking at the Soul Emperor Pavilion from such a close distance, he could feel that it was different. This Soul Emperor Pavilion seemed to have a special aura that made one feel that it was different from the masses. It was like a transcendent grade divine tool, and one could see that it was extraordinary at a glance. There were 8 people sitting near the Soul Emperor Pavilion. All of them closed their eyes and sat in meditation. The last time Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, it had only been a few years. The next time would be nearly 10,000 years later. None of the 8 of them believed that there would be anyone who would set foot on Soul Emperor Island for no reason. Yi Qinghan's footsteps were light and he wasn't careless at all. Even though the 8 of them wouldn't make a move on him, but it was better to be careful. On the first floor of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, there was a large blue door. However, it was tightly shut without the slightest crack. Yi Qinghan circled around the area but did not find anything special. Eventually, he gritted his teeth, walking towards the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate. If Lord Devour said that the Soul Ring could trigger the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he could only let the Soul Ring approach to try. Yi Qinghan was extremely nervous. He used his eyes to observe the 8 of them. He didn't dare to use his soul consciousness or leak any of his god power. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he gently walked towards the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. When he saw that the 8 people didn't have the slightest reaction, Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate. He stretched out his hand and brought the Soul Ring closer to the white streams of energy that revolved around the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Buzz! All of a sudden, the Soul Ring on Yi Qinghan's finger radiated the same white light as the surface of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The white light on the Soul Emperor Pavilion was several times brighter, illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, the 8 venerables opened their eyes and locked on Yi Qinghan, who appeared out of thin air, standing in front of the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was accidentally triggered. Within 3 months, all warriors below the 5th grade war god level can enter without the Soul Emperor sword. The difficulty of the 7th floor and below will be increased by half, and the difficulty of the 8th floor will be reduced by half. At the same time, the treasure hunting time of the Soul Emperor Pavilion will be increased to 1,000 years. I wish you good luck. A cynical voice came from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. At the same time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion's gate opened, and Yi Qinghan's figure disappeared from the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Swish! The 8 venerables' faces changed. They stood up at the same time. They were familiar with this voice. It was the voice of the Soul Emperor, the master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Every time the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, his cynical voice would come. The Soul Emperor Pavilion was accidentally opened. Moreover, the difficulty of the 8th floor was reduced by half. But the difficulty of the 7th floor and below was increased by half. No one knew what was on the 8th floor, but 7 or 8 transcendent grade divine artifacts were unearthed on the 7th floor. Wasn't the 8th floor even more amazing? No one had ever entered the 8th floor. The 8 venerables instantly took out their communication jade talismans and sent the news back to their respective continents and forces. Then, the news instantly spread throughout the entire divine realm. The entire divine realm was in an uproar. Moreover, the appearance of the person who triggered the Soul Emperor Pavilion was also sent back by the 8 venerables. Countless people easily knew who it was that triggered the Soul Emperor Pavilion. This time, the divine realm was completely shaken. Countless family clans, countless forces, and countless pinnacle 4th grade experts all began to swarm toward the Soul Emperor Pavilion. The master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion said that as long as a warrior was below the 5th grade, they could enter. Many 4th grade war gods did not hesitate to use their years of savings to teleport over at the fastest speed possible. The Soul Emperor Island's position was very good, located between the Blood Knight continent and the South Ridge continent. The Star Sea could not teleport, but the Blood Knight continent and the South Ridge continent could. Countless venerables also began to gather at the Soul Emperor Island. No matter what Yi Qinghan obtained inside, he had to come out, right? They could not attack the Soul Emperor Island, but they could surround it, right? For a time, the entire divine realm was in turmoil. The Soul Emperor Island became the focal point of the divine realm. Hundreds of thousands of fourth-grade experts rushed toward the Soul Emperor Island. 3 months was a short time, but there were still countless experts rushing in. When the door closed, there were more than 30,000 experts in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Among them, there were more than 5,000 pinnacle fourth-grade experts. In the distant Soul Devourer City's balcony, a woman dressed in fiery red, with a peerless appearance and figure, gazed at the distant wandering sea. She sighed and said faintly, "Whether I'm a dragon or a worm, whether I live or die, it all depends on this time. Yi Qinghan, I hope you don't disappoint me." Chapter 904. Soul Emperor Island was huge, but it was currently filled with countless martialists from the 6 continents Stellar Sea. Countless martialists looked at the tightly shut gates and sighed helplessly. There were countless precious treasures in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There were also countless supreme treasures that would make even supremacies envious. In the past, no Soul Emperor sword could enter. Each sword could only bring a few people in. But this time, it was open to everyone. However, 3 months was too short a period of time. Only those martial artists who received the news quickly and acted quickly went in. The warriors of the Star Sea were the most pitiful. Because warriors from other continents could use their own continent's transportation arrays to go to the South Mountains continent and the Blood Knight continent. It only took a month to reach the Soul Emperor Island from the northwest of the Blood continent and the southeast of the South Mountains continent. As long as one had divine stones, they could arrive in half a day. But the Star Sea was different. One could only use dragon boats. But the super forces and families with war chariots sent many people in. For example, Prince Li Tian led thousands of warriors in. Actually, the distinction between peak grade 4 and grade 5 had always been vague in the divine realm. According to common sense, anyone who reached the celestial the Arch realm was considered a grade 5 war god. But the Battle God Pavilion valued a warrior's potential. Therefore, even if one reached the celestial the Arch realm, one might not be given a grade 5 title. One had to be a celestial the Arch warrior who had comprehended 3 high-level nomological mysteries to be given the title. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's restrictions would automatically distinguish the difference between grade 4 and grade 5. This was exactly the same as the Battle God Pavilion. If one comprehended 3 high-level nomological mysteries, one's power would reach a certain level. Such a warrior would be rejected by the restrictions. If one tried to force their way in, sorry, but the 8 supremacies outside would kill them immediately. Countless great families had researched for many years and discovered this rule. Therefore, the best candidates to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion were those who had comprehended 2 high-level nomological mysteries and some mid-level nomological mysteries, and thus broke through to the Celestial the Arch realm. After reaching the Celestial the Arch realm, one's power would be far beyond that of a Celestial the Arch. Therefore, in the past, the great forces with divine swords would usually send a few peak grade 4 celestial thearchs and a disciple with great potential to enter to search for treasures. This way, they could search for treasures and train the disciple. But this time was different. People could enter indefinitely, and the time was short. Therefore, he didn't have that much time to choose carefully. As long as they were at the 3rd level of God King realm and above and below grade 5, these big families would send all of them. The more the merrier. Even some trashy god emperors were sent in. But this was because the opening of the Soul Emperor Pavilion this time was very special. It was triggered by Yi Qinghan's strange actions. This meant that Yi Qinghan had a token of the Soul Emperor on him. The difficulty below the 8th level would be doubled, and the difficulty at the 8th level would be halved. This meant that it was likely that the Soul Emperor was testing his descendant. At the same time, there was a high chance that someone would be able to enter the 8th level. Since it was a test, this meant that if Yi Qinghan couldn't enter the 8th level, or if he was killed, then the Soul Emperor's successor would be changed. Whoever possessed Yi Qinghan's keepsake would have a chance of obtaining the approval of the Soul Emperor. Only then would he be able to obtain the true treasure. Other than that, Yi Qinghan had a unique treasure on him. It was a unique treasure that could kill paragons. This made many envious. Yi Qinghan was very strong. If those above grade 5 war god could not enter, then what could they rely on to compete with him? Numbers. Paragon flying snow could easily capture Yi Qinghan. This meant that Yi Qinghan's overall combat power wasn't strong. It was just that his attacks were exceptionally strange. He wasn't afraid of strong attacks. He might be able to kill 10 or 100, but could he kill a few thousand? Hence, Li Tian didn't hesitate. He immediately sent a message to the 9 Guardians Island. All the qualified martial artists were transported over using war chariots. Just the number of people that Li Tian had brought in this time was 4,000. Xiao. Li Tian entered the door of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. There was a flash of light, and the scene in front of him changed. What appeared in front of him was a continuous super-huge mountain range. They were standing on a piece of empty land at the foot of the mountain. Facing a completely unfamiliar place, Li Tian wasn't too surprised. The Soul Emperor was a refiner supremacy in the divine world. His personal attainments in seals had reached a terrifying stage. Even though he had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion a few times, the scene he encountered was different every time. He didn't move recklessly. Instead, he brought his men and ran towards the empty land on the left. At the same time, he got his subordinates to transmit a message to the martial artists from the Starry Sea, telling them not to fly and to come closer to him. At the same time, he began observing the situation around him. The empty land was huge. At this moment, there were several groups of people standing in several directions. They didn't move. They stood there quietly, waiting for more people to come in. Li Tian casually looked around and recognized many people. Because there were several teams around him, and the leaders were all the leaders of the younger generation from their respective continents. He had seen these people in the past few times he tried to barge into the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Clearly, these people were the same as him. They were waiting for the doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion to close. They would gather all the martial artists from the various continents before setting off together. This time, it wasn't like before. The situation was incomparably complicated. The more people around him, the better. In the past, few people came in. The space within the Soul Emperor Pavilion was vast, and it was rare for them to meet each other. Even if they met each other, they wouldn't act. But this time, it was different. The Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened unexpectedly. The treasures this time would probably dazzle everyone's eyes. Moreover, with so many people, there would definitely be constant friction. When the time came, there would definitely be a large-scale battle royale. The strength of the people that came in was about the same. Then, the only thing that could be compared was the number of martial artists from each continent. Swish! Martial artists were constantly being transmitted in. Many of them were in small teams. After they entered, they didn't move around randomly. Instead, they searched for the teams from their respective continents. Then, they would start to gather under the signal of their own people. Of course, there were also some independent martial artists. When they entered and saw so many people looking at them, they got anxious. They immediately used their divine power to the fullest and fled into the distance. There were also some who flew directly. As long as a martial artist flew above a few hundred meters, they would end up with the same outcome. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning would descend from the sky and turn them into dust. Because Li Tian was in the Starry Sea, he entered late. Hence, after a few days, no one else was transmitted in. It was clear that the doors of the Soul Emperor Pavilion had closed. Li Tian frowned slightly. This time, the Soul Emperor Pavilion was unexpectedly opened. The closest continent to the Starry Sea wasn't the one with the most people. Fortunately, he made a prompt decision and used all the war chariots in the 9 Guardians Island to transport over 5,000 people. Otherwise, the number of people in the Starry Sea would be the least. The ones with the most people were naturally the martial artists from the Blood Knight continent and the South Mountain continent. There were more than 8,000 people. What made Li Tian a little depressed was that the Misty continent was actually well prepared. This time, there were more than 7,000 people. Looking at the situation, there were many Celestial the Arch Realm martial artists. There were at least 1,000 peak stage grade 4 martial artists. In addition to Li Tian's manpower, the martial artists from the 4 factions made up 2/3. The other 3 continents didn't have many people. There were less than 10,000 people in total. Let's go! When the number of people reached 0, Li Tian waved his hand and led everyone to the side. In this terrain, there were many large mountain ranges. There were also many paths that led to these large mountain ranges. The various factions didn't choose a path. They randomly picked one and advanced on their own. Because their leaders had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion before. They were very clear that this was the first level of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. No matter which path, it would lead to the entrance to the second level. Of course, no matter which path, it would be very difficult. The difficulty was doubled. The more people entered, the more difficult it was. However, everyone was fearless and incomparably excited. They began a treasure-hunting journey that they would never forget in their lives. To many people, it was also a journey to hunt down Yi Qinghan. Chapter 905. Soul Emperor, can't you change your tricks a little? As Yi Qinghan drilled through the entrance of a mountain peak, he saw a barren desert. His head swelled up and he raised his middle finger to the sky. Yi Qinghan had already been here for 3 months. On the first level, Yi Qinghan wasn't sure, but as he killed monster beasts along the way, he finally reached the end of the road. At the summit, he saw a dark cave entrance and began to have some doubts. Now that he saw the scene change again, he was thoroughly enlightened. The Soul Emperor Pavilion's 9 levels of pagoda represented 9 checkpoints, and each checkpoint was a floor. This thing gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This was because he had once rushed through a similar checkpoint, Fallen God Mountain. I should have thought of it. This was all designed by the Soul Emperor, so how could it be different? Xiao, I wonder how your father will play with me this time? Although Fallen God Mountain had more checkpoints than the Soul Emperor Pavilion, and although Yi Qinghan had successfully passed through Fallen God Mountain, it could be said that he had some understanding of the Soul Emperor's designs. But the more it was like this, the more worried Yi Qinghan was. The Soul Emperor was simply too abnormal. Last time he had been toyed with until he wished he was dead. This time, he didn't know how he would be toyed with to death. Xiao certainly couldn't hear Yi Qinghan's muttering. In order to prevent his actions from disturbing Xiao, Yi Qinghan directly closed the Warbeast space. If Xiao didn't take the initiative to send him a sound transmission and he didn't open the Warbeast space, then Xiao absolutely wouldn't know what was happening outside. Without staying for too long, Yi Qinghan raised the Dragon Source saber and rushed forward. The moment the Soul Emperor Pavilion opened, the Soul Emperor's words were clearly heard by Yi Qinghan. 3 months wasn't a long time, but it was enough for many people to come in. Yi Qinghan was alone and had no way to hide. Once he encountered a large force, his fate wouldn't be good. The sky was clear and cloudless, but Yi Qinghan's eyesight was different now. After comprehending the fundamental restriction study, he could easily sense that there were countless small restrictions in the air. These small restrictions were very obvious. Even though Yi Qinghan didn't know what they were for, he was still very careful. He didn't dare to fly, and instead quickly ran forward. The first floor was very easy to pass. Of course, this was only for Yi Qinghan, because the first floor was filled with demonic beasts. They were all Class 5 demonic beasts, and their strength was basically at the Divine King realm. The Dragon Source combat saber was like cutting through a watermelon. Furthermore, the path leading to the first floor was very direct. Once one reached the end, they would reach the entrance. However, the second floor was a desert. This made Yi Qinghan a little depressed. If they stayed on the second level for too long, it would be really troublesome if the large group behind them caught up to them. After running for half a day, the wind actually started blowing. The wind brought up the sand on the ground and swept it up into the air. The sky suddenly darkened, and visibility became very low. My divine sense is actually being restricted? Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped, and his divine power surged. He extended his divine sense as far as possible in all directions. However, he wasn't nervous. He was very clear about the Soul Emperor's routine. This was definitely because a monster had appeared. This was only the second floor, so it shouldn't be so abnormal, as expected. Not long after, a series of slightly familiar footsteps came from all directions. These footsteps were very loud, and every time they sounded, the ground would tremble. Even Yi Qinghan's heart would beat along with them. Heaven-shaking Xianxia beast? When he saw the huge demonic beasts rushing towards them under the blurry sandstorm, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yi Qinghan felt a little dizzy. Yi Qinghan wasn't unfamiliar with the heaven-shaking Xianxia beast. In fact, it could be said that he had a very deep impression of it. This was because when Yi Qinghan first came to the divine world, he was completely frightened by this heaven-shaking Xianxia beast. However, this heaven-shaking Xianxia beast was only a 4th-grade demonic beast, and it didn't have any special demonic skills. It was just a pure physical attack. There were dozens of heaven-shaking Xianxia beasts in all directions. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to care. He was just curious. The first floor was filled with 5th-grade demonic beasts, so why were there 4th-grade demonic beasts on the 2nd floor? It should be known that 4th-grade demonic beasts weren't equivalent to 4th-grade demonic beasts, and 7th-grade demonic beasts weren't equivalent to 7th-grade demonic beasts. For example, the Demon Emperor. Yi Qinghan was used to treating him as a 7th-grade demonic beast because his strength was comparable to a 7th-grade war god. Actually, according to the classification of demonic beasts, the Demon Emperor was a 9th-grade demonic beast. 9th-grade demonic beasts were existences that could transform into humans, and their intelligence was comparable to that of humans. Furthermore, the highest-grade demonic beast that appeared was 9th grade. For a 9th-grade demonic beast like the Demon Emperor, its overall strength was at the 7th grade, and it was considered a peak existence among demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan didn't let his guard down. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing the sand to tremble. However, his feet didn't sink into the sand. Holding the dragon sword saber with both hands, he slashed at the nearest heaven-shaking Xianxia beast. He was in midair. Yi Qinghan realized that something was amiss. He injected his godly energy into the dragon sword saber and activated the weapon soul within. Then he would use the saber to release a blade light that blended with the mutated beast's soul to kill the demonic beast. However, this time, the saber didn't release a surging blade light like in the first level. The mutated beast's soul also didn't come out. The dragon sword saber had lost its effectiveness. The reason why transcendent-grade divine artifacts were called transcendent-grade divine artifacts was because the weapon's soul inside was powerful. For example, the Slaughter God saber didn't have a weapon soul. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a transcendent-grade divine artifact. However, there was a strange baleful aura inside, which made the Slaughter God saber much stronger than a high-grade divine artifact. If a transcendent-grade divine artifact didn't have a weapon soul or couldn't release its weapon soul, it would be no different from an ordinary high-grade divine artifact. Furthermore, it couldn't even release its godly energy. This was a serious matter. No wonder the 2nd level was guarded by this heaven-shaking Xianxia beast. The difficulty of this level wasn't any lower than the 1st level. In fact, it was even more monstrous. If one couldn't rely on weapons and couldn't release their godly energy, many mystical attacks would lose their effectiveness. The only thing they could do was compete in strength. The toughness of their godly energy. Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a smile. He reckoned that this level would eliminate many people. Of course, to Yi Qinghan, it wasn't difficult at all. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was stunned in midair. His speed increased again, and his body reached the highest height he could reach. After that, he quickly descended and slashed heavily at the heaven-shaking Xianxia beast's horn. Yi Qinghan's slash was very skillful. The speed at which he swung his saber was very fast, so fast that ordinary low-grade martial artists wouldn't be able to see it clearly. However, when he swung his saber earlier, he only used 5% of his godly energy. This way, the rebound force wasn't as strong. Although the rebound force wasn't strong, the heaven-shaking Xianxia beast's strength was not to be underestimated. As Yi Qinghan slashed at it, his body kept retreating. This was the result of the rebound force of the gigantic beast. However, Yi Qinghan only retreated a few meters. 2 seconds later, the situation suddenly reversed. Yi Qinghan's dragon source saber suddenly emitted a green light. This time, Yi Qinghan used 100% of his godly energy and slashed at the gigantic horn. Boom! An unimaginable scene happened. The heaven-shaking Xianxia beast, which was dozens of meters tall and was like a small mountain, was sent flying like a rubber ball. The 5 or 6 gigantic beasts behind it were also sent flying. The speed at which they were sent flying was so fast that in the blink of an eye, they couldn't even see the shadows of the heaven-shaking Xianxia beasts. Wow! This battle sage secret technique is too powerful, right? Yi Qinghan looked at the beasts that were sent flying like toys with a stunned expression. He knew that the battle sage secret technique was powerful, and he was indeed testing its power. However, he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Chapter 906. Although he was stunned, Yi Qinghan was not stupid. He hurriedly used imminent skyline and rushed forward. The encirclement had been broken. He would not foolishly wait to be surrounded again. After running for hundreds of thousands of meters, he finally saw the sky-shaking Xianxia beasts. The sky-shaking Xianxia beast that Yi Qinghan struck had already turned into a pile of meat. The few beasts that were lying on the ground were also injured. However, when they saw Yi Qinghan rushing over, they let out a strange roar. The third level of the battle sage secret technique, 5 times the divine power, was indeed powerful. Yi Qinghan thought to himself, if this hit a martial artist, even if the other party had the legendary supreme armor, their internal organs would also be shattered. Strangely, after Yi Qinghan escaped the encirclement, the nearby sandstorm stopped and the sky became bright again. However, not long after, Yi Qinghan was once again surrounded by a group of sky-shaking Xianxia beasts. Moreover, there were more this time, reaching hundreds of them. This was not the least bit of pressure for Yi Qinghan. He directly slashed out a bloody path. However, he was secretly puzzled. How did the Soul Emperor find so many beasts? These beasts were not puppets. If one died, there would be one less. Every half a day, Yi Qinghan would be besieged by sky-shaking Xianxia beasts, and the number was increasing. However, Yi Qinghan's mood became increasingly happy. The more sky-shaking Xianxia beasts, the better. This way, he could eliminate or kill more martial artists behind him. When Yi Qinghan encountered the 9th sky-shaking Xianxia beast, the number of beasts besieging him had reached tens of thousands. Yi Qinghan spent several days to kill out a bloody path. When he killed his way out of the encirclement, a dark and gloomy hole suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Qinghan touched his nose. This kind of breakthrough reminded Yi Qinghan of something in his previous life. Games. Online games. Yi Qinghan had a faint doubt in his heart. Whether it was the Fallen God Mountain or the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan always felt as if he was playing an online game. Although this was a place where real people fought with real swords and spears, and if they were not careful, they would die. However, the systems and rules were very similar. When the sky-shaking Xianxia beast appeared, there would be a sandstorm nearby. Divine sense would also be obstructed? This was clearly to prevent the challengers from running around and could only wait to be surrounded and killed. No matter where he went, it seemed like he would encounter groups of monsters. And each time, the number was much higher than the previous time. The restrictions and monsters here were similar to the system in online games. This made Yi Qinghan suspicious. However, after thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan still couldn't figure it out. Paying it no heed, Xianxia thought that it might just be a coincidence. With the Dragon Source combat saber in hand, he walked through the entrance to the 3rd floor. Thousands of miles away from the entrance to the 2nd floor, there were figures of martial artists everywhere. However, the number of sky-shaking Xianxia beast here was countless times more than what Yi Qinghan had encountered. Damn it! Doubled difficulty? How is this just doubled? Li Tian stood in midair and looked at the countless sky-shaking Xianxia beasts in all directions. Li Tian's brows were tightly knitted together. If this continued, it would be good if 10% of these thousands of people could survive after reaching the 5th or 6th floor. However, what else could they do? Everyone was dying. For the treasure of the 8th floor, for the sake of killing Yi Qinghan, any price was worth it. However, There were still many people who started to have thoughts of retreating after witnessing this scene. The entrance to each floor was also an exit. If one entered the exit, they would be teleported to the grassland where they came from. That place was absolutely safe. If one stayed there for 1,000 years, they would be able to teleport out of the divine world safely. Half a month later, Li Tian led his subordinates and defeated 9 encirclements. When he saw the entrance to the 3rd floor, he revealed an excited smile. Although 700 of his subordinates had died on the 2nd floor. Along the way, he saw a small number of corpses of demonic beasts. The corpses had been eroded for a period of time. There was only one person who could kill demonic beasts faster than them. Yi Qinghan. Everyone advance. Our target is the 3rd floor. Li Kong had just entered for 2 hours when teams of experts rushed over. If Yi Qinghan was here, he would have noticed many familiar faces. For example, young Master Meng Lang, Li He's son, Li Xiaoxia, Viper War God, Yi Long War God, and countless famous young masters of the Misty Continent. Hurry! We have to find City Lord Yi as soon as possible. If anything happens to him, there's no need for us to return. Let's all commit suicide in the Star Sea. The first young master of the Misty Continent, Yi Qinghan, wasn't in the team. The previous first young Master Tu Xie, was still missing. Therefore, there wasn't a particularly powerful person leading the Misty Continent's team. However, the Misty Continent's team was much more united than any other team. Because each family had given a death order. This mission wasn't to snatch the treasure, but to find Yi Qinghan, protect him, and listen to his orders. It was said that this was a decree from the Misty Continent's sovereign. But whether it was a decree or an order, in the Soul Emperor Pavilion, Yi Qinghan represented the glory of all martial artists in the Misty Continent. In other words, he represented the glory of the Misty Continent. Of course, other than the 7 legions, there were also some small teams. Some were formed by small family alliances, and some were descendants of hidden experts. They came to the Soul Emperor Pavilion with all kinds of goals. Swish! Not long after the Misty Continent people entered, 5 martial artists ran over from afar. These 5 martial artists were all wearing the war god robe, but they wore black helmets that covered their bodies tightly. The leader of the group was a martial artist. His entire body was like a sword. One could feel his soaring arrogance from afar. He held a sword in his hand. If the young masters of the Misty Continent saw it, many of them would recognize it. God-slaying sword. As the 5 of them stood at the entrance of the 3rd level, the martialist with the god-slaying sword stopped in his tracks. He stared at the huge, gloomy hole and laughed loudly. Yi Qinghan, I'm here. I'll definitely take back the glory that once belonged to me. Let's go. Boom, boom. The 3rd level was an underground world. There were more tunnels than the one below the Phoenix Dawn mountain range. Moreover, each tunnel was incomparably huge. In one of the tunnels, a green figure was swinging a mighty battle saber. He was constantly killing demonic beasts with lion heads and bull bodies that surged towards him. On the 3rd level, Yi Qinghan discovered that he could use the Dragon Source battle saber again. However, the demonic beasts here were all peak godly monarchs and 6th-grade demonic beasts. If Yi Qinghan didn't have the Dragon Source battle saber and the Battle Sage secret technique, he would already be dead. It's getting harder and harder. If there are still demonic beasts on the 4th level, it will be troublesome. Although 6th grade and 7th grade demonic beasts have some intelligence, their intelligence is very low. They can't use their soul skills at all. Yi Qinghan's expression was very calm. However, he was feeling a little anxious in his heart. He couldn't use his origin energy. Although the Soul Devourer could definitely kill these demonic beasts in a second, the Soul Devourer needed a long time to recover after it was used. Against so many demonic beasts, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. Spiritual confusion was useless against these low-intelligence demonic beasts. As for soul skills, they weren't of much use either. This was because the soul skills that Yi Qinghan learned were all single-target attacks. They couldn't be used in a group battle. This made Yi Qinghan feel a little regretful. If he had known, he would have used the soul poison jade saber that the Rain Empress had given him. It was just that he was in the cave abode at that time and didn't have any place to purchase the soul poison. Furthermore, he had origin energy at that time and completely forgot about this matter. Bang! After killing the last demonic beast, Yi Qinghan rested for a moment before he continued forward. After walking for a short while, Yi Qinghan suddenly stopped and narrowed his eyes slightly. His divine senses detected 7 to 8 martial artists in front of him. Furthermore, these martial artists had detected him at the same time. Swish! Yi Qinghan didn't hesitate and immediately fled for his life. He knew that Li Tian had offered a shocking bounty. Even if these people didn't have any enmity with him, they definitely wouldn't mind taking his head in exchange for the bounty. Chapter 907. Yi Qinghan's reaction speed was fast, but so was the reaction speed of this squad. After Yi Qinghan arrived at the 3rd floor and saw the complicated terrain, he knew that he wouldn't be able to move quickly to the next floor. It was likely that he would encounter martial artists coming from behind. Thus, he covered his face and switched out his signature blue robes. Although this group of people didn't recognize Yi Qinghan, they could tell from the saber in Yi Qinghan's hand that it wasn't ordinary with a sweep of their divine sense. Since there was only Yi Qinghan, how could they not be tempted? Chase! The 8 people didn't hesitate. Lone martial artists were the easiest to kill. In this Soul Emperor pavilion, killing them was pointless. They certainly wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. Among these 8 people, there were 4 God Emperors. Of course, they had comprehended 2 high-level mysteries. The 4 of them were the fastest, but what they didn't expect was that Yi Qinghan's speed wasn't any slower than theirs. In fact, it seemed he was even a bit faster. The 4 of them couldn't believe it. Their divine sense constantly scanned Yi Qinghan's body, but what shocked them was that this martial artist was at the God King realm. Even if he had comprehended a pure high-level profound of speed, his speed shouldn't be this fast. This was because a God Emperor's power was enhanced by their speed. Regardless of whether the 4 of them believed it or not, Yi Qinghan's figure was like a gust of wind, drifting through the tunnel. If not for their divine sense locking onto him, they wouldn't even be able to see him dodge. Roar! Although Yi Qinghan was getting further and further away from the people behind him, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, he became even more worried. Sure enough, after running for several thousand meters, the roars of monster beasts could be heard, causing Yi Qinghan's complexion to darken. There were tigers and wolves in front of him, and there were pursuers behind him. If he was entangled by these monster beasts, then things would get out of hand. Once the pursuers caught up, he would be able to meet the venerable Soul Emperor. His divine power shook once more and his speed increased a bit. This time, he had reached his limit. Yi Qinghan's expression turned even colder. Rays of light shot out from his eyes, causing the dim light in the passageway to suddenly become much brighter. He had no choice but to fight. There was no path, so he could only cleave a path forward. Right now, he could only pray that there weren't too many demonic beasts ahead. Along the way, Yi Qinghan swung the Dragon Source battle saber in his hand at lightning speed. He didn't release the divine power of the battle saber, and he only used 10% of his strength with each attack. Although it was only 10% of his strength, it was still very terrifying. The dragon battle blade slashed all the way through the hard stone wall, creating bursts of sparks. At the same time, mud flew everywhere, and the side wall of the passage felt a burst of shaking. What tricks is this kid playing? As Yi Qinghan was attacking the wall, he slowed down a little. The 4 God Emperors behind him had already caught up, but at this moment, the 4 of them slowed down. This was because they had already sensed that there were demonic beasts ahead, and with Yi Qinghan making such strange movements, the 4 of them decided to be more careful. Anyway, Yi Qinghan couldn't escape. Roar! In the blink of an eye, they had already run for close to 10,000 meters. In front of them was a group of demonic beasts that were 4 to 5 meters tall and over 10 meters long. They had the heads of lions and the bodies of bulls. There were a total of 50 to 60 of them. Their eyes were slightly red, and their bodies released a savage and violent aura. They bared their fangs and roared as they charged towards Yi Qinghan. Soul extermination. The light in Yi Qinghan's eyes grew brighter. He knew that this was the most crucial moment. He couldn't afford to make a wrong move. Otherwise, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Yi Qinghan's soul extermination wasn't used on the first demonic beast. Instead, it was used on the second demonic beast that was half the size of the first demonic beast. His powerful divine sense turned into billions of golden soul threads that instantly rushed into the demonic beast's head. This demonic beast had reached the peak of God King realm and already had some intelligence. Since it had intelligence, it would also have spiritual consciousness. It would also be affected by soul skills. This was something that Yi Qinghan had already experienced before. Indeed, the demonic beast's head shook slightly. Its footsteps paused for a moment and it slowed down by half a beat. However, it was slowed down by half a beat, and its speed was pulled out. The distance between it and the demonic beast in front of it suddenly increased to over 10 meters. Most importantly, as its speed slowed down, the speed of the demonic beast behind it didn't decrease at all. Hence, a little chaos appeared in the demonic beast army, and the distance between it and the demonic beast in front of it widened further. This chaos was very short, but it was exactly what Yi Qinghan needed. The dragon source saber had already slashed out tens of thousands of times. He had already activated the third level of the Battle Saint's secret skill. He didn't stand on ceremony anymore as he shouted, "Battle Saint's secret skill, break for me." The number 1 demonic beast in front of him had already leaped high into the air. It waved its huge claws and sharp teeth as it swooped down on Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. He gripped the dragon source saber with both hands and slashed down heavily on the demonic beast's body. This time, he didn't use the edge of the saber. Instead, he used the back of the saber. The eyes of the 4 god emperors behind lit up at this moment. They knew that this saber wasn't ordinary. They could feel a heart-palpitating aura from it from afar. Hence, all of their eyes were locked onto the saber. They wanted to see if any powerful ancient beast soul would appear. However, they were disappointed. No weapon soul appeared. However, what they saw next caused their bodies to tremble. For pairs of eyes widened as they stared in front of them in disbelief. Bang! A loud sound reverberated through the tunnel. The back of Yi Qinghan's saber had sent this huge demonic beast flying. This wasn't a problem. The 4 god emperors behind him could easily do the same. There were more than 10 demonic beasts this time. They lined up in 3 or 4 rows and completely blocked off the entire tunnel. However, Yi Qinghan's saber strike didn't just send 1 demonic beast flying. It also sent the row of demonic beasts behind the demonic beast flying. At this moment, a passageway was forcefully opened up in the densely packed tunnel. There were more than 10 demonic beasts in a straight line. All of them weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. However, they were sent flying hundreds of meters away like toys. The 2 demonic beasts at the front had already been killed, and the demonic beasts at the back had all been injured. Swish! When Yi Qinghan struck with his saber, he didn't stop at all. He followed the demonic beast and charged forward. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had charged past the group of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were all charging forward. They didn't even have time to react. By the time they reacted, Yi Qinghan's figure had already disappeared before their eyes. Their bodies were huge. Moreover, they had almost occupied the entire tunnel. It wasn't convenient for them to turn around. All they could do was roar and continue charging at the 4 god emperors. What kind of goddamn nomological law is this? What kind of secret skill is this? How can it be so powerful? This is definitely the power of a 6th grade war god. How did this kid do it? What's the use of saying this now? The demonic beasts are charging at us. Let's kill them first. 2 of the 4 god emperors licked their lips. They looked into the distance at Yi Qinghan, who had turned into a wisp of green smoke, and exclaimed. The other 2 looked extremely gloomy. They unsheathed their weapons and circulated their divine power, preparing for battle. Their speed was enough to shake off these demonic beasts. However, the 4 god kings were already catching up. They couldn't escape. They had no choice but to fight for a while. Furthermore, these demonic beasts weren't that strong. It was only a matter of time before the 8 of them killed them. Rumble! Divine power shot everywhere. Saber light and sword shadows. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The 8 of them began to fight fiercely with the dozens of demonic beasts. The demonic beasts that had been injured by Yi Qinghan also shook their heads and joined in the fight. The 4 god emperors were the main force. The 4 god kings supported them. It was a lively fight. However, after fighting for a while, the 4 god emperors' eyes suddenly swept to the front of the tunnel. Their faces instantly darkened. That was because a gust of wind was drifting in their direction like a ghost. Chapter 908. Everyone be careful, this kid is back. He dares to come back? Courting death. Kill the beasts with all your strength and snatch his saber. He definitely doesn't have such strong divine power, it's definitely because of this saber. Although Yi Qinghan's so near, yet worlds apart allowed him to transform into a gust of wind and disappear from people's eyes, but with a sweep of spiritual senses, it was easy to lock onto him. Now that Yi Qinghan had returned, the 8 of them sped up their attacks while being on high alert and excited. They were in the midst of the beast horde, far away from Yi Qinghan. They didn't believe that Yi Qinghan would kill his way into the beast horde, and, so what if he did? At this moment, 1/3 of the beasts had been killed. Although the beasts were strong, it wasn't a problem for the 4 god emperors. Moreover, there were 4 god kings assisting by the side. The 8 of them cooperated well, attacking and defending freely, killing them was easy. But all of a sudden, a peak god king martial artist cried out. The 4 god emperors were shocked. With a sweep of their spiritual senses, their expressions changed. A peak god king was actually torn apart by a beast. Although the beasts were strong, one shouldn't forget that they had low intelligence and a single way of attacking. With so many people working together to defend against each other, how could they suddenly be torn apart by a beast? Was it an accident? Or something else? Just as the remaining 7 were panicking and forming an offensive and defensive formation to defend against the beast's attacks. Just as everyone was guessing this strange thing. Suddenly, the figure in front stopped. He stopped in a good position, the beasts wouldn't split up to chase him because of his appearance. His body emitted a glow and he became solemn and dignified. The saber in his hand disappeared, replaced by a scepter. He was wearing a black robe and had his face covered, like a priest. He made a strange gesture and solemnly raised his scepter high. He raised his head and said loudly, "Oh, great beast god above, tear these 3 divine kings apart." What is this? The 4 god emperors felt a little dizzy. At the same time, their minds were filled with doubt. What was this? Prophecy? Prayer? Requesting the ancient beast god to descend? What made the 4 of them incomparably terrified was that 3 more tragic roars came from behind them. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. The 3 god kings behind him were once again torn apart by the demonic beasts. The 4 of them had no way to save him because the demonic beast in front of them had already grabbed them with its sharp claws. They could only protect themselves. However, the 4 of them felt a chill from the bottom of their feet into their bodies, causing them to feel cold all over. Yao arts? Spells? This person actually had the ability to kill anyone he wanted? Then why did he run just now? Great beast god, please grant me strength. I will punish these bastards on your behalf. What made the 4 people terrified was that the swindler spoke again. His words seemed to have some kind of magical power, giving people an indescribable feeling. It seemed like he really was the beast god priest, able to obtain the power of the ancient beast god, possessing strange and unfathomable abilities. Something's wrong. Oh, third. 3 god emperors instantly reacted, but what made the 3 of them horrified was that in that half a second of confusion, the demonic beasts that they had repelled earlier had already attacked them. By the time they came to their senses, the demonic beasts' sharp claws and teeth had already touched their bodies. They immediately counterattacked, but what made them incomparably shocked was that there was still 1 god emperor standing there in a daze. One of the demonic beasts had already opened its ferocious mouth and was about to bite down on his head. The 3 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with cold hatred and a chill that came from the depths of their hearts. If they still didn't understand what was going on, their god emperor cultivation would have been in vain. This swindler wasn't a swindler at all. He was a soul cultivator. He was using a soul skill to attack. I, great beast god, please send down the god of world annihilation lightning to smash these beasts to death. Rumble, rumble. The swindler spoke again, but the remaining 3 god emperors' faces turned the color of pig liver. Rumble *CKU. Where did the god of world annihilation lightning come from? Did you think that we would believe you just because you said, rumble? We definitely wouldn't believe that. It was just that they told themselves not to believe it, but they subconsciously looked up. One of the god emperors was looking very carefully, and he even forgot about the demonic beast's huge mouth that was still pouncing towards him. He wasn't reminiscing about the scenery above him, but he had no choice. This was because his sea of consciousness was currently being attacked by billions of golden soul threads. If he didn't use his soul power to resist, his soul would collapse. These golden soul threads were very weak, and he only used a short second to stabilize his sea of consciousness. However, when he woke up, he saw a ghastly mouth swallowing his head completely. Before his soul dissipated, the only thing he remembered was that this demonic beast's mouth was so smelly. Great beast god, you came quietly, just like how you left quietly. With a wave of your sleeves, you didn't take a single cloud with you. When they heard the swindler's strange voice again, the remaining 2 god emperors felt their buttholes go numb, and their eggs cracked and shattered. Another god emperor was torn apart by the demonic beast. Although more than half of the demonic beasts were killed, there were still more than 20 of them. At this moment, there was only one person besieging him. Some of the demonic beasts started to turn around and decided to kill that nagging human in the distance. But I'm leaving, have fun, goodbye. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to play anymore, and he turned into a gust of wind and fled far away. In his heart, however, he was secretly delighted. This heavenly demonic voice and soul annihilation combined were really incomparably ferocious. The heavenly demonic voice didn't have much offensive power, or rather, it had no offensive power. It could only cause the enemy's attention to shift slightly and subconsciously make them think about the meaning of his words. At the same time, he used soul annihilation and used his divine sense to attack an enemy. Under the influence of the heavenly demonic voice, his soul was a little muddled, and this soul annihilation attack was definitely troublesome. Usually, if he felt dizzy and his mind wasn't clear, it was fine. But there were demonic beasts all around, and at such a crucial moment, if he felt dizzy, the result was death. Yi Qinghan was secretly regretting his decision as he ran. If he had successfully cultivated the soul poison jade blade, he would have been even more ferocious. If he had used 3 types of soul skills at the same time, he would have definitely been able to kill them instantly. Poison dragon's tongue. Where can I find this poison? If I knew this would happen, I would have bought some in the misty continent. How can this soul emperor pavilion have it? Yi Qinghan thought to himself. This soul poison was easy to cultivate, but the poison used to cultivate it was very special. After the rain, he only found one. In the past, Yi Qinghan didn't care much about it, but now, he felt that it was a pity. After running wildly in the passageway for a few days, Yi Qinghan didn't bother with the demonic beasts. He directly used the battle sage secret technique to smash open a passageway and escaped far away. Because there were already people coming in, he had to find the entrance to the next level as soon as possible. If a large group of people came from behind, once he encountered them, he wouldn't be so lucky. 10 days later, Yi Qinghan finally found the entrance to the next level. A white light flashed, and when the scene in front of him changed, Yi Qinghan's eyebrows immediately furrowed. Chapter 909. What entered his eyes was a world of volcanoes. As far as the eye could see, there were volcanoes everywhere. Below the volcanoes was a boundless ocean. But at this moment, the ocean was filled with boiling lava. The seawater was fiery red, and smoke was rising everywhere. Every few dozen li, there was a huge volcano. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Countless volcanoes erupted lava and billowing black smoke from time to time. Some of the volcanoes erupted abruptly and violently. Fiery red lava bloomed in the sky, forming beautiful fiery red flowers. The scene was soul-stirring, and there was a kind of enchanting beauty to it. But, This made Yi Qinghan even more worried. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single demonic beast or monster. Although the temperature of the lava was high, it was nothing to a god-rank martial artist. Simply put, this world of volcanoes did not seem dangerous at all. There must be something wrong with things that were abnormal. What kind of place was the Soul Emperor Pavilion? How could it not be dangerous? So, this place was very dangerous. The sky was still filled with countless restrictions. Yi Qinghan did not dare to fly too high. He carefully flew close to the surface of the sea and circled around the volcanoes. He felt that these volcanoes were not ordinary. After flying carefully for a distance, he was safe. Yi Qinghan tried diving into the sea. Just as his feet touched the lava, he immediately pulled back. The temperature of the lava was too high. If his body fell down, it would only take a few dozen seconds for his godly power to be completely exhausted. Then, his body would be turned to ashes by the boiling lava. He could not dive into the sea, and he could not fly in the sky. This place looked vast, but the range of movement was actually very small. Yi Qinghan continued to fly forward stealthily. He tried his best to travel the same distance between the two volcanoes. The entire journey was peaceful. After flying for half a day, he had flown tens of thousands of li. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's body stopped in midair. He looked around nervously, and the dragon source saber in his hand surged with godly power. In an instant his expression changed. His speed suddenly soared, and he rushed forward. Rumble! The volcano in front of him began to move. As Yi Qinghan's speed soared, the volcano's movement suddenly accelerated. At the same time, more than 10 volcanoes from all directions also moved towards Yi Qinghan at high speed. Every volcanic crater lit up with a fiery red light. Then, magma violently erupted, and thick smoke covered the sky and earth, as if the end of the world had arrived. Run! Yi Qinghan did not know why these volcanoes suddenly moved. It was not clear how these volcanoes would attack. However, he knew very well that this place was dangerous, extremely dangerous. An indescribable throbbing came from the depths of his soul, reminding him to flee this place. Boom! Just as Yi Qinghan was about to pass through the two volcanoes in front of him, a sudden change occurred. Accompanied by a loud noise, the two volcanoes actually trembled violently, and then the volcanoes suddenly grew taller. That's right, it was growing taller and its shape was constantly changing. Countless volcanic rocks began to move and combine, finally forming two volcano giants that were several hundred meters tall. Boom! With his divine sense, he could see that the volcanoes behind him had also changed shape, turning into volcano giants. These volcano giants were completely made of volcanic rocks and had a humanoid shape. Each of them was several hundred meters tall, and each of their fists was the size of 6 to 7 Yi Qinghan times. These volcano giants stepped on the magma, but they did not sink. They could feel the magma's faint buoyancy supporting them. The volcano giants did not have eyes, only a huge mouth that emitted thick smoke and magma. It was a very frightening appearance. Swish! Two huge arms violently swung at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was currently flying at full speed, so how could he have the time to change directions? The two arms were very fast, and their strength was so great that it caused the space around them to tremble. Waves of fluctuations spread in all directions like ripples. Fight! Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth, and thousands of rays of light shot out from his eyes. The dragon source saber in his hand suddenly extended forward, becoming longer and larger. At the same time, it slashed through the air like lightning. There was nothing here for him to borrow strength from. He could only try to swing the saber in the air to see if he could activate the Battle Sage secret technique. These volcano giants were definitely not demonic beasts. They should be puppets. Yi Qinghan had seen such puppets at the Fallen God Mountain before, but they were not as monstrous as this one. Since they were puppets, they definitely did not have a soul, so soul skills would be ineffective. Even attacks that released divine power would not be very effective. Only pure strength or violent nomological attacks would be effective. Yi Qinghan's nomological laws were trash. Then he could only fight with strength. The two huge arms were already very close. Yi Qinghan slightly changed his direction and rushed towards one of the arms. At this moment, he could clearly feel the rolling heat waves coming from the volcanic rocks on the arms. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Battle Sage secret technique had been successfully activated. Yi Qinghan instantly understood that swinging the saber in the air was also considered an attack. After all, swinging the saber required divine power, so it was naturally also considered an attack. The Dragon Source saber ruthlessly struck the huge arm. Although the Dragon Source saber had been lengthened by Yi Qinghan to a few meters long, it was still very small compared to the huge volcano giant. One of the arms was more than 2 meters thick and dozens of meters long. Its fist was like a huge stone peak. Yi Qinghan wielded the huge saber, but he felt like an ant in front of the volcano giant. Boom! A loud sound almost shattered Yi Qinghan's eardrums. The huge recoil from the saber caused Yi Qinghan's heart to contract. His entire body trembled and his speed decreased. A mouthful of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but Yi Qinghan's eyes suddenly lit up. This was because the huge arm had been sent flying a few meters. Although it was only a few meters, it proved that his Battle Sage secret technique was stronger than the volcano giant in terms of pure strength. Although he could not completely defeat the volcano giant, there was still hope for him to escape. Furthermore, he had already opened up a path to escape. Swish! Yi Qinghan did not hesitate for even half a second. He flew towards the gap in front of him with lightning speed. Chi! The arm of the other volcano giant brushed past Yi Qinghan's face. He felt a burning pain on his face, but he could not care less at this moment. He continued to rush forward. As he rushed forward, Yi Qinghan's divine sense swept behind him. However, he saw a dozen volcano giants chasing after him. They were only half a beat slower than him. Phew! Suddenly, Yi Qinghan's direction changed. He felt the volcano giant behind him spit out a flame so red that it was almost black. Yi Qinghan did not know the temperature of this flame, nor did he know if it was terrifying. Of course, he did not dare to take it head-on. His speed was very fast, but in order not to slow down, he could not turn sharply, and could only adjust slightly. Although he reacted quickly, he was still hit in the thigh by some of the sparks from the flame tongue. A heart-wrenching pain made Yi Qinghan suck in a cold breath. This flame could actually penetrate the god power shield on the surface of his body. It directly corroded his body and burned a hole in his thigh. What kind of damned flame is this? Yi Qinghan was so scared that his soul felt cold. If this damned flame engulfed his body, wouldn't he die immediately? He immediately used his god power again and forcibly increased his speed a little. At the same time, his divine sense locked onto his back, ready to dodge at any time. The only thing that reassured Yi Qinghan was that there were no volcanoes in front of him. There was only a sea of fire. He quickly increased the distance between them. However, the volcano giant behind him did not give up. After flying for half an hour, it was still chasing after him. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan was alarmed by a loud noise coming from his left. His eyes were like lightning. He circulated his god power in his eyes and swept across. With one look, his body emitted cold air. He immediately turned and flew to the right. On the left, there were more than 1,000 people fighting with the volcano giant. When Yi Qinghan looked at them, they also noticed Yi Qinghan. And Yi Qinghan's eyes just happened to meet with a pair of eyes. Both of them could see the intense killing intent in each other's eyes. Li Tian stood proudly in the crowd on the left. He still had more than 1,000 people under him. However, those who survived and didn't retreat were all experts and elites. Yi Qinghan's face was covered, but Li Tian had a deep memory of his eyes. He instantly recognized them. Also, Li Tian had heard about the Dragon Source saber in Yi Qinghan's hands from the Peach Blossom Venerable. Of course, he was able to determine Yi Qinghan's identity immediately. When he saw Yi Qinghan look over and immediately escape, Li Tian was overjoyed. He no longer had the demeanor of a prince. He waved his hands and shouted, "It's him, it's him, it's Yi Qinghan, you can't escape." Chapter 9-10. Li Tian had entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion twice and was familiar with many of the checkpoints. For example, he had passed this volcano world before. This checkpoint posed no pressure to him at all. Hence, when he saw Yi Qinghan, he was extremely excited. Yi Qinghan had slapped his face many times. All these years, killing Yi Qinghan had always been his goal. The enemy that he had always wanted to kill suddenly appeared in front of him. Furthermore, he had a great chance to take revenge. How could he not be excited? Li Tian looked at the volcano giants around him, waved his hand, and yelled out angrily, "Li Di, retrieve the fire spirit pearl. Everyone listen up. Don't waste your time with these stone men. Charge out and chase after Yi Qinghan." Buzz. One of Li Tian's guards immediately took out a fist-sized fiery red pearl from his interspatial ring. The reason why Li Tian wasn't the least bit worried about this stage was because of this pearl. The most terrifying thing about the volcano giant was the dark red flames that it spat out. As for its strength attack, although it was ferocious, it wasn't fatal. As long as one could restrain its flames, one could escape with ease. The fire spirit pearl was the same as the water spirit pearl. They were both unique treasures. The water spirit pearl could absorb the surrounding water elements. Of course, the fire spirit pearl could absorb the surrounding fire elements. Li Di injected his divine power into the fire spirit pearl. Instantly, with the fire spirit pearl as the center, a huge translucent red shield formed, enveloping over 1,000 people. The volcanic rocks on the volcano giants' bodies instantly darkened. Even the magma at the bottom of the sea turned pale red. Get into formation. Charge at full speed. Li Tian waved his hand. Over 1,000 people flashed and formed an arrow formation. Outside the formation were God the Archrealm experts. They attacked and defended together as they charged forward at high speed. The few martial artists at the front no longer held back their strength. They circulated all their divine power to the peak. They didn't want to destroy the volcano giants. They just wanted to push them back and break out of the encirclement. When the volcano giants saw the fire spirit pearl light up, they all seemed to become dispirited. Their attack speed also slowed down. The volcanic rocks on their bodies were originally emitting a trace of dark red flames, but now, they were all absorbed. Their attack speed was greatly reduced. Li Tian's men perked up when they saw this. The group moved forward majestically, smashing their way forward and knocking the volcano giants in front of them into the air. The volcano giant wanted to give chase, but as soon as it got close to the light of the barrier, it immediately became sluggish and slowed down. Moreover, it seemed to be afraid of the barrier and didn't dare to chase after it for a while. More than 1,000 people dashed towards the direction that Yi Qinghan had flown in, as fast as lightning. However, Li Tian was slightly dumbfounded because he still couldn't see Yi Qinghan's figure after chasing for a few tens of thousands of kilometers. That bastard disappeared again? Didn't the Soul Emperor Pavilion have restrictions? He can turn invisible here? Li Tian waved his hand and asked everyone to slow down. If Yi Qinghan could turn invisible, then his intentional appearance might very well be a trap. He did not dare to take the risk because the subordinates he brought with him were at most peak rank 4. Even though Plow D and the others were experts in joint attacks, and the 12 of them could even resist a 6th grade war god for a while. But Yi Qinghan's sneak attack could kill a rank 8 venerable. If they were to set up a trap for Yi Qinghan, they might all be wiped out. Thinking about Yi Qinghan's methods, Li Tian's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his analysis was correct. Tens of billions of experts and dozens of paragons could not catch Yi Qinghan, and he even killed more than 10,000 people. Even Paragon Flying Snow died in his hands. Yet he brought 1,000 men and dared to chase after Yi Qinghan? More importantly, the terrain here was unique. If his fire spirit pearl was suddenly attacked by Yi Qinghan, it would explode. Then, it would attract countless volcano giants over. That would be truly dangerous. Stop. Don't chase anymore. Find the entrance to the next level. Li Tian did not dare to chase anymore. He ordered everyone to change direction and began to carefully ask everyone to maintain a defensive formation and search for the entrance to the next level. Of course, Yi Qinghan could not hide, nor could he use his origin energy. Li Tian had miscalculated something. Yi Qinghan's speed. Even a peak grade 4 Emperor God wouldn't be as fast as him. Unless it was an Emperor God who had comprehended a speed mystery, with the addition of his power, he would only be slightly faster than him. Li Tian brought a large group of people. Even though they were fleeing at full speed, it was easy for them to attract the attacks of the volcano giants nearby. Even though they were able to shake off the giants very quickly, their overall flying speed was slower by a notch. Who? At this moment, Yi Qinghan's expression was solemn. He was shuttling through the volcanoes, searching for the entrance to the next level. He had already grasped the strength of the volcano giants. As long as he was not touched by their crimson flames, with Yi Qinghan's speed, he would not be in any danger. What made Yi Qinghan feel a sense of danger was that Li Tian had brought a group of more than 1,000 people in. Since Li Tian had entered, then it was certain that many other continents had more or less sent people in as well. He was alone, and the only thing he could rely on was his speed. But if he was surrounded, then he would be completely screwed. Damn it, this is my first time challenging the level. Many of them must have done it a few times already. They will catch up sooner or later. This is going to be troublesome. Yi Qinghan's body turned into a light breeze, drifting between the volcanoes. His heart was filled with anxiety. Before he entered the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he already knew that it would be dangerous. But he did not expect it to come so quickly. Furthermore, it felt like there was no way out. There's a group of people over there? After drifting in the volcano world for a few more hours, Yi Qinghan discovered another group of people in the distance. His heart was filled with even more anxiety. He hurriedly turned his body and rushed in another direction. The volcano world was huge, and there was no sense of direction at all. The entrance to the next level was set differently every time. Anyone who wanted to enter the 5th level had to rely on luck. Yi Qinghan had been drifting in the volcano world for 8 days. He had already encountered 3 large groups as well as a few smaller groups. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to approach. As soon as he discovered these groups, he would immediately flee. If it weren't for Yi Qinghan's freakish speed, he would have already died several hundred times over. During these 8 days, Yi Qinghan constantly thought about what he would do if he was surrounded and there was no way out. The entrance to the next level. On the 10th day, Yi Qinghan finally found the entrance to the next level. But as he saw the entrance, his complexion darkened. This was because this entrance was filled with volcano giants. They were neatly lined up in 3 rows, blocking the entrance so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. If he wanted to enter the entrance, he would have to risk his life beneath the flames of the volcano giants. With so many volcano giants, not to mention his physical attacks, even if each of them spat out a mouthful of dark red flames, he would likely be burnt to a crisp if he tried to rush through. Soul Emperor, how could you design such a freakish checkpoint? This young master will play with you to death. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble, nor did he dare to rush through. He also didn't dare to stay where he was. He could only curse inwardly as he floated around. Yi Qinghan tried to lure away the volcano giants. But he discovered that as long as these volcano giants were several miles away from the entrance, they would immediately turn around and return to the cave entrance, continuing to guard it. Yi Qinghan was at his wit's end. His hair nearly turned white from anxiety. The longer he stayed on this level, the more people would chase after him. Someone's coming? 3 days later, as Yi Qinghan floated nearby, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. He immediately flew far away, but he didn't fly too far. Instead, he floated around in the distance, his eyes constantly looking towards the entrance, wanting to see how this group of people would enter the next level. Chapter 9:11. This was a huge team with more than 1,000 people. They were all dressed in black armor and even wore helmets. Their faces could not be seen. They did not have a uniform weapon. There were all sorts of weapons, but they were in an orderly formation. The entire team exuded a murderous aura. As soon as this group of warriors arrived, they immediately split into several hundred people and began to attack. The expert leading them held a fiery red bead in his hand. This group of people had clearly sensed Yi Qinghan as well. A martial artist wielding a black longsword, who was surrounded by a group of celestial emperors, waved his hand, and a small group of martial artists flew out from the group towards Yi Qinghan. It was obvious that they were going to attack. Yi Qinghan started to fly quickly. He was so fast that the martialists could not catch up. Yi Qinghan did not escape. Instead, he started to circle around the entrance. "Come back." The expert, who was clearly the leader, waved his hand and sent a voice transmission. The people who were chasing after Yi Qinghan immediately retreated. Then, the leader did not send anyone to chase after Yi Qinghan. It was as though he did not care about Yi Qinghan anymore. "Your Highness Cherry Blossom, why are you not chasing after him? There's only one person, and his speed is so strange. It's very likely that he's the legendary one." And Celestial Emperor glanced at Yi Qinghan in the distance and said to the martialist who was holding the black sword. The nearby Celestial Emperors also looked at this martialist doubtfully. This martialist, who was addressed as Your Highness Cherry Blossom, glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly in the distance. She said in a female voice, "Even if he is Yi Qinghan, can you catch up with him? His speed is obviously not at its maximum. This place is so spacious. You definitely cannot surround and kill him. If that is the case, why do you have to become enemies with him? There are many people from the floating continent. This, Your Highness, didn't we come in to kill him? He has a supreme treasure on him." Another God Emperor asked. The people at the side didn't understand, and another God Emperor asked. Your Highness Cherry Blossom snorted and said indifferently, "Who said that I brought people in to kill him? The true treasure of the Soul Emperor Pavilion is something that even my old ancestor is very interested in. If we can get the real treasure, then the treasures on Yi Qinghan are nothing." Hiss! The people nearby no longer made a sound. The eyes that were exposed through the helmets were all filled with shock. Of course they knew who Her Highness Cherry Blossom was referring to. That was a supreme existence in the southern mountain continent. Even the old man was interested in the treasures in this place. In that case, the treasures here were definitely heaven-defying. Yi Qinghan's stuff was really nothing. Everyone was silent for a moment. One of the God Emperors suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, "But, Your Highness, Yi Qinghan had the Soul Emperor's keepsake on him. He was the one who triggered the opening of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Didn't this mean that Yi Qinghan was the Soul Emperor's descendant? If we don't kill him and obtain the token, how can we obtain the supreme treasure?" "You don't understand." Her Highness Cherry Blossom shook her head and said solemnly, "Before I left, the old ancestor passed me a few words. The Soul Emperor is a very special person. The Soul Emperor has a son, but he didn't leave the treasure to his son. Instead, he left it here for a fated person. Hence, even if you obtain Yi Qinghan's keepsake, you might not be able to obtain the supreme treasure. Everything depends on fate and cannot be forced. Also, I feel that Yi Qinghan is a very special person. If necessary, I don't want to be enemies with him." Everyone fell silent again, but they felt a little sour in their hearts. Since the Southern Mountain Sovereign had passed the message, they naturally didn't dare to say anything else. However, everyone felt that Her Highness Cherry Blossom seemed to have a special feeling for Yi Qinghan. She didn't want to be enemies with him? Then she wanted to be friends with him? This wasn't good news. If the pearl of the Southern Mountain Continent was taken away by Yi Qinghan, then the entire Southern Mountain Continent would lose face. Rumble. Due to the Fire Spirit Pearl, the volcano giants weren't considered strong enemies to the Southern Mountain Continent's formidable martial artists. With the help of the Fire Spirit Pearl, hundreds of formidable martial artists easily crushed the volcano giants into pieces. After attacking for a short while, dozens of volcano giants turned into pieces of volcanic rock and floated on the sea surface. One of the god Thearchs suddenly raised his brows and said to Her Highness Cherry Blossom, "Your Highness, there are 4 more martial artists coming from behind the cave entrance. Do you think?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom waved her hand lightly and said, "Ignore them. We have to reach the 7th level as soon as possible. The 8th level's difficulty will be halved. I hope it won't be like the previous time, where they come up with some strange things that leave us helpless. What kind of pearl is that? Li Tian seems to have one too." Yi Qinghan stood far away, but he was constantly paying attention to the situation here. The formidable martial artists of the southern mountain continent didn't continue to chase after him. This made him feel very strange. However, he didn't think too much about it. What made him feel strange was that after the volcano giants were crushed into pieces of volcanic rock, they actually gathered together again. However, the aura from their bodies wasn't as fierce as before. Let's go! In less than an hour, the countless volcano giants at the cave entrance were smashed into pieces by the formidable martial artists of the southern mountain continent. It was a complete mess. Her Highness Cherry Blossom waved her hand, and the formidable martial artists of the southern mountain continent sprinted towards the cave entrance. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared at the cave entrance. Yi Qinghan raised his brows. This was a good opportunity. Although the volcano giants near the cave abode began to gather again, their formation was very messy, and their movement and reaction speed were very slow. The volcanic rock on their bodies didn't emit dark red flames either. It was obvious that their bodies didn't have enough energy. He was worried that if the southern mountain continent martial artists were waiting for him at the entrance of the next level, what would he do? If he went in head-on, wouldn't he be dismembered by them? Swoosh! Just as Yi Qinghan was hesitating, four cultivators flew over from behind the cave entrance. Their speed was as fast as lightning as they rushed towards the cave entrance. Yi Qinghan happened to be at the two sides of the cave entrance just now, so he didn't notice them. Yi Qinghan's eyes lit up. He immediately circulated divine power under his feet and flew towards the cave entrance. If he didn't grasp such a good opportunity, he would be an idiot. Although there were people in advance, there were too few people, so it was still very dangerous. But at this moment, Yi Qinghan couldn't care so much. Unless he turned back, there were dangers ahead. If he was afraid of this and that, he might as well return to the Fire Dragon continent and retire. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of him changed again. Yi Qinghan's heart instantly sank. There was indeed an ambush. The four martial artists that entered previously were all surrounded by the formidable martial artists of the southern mountain continent. Once he appeared, countless pairs of eyes immediately swept over. Then, dozens of emperor gods surrounded him with divine power, and the weapons in their hands glowed with divine light. They surrounded him at lightning speed. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned, and his mind worked. He instantly understood the situation in front of him. Without any hesitation, white flames emitted from his body, and he shouted, "Since you all want to die, then let's die together." Chapter 9:12. The first place he was teleported out from the 5th level was a rectangular hall. Presently, he was at one end of the hall. In front of him were countless neatly arranged passageways. The place where Yi Qinghan was teleported out was several hundred meters away from the exit. Yi Qinghan did not find this strange. After entering every level, he would be teleported to within 1,000 meters of the exit. Furthermore, the teleportation location was random. This way, he could avoid being surrounded and killed. This was designed by the Soul Emperor for the sake of the challengers. At this moment, the exit had been blocked by dozens of experts. It was impossible to teleport out from the exit. The path ahead was also blocked. There was no way to escape. Yi Qinghan had imagined such a situation many times in the volcano world. He had calculated for a long time. Now that he encountered such a situation, he had no choice but to risk his life. "Let's perish together." Yi Qinghan's deafening roar reverberated in the hall. At the same time, the mask on his head slipped down, revealing his ferocious face. The white flames on his body surged out. It was clear that he wanted to self-detonate and perish together with the incoming warriors. Shwa shwa shwa. The dozens of god emperors stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with terror as they retreated. They had an impression of this face. Before coming, Her Highness Cherry Blossom had shown them a portrait. Yi Qinghan. Everyone present was familiar with this person. After all, there were many legends about him. He had precious treasures and transcendent-grade divine weapons. His head was worth a transcendent-grade divine weapon and countless unique treasures. But nobody would forget one point. His reputation had shaken the divine world. He had killed many people. He had battled against the entire Star Sea for more than a decade. The billions of Star Sea did not kill him. Instead, he had killed many people. and a supremacy expert, Paragon Flying Snow, had been killed by him. Under his great reputation, accompanying that was everyone subconsciously fearful of him. How could these puny god emperors deal with someone who could kill paragons? Hence, when Yi Qinghan used the heaven devil voice to shout out and his body emitted flames, everyone chose to believe him. There was no doubt. He wanted to self-detonate. Was someone who could kill a venerable going to self-destruct? How could they dare to get close? Therefore, these dozens of people's subconscious reaction was to immediately stop and retreat. Yi Qinghan really lives up to his reputation. In the distance, Her Highness Cherry Blossom's beautiful eyes lit up under her black helmet. This was because she saw the flames on Yi Qinghan's body suddenly extinguish. She didn't do anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan from afar. Her eyes were full of smiles, as if she wanted to see what tricks Yi Qinghan would play. Or perhaps, how to solve this deadlock. The dozens of god emperors were enraged when they saw the flames on Yi Qinghan's body vanish. They had been fooled by Yi Qinghan. When they turned around and saw that Her Highness Cherry Blossom didn't say anything, the dozens of people charged at Yi Qinghan aggressively. If you don't want to die, then stop right there. Yi Qinghan's lips curled into a cold smile. He yelled, "You don't believe that I can make all of you die with me?" This group of people hesitated again. They turned back to look at Her Highness Cherry Blossom, but she didn't say anything. This group of people surrounded Yi Qinghan, but did not attack. One of the god emperors sneered, "Self-detonation? Weren't you about to explode just now? Why are you afraid of death?" When have I, Yi Qinghan, ever been afraid of death? Yi Qinghan sneered and a hint of arrogance appeared in his eyes. He slowly scanned the crowd before locking his gaze on Her Highness Cherry Blossom in the distance. Everyone looked at her from time to time. Yi Qinghan knew that she was the leader of this team. He smiled faintly and said, "I suddenly changed my mind because I feel that it would be a loss to die with nobodies like you. So, if you insist on making a move, I'll kill you. Therefore, if you insist on attacking, I definitely don't mind dragging all of you down with me." Yi Qinghan's cold gaze swept across everyone's faces. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's every word was said using the heavenly demonic voice. Subconsciously, everyone started to believe his words. Indeed, Yi Qinghan dared to declare war on the Star Sea alone. How could he be someone who was afraid of death? Could it be that he really had a way to drag everyone down with him? It didn't matter if they died, but if Her Highness Cherry Blossom died as well, their respective families would definitely be wiped out. Although everyone was feeling uncertain, they naturally did not show it on their faces. Immediately, one of the god emperors sneered. Everyone knows how to brag. What capabilities do you have to drag us down with you? Self-detonation again? I, Yi Qinghan, have dominated the ethereal mainland and the Star Sea for so many years. Who do you think you are? How dare you belittle me? Do you have the right to do so? Yi Qinghan raised his head and laughed maniacally. He did not give the god emperor any face. He was extremely arrogant. Just as the god emperor was about to attack, Yi Qinghan suddenly released a trace of divine power from his hand. He bellowed angrily, "Open your eyes and watch carefully." The divine power that emerged from his hand revolved around his palm. The movement was very strange. After circulating it a few times, he suddenly waved his hand in the air. The divine power turned into a sharp sword and shot towards the sky. Rumble! All of a sudden, there was a sudden change. Sparks flashed in the air of the hall. Then, the restrictions on the walls of the hall shone brightly. The entire hall shook and a terrifying energy gathered in the hall. The air was filled with an extremely oppressive aura. It was as though the entire hall would be destroyed in the next second. Everyone was shocked. Even the martialists who were besieging the 4 celestial thearchs stopped moving. Although the expressions of the southern mountain continent's martialists couldn't be seen, one could tell from their shocked expressions that they didn't look too good. "Young Master, you win. Qiongdao, come back." A melodious voice rang out. Her Highness Cherry Blossom had spoken for the first time. Everyone's emotions had calmed down. However, everyone looked at Yi Qinghan in a different light. The restrictions on the Soul Emperor Pavilion were extremely mysterious, dangerous, and terrifying. If anyone dared to fly high in the sky, even if they were a god emperor, they would be turned to dust instantly. In ancient times, many people liked to study restrictions, and their research was very effective. Powerful restrictions could even kill people at the venerable level. However, basically no one was proficient in them. Even the so-called array masters only had a superficial understanding of them. Yi Qinghan actually knew about restrictions. Furthermore, he could casually trigger the restrictions of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If he could really trigger all the restrictions here, no one in the entire hall would survive. Your Highness. The dozens of god emperors surrounding Yi Qinghan looked at Her Highness Cherry Blossom anxiously. Her Highness Cherry Blossom's tone clearly indicated that she was going to let Yi Qinghan go. If they were to give up such a good opportunity, how would they be able to capture Yi Qinghan in the future? However, when they saw Her Highness Cherry Blossom's calm eyes, coupled with the fact that they were afraid that Yi Qinghan could really trigger the restrictions here, they retreated in embarrassment. Her Highness Cherry Blossom waved her hand and her subordinates immediately parted to make a wide path. She even took off her helmet to reveal a beautiful face. She revealed an amiable smile and said, "Young Master Yi, my surname is Lan and my name is Cherry Blossom. I would like to apologize on behalf of Poor Dagger and the rest for offending you. Young Master Yi is indeed a hero. You are even proficient in ancient restrictions. Cherry Blossom admires you. Please." What did Yi Qinghan know about restrictions? His knowledge of restrictions was just a beginner's level. The restriction that he had casually released was actually not a restriction but a small array formation. This small array formation did not have much use. It was only used to detect restrictions. However, it had successfully frightened this group of people. This was a method that Yi Qinghan had deduced for a long time in the volcano world. Now he had succeeded. Of course, this was because he had encountered the people from the southern mountain continent. If he had encountered Li Tian's men, Li Tian would definitely have taken a gamble. If that happened, he would be dead. Miss Cherry Blossom. Nice to meet you. Miss, you are extremely beautiful and have an extraordinary bearing. Yi Qinghan admires you very much. If there's a chance in the future, let's be friends. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily. Of course, he did not have the time to admire Her Highness Cherry Blossom's beauty. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he flew forward calmly. When he passed by the experts from the southern mountain continent, his expression did not change. He flew very slowly and was extremely calm. He had the disposition of an expert. After flying past the experts from the southern mountain continent, he even turned to nod at Miss Cherry Blossom. However, when he turned his head, his expression changed instantly. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat. He randomly chose a path in front of him and flew away with lightning speed. Chapter 9:13. That was close. Yi Qinghan flew forward like a bolt of lightning. He didn't even look back. Even his divine sense only probed a few dozen meters behind him. Only after flying for tens of thousands of meters did Yi Qinghan let out a sigh of relief. This was truly the most dangerous situation he had encountered in the Soul Emperor Pavilion. If not for the experts of the South Ridge continent holding him back, and if Her Highness Cherry Blossom had not spoken, he would have been doomed. Strength, strength. Yi Qinghan was infuriated. Without powerful strength, the feeling of having one's life out of his control did not feel good. Yi Qinghan secretly decided that if he were to go out this time, he would definitely cultivate in seclusion for tens of thousands of years or something. Although the feeling of dancing under the sword was very exciting, it was easy to get into trouble if he danced too much. Xiong Dagger looked at Yi Qinghan's back before looking at Her Highness Cherry Blossom. His eyes were filled with pity. His mouth squirmed, but he only managed to say 2 words, "Your Highness." Cherry Blossom smiled and wore her helmet again, concealing her perfect face. She said nonchalantly, "It's fine. Regardless of whether Yi Qinghan can trigger the restriction, in fact, I don't plan on being his enemy today. It's best to be friends with this person. He's a very miraculous person. Who do you think will have a good outcome for those who oppose him?" Xiong Dagger and company were immediately rendered speechless. Indeed, ever since Yi Qinghan made his debut, he had first made a name for himself in Dripping Spring City. In the end, all the young masters of the ethereal continent had been suppressed by him. Even Supremacy Wicked Moon's disciple, Devil's Lair, had been robbed of the title of the continent's #1 young master. Then, in Flame Dragon City, more than 10 prefecture lords and 1 supremacy had died. Then, in Stellar Sea Peach Blossom Supremacy's territory, he had snatched his daughter. He had even single-handedly declared war on the entire Stellar Sea. As a mere godly monarch, he had led a few subordinates to face 10 billion experts and dozens of supremacies. Not only were they fine, they had even killed 10,000 people and destroyed a supremacy. The entire Stellar Sea had been disgraced. He thought of Yi Qinghan's ruthlessness and his mysterious methods, as well as his calm footwork. Qiong Dao was slightly relieved. His Highness was still the wisest. This person should be hunted down by the people of the Star Sea and the other continents. They could just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight while the fisherman reaps the benefits. Your Highness, which road shall we take? Why don't I see any guardian beasts in the 5th stage? Dagger Qiong looked at the dozen or so identical tunnels in front of him and asked with some doubt. They had been here for quite some time now, but they had not seen a single demonic beast or puppet attack them. There is no danger in this stage, but it is the most detestable stage. Her Highness Cherry Blossom bitterly smiled. 10,000 years ago, when the Soul Emperor Pavilion had opened, she had brought people here once. In the end, it was also because of this trial that they were unable to advance any further. Last time, he was very lucky and made it to the end of the 7th stage, but in the end he couldn't enter the 8th stage. Poor Dagger and company looked at Her Highness Cherry Blossom in astonishment as they asked curiously, "Oh, what does your Highness say?" Her Highness Cherry Blossom helplessly sighed and said, "There are no monsters in this stage, but there are 12 tunnels. These 12 tunnels will further divide into 12, and then divide again. At the end, there will be over 10,000 tunnels. Only 999 of these 10,000 passageways led to the next level. The rest of the tunnels lead to the 1st level. If you enter the wrong one, you can only continue from the 1st level, and the difficulty will double again. If you enter the wrong one a 2nd time, the difficulty will double again. Last time, I entered the wrong one twice. Finally, I didn't dare to advance to the 4th level. There were too many monsters and I couldn't kill them all. Moreover, these tunnels will change after a period of time. Damn!" Everyone was speechless once more. The things that the Soul Emperor designed were too abnormal. Moreover, they had never heard of such a restrictive method. If they didn't even have a 10% chance, how could they be so lucky? The difficulty was already doubled this time. If they entered the wrong tunnel, wouldn't the difficulty increase by 4 times? There were over 1,000 people in front of them. How many would be left after they reached this stage? "Your Highness, what should we do?" After a moment of silence, a God Emperor asked. "There's no other way. Our people will be divided into 12 teams. If there are too many people, it will be very dangerous. We will advance in batches and gamble on our luck. All of you listen up. If you are transported to the 1st level, wait at the entrance. The 1st level's terrain will never change. If someone is lucky enough to reach the 6th level, you must use the fastest speed to reach the 7th level. The difficulty of entering the 8th level will be halved. I hope it won't be as abnormal as the last time." Her Highness Cherry Blossom swiftly divided the teams. The 12 teams had average numbers and strength. After bowing to Her Highness Cherry Blossom, they began to rush forward in batches. Swish! An hour after Her Highness Cherry Blossom's troops left, countless people suddenly flashed in from the entrance. The one leading them was the handsome and mighty His Highness Li Tian in his war god robe. Motherf asterisk Kerr. Soul Emperor, can't you change the 5th stage? Li Tian looked at the familiar scene, and the last trace of hope in his heart was shattered. There wasn't any danger in the 5th stage, but it was the most abnormal. All the martial artists who had passed the Soul Emperor Pavilion hated this stage to the core. Although he was angry, Li Tian had no choice. He quickly made the correct decision and divided the teams to advance. However, he wasn't like Her Highness Cherry Blossom, who had average strength in each team. His team comprised 1/3 of the entire army. Although he wasn't afraid of death, he didn't like to die unjustly. Damn, how many tunnels are there? Why haven't I reached the end after flying for more than 4 hours? Yi Qinghan stared helplessly at the endless passage in front of him. However, after flying for another half an hour, another 12 passages appeared in front of him. He had the urge to curse out loud. After pausing for a moment, he randomly chose a tunnel and continued flying forward. What's the use of these tunnels? A maze doesn't look like a maze. Besides, I can't be so lucky, right? I actually didn't encounter a single guardian beast after flying for so long? Could it be that this stage doesn't have any guardian beasts? What's the use of so many tunnels? Yi Qinghan was confused by the Soul Emperor. However, what could he do now? He could only grit his teeth and continue flying forward. After flying for 2 hours, he encountered another fork in the road. After half a day, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed that he wasn't fooled by the Soul Emperor. He flew to the end, and there was a dark cave entrance. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief. How could this stage be so easy? After pondering for a moment, he drew his Dragon Source battle saber and flew towards the cave entrance. A white light flashed, and the teleportation array at the cave entrance began to teleport. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes as the white light from the teleportation array blinded him. However, he didn't notice that the soul ring on his hand suddenly lit up. At the same time, in a certain corner of the Soul Emperor Pavilion, in a completely sealed and beautiful palace, a half-naked beautiful woman on a jade bed suddenly opened her eyes. Her body trembled slightly, and as her body trembled, a small red string on her naked waist started to twist silently. Chapter 9:14. The 6th floor was an extremely large empty space. Below it was a flat grassland. It was very quiet, and the atmosphere was oppressive. The sky was very dark, as though a storm was coming. The more it was like this, the more nervous Yi Qinghan became. The calmness on the surface represented infinite killing intent. It was just like the 4th floor. It looked very safe, but it was full of danger. This floor was even stranger. Nothing could be seen. Spreading his divine senses in all directions, the Dragon Source saber surged with godly power. Yi Qinghan flew forward carefully. Sure enough, when Yi Qinghan moved, there was a sudden change. Wind started to blow in the calm sky, and the restriction in the sky also flashed. He quickly stopped and paid close attention to his surroundings. The wind in the sky grew stronger, and the restriction in the sky shone brighter and brighter. After a series of electric sparks, countless black shadows descended from the sky. It was as though there was a bomber in the sky, dropping countless bombs. The empty space below was instantly filled with these black shadows. Mother f***. Yi Qinghan was stunned when he saw those black figures. It took him a long while before he managed to squeeze out a few words. A look of wild joy appeared on his face as he put away the Dragon Source battle blade. With a flip of his hand, a black battle blade appeared in his hand. The black shadows in front of him all moved. Black smoke billowed from their bodies, and they held a black chain in their hands. Their bodies were covered with small black scales, and they had a black horn on their heads. Their eyes were blood red without pupils, and they looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Demon Kings. That's right. Such monsters were common in the immortal realm. They could be found everywhere in the countless second and first-class baleful Een streams. Back then, Yi Qinghan was almost demonized by a demon king. Fortunately, the love of the dancing butterfly on Xiao Hei's body saved him from danger. Yi Qinghan had encountered such things in the Star Sea, but he had no time to deal with the demon king, so he had fled. As far as the eye could see, there was a dense mass of demon kings everywhere. There were hundreds of thousands of them. And at this moment, Yi Qinghan discovered something strange. The seals in the sky were starting to extend downwards. This meant that it was impossible to fly in this place. If he wanted to clear this stage, he had to kill his way through. With Yi Qinghan's current strength, he could easily kill off the demon kings. However, there were simply too many demon kings. Once he charged forward and charged into the demon king's encirclement, It would be very easy for him to be accidentally injured. The Fiend Realm's monsters had a very powerful attack weapon, the Fiend Aura. Once you are entangled by the demonic aura, you will be demonized in a very short time and become a demon. With so many evil demons, who could guarantee that they wouldn't be touched by the evil demon's aura as they advanced? One had to know that the Demon King could control the demonic aura to attack. As long as you were touched by the demonic aura, you would be finished. Therefore, although this stage seemed simple, it was not simple at all. If they were not careful, they might be completely annihilated. But, for Yi Qinghan, it was very simple. To deal with the evil demon's aura, Yi Qinghan had a heaven-defying treasure, the Slaughter God Blade. The Slaughter God Blade had a very powerful ability, and that was to absorb the evil demon's aura. Yi Qinghan had never met an Azura or Azura King before, so he wasn't sure. However, the Slaughter God Blade could automatically absorb the evil demon's aura. As long as Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God Blade in his hand, he would be very safe. Of course, Yi Qinghan would also fall into madness. However, the current Yi Qinghan's soul was very strong. This bit of evil demon's aura was nothing to him. Although he was a little bloodthirsty, he wouldn't completely sink into it. Therefore, if this stage was filled with demon kings, it wouldn't be difficult for Yi Qinghan at all. Could this be arranged by the Soul Emperor? He gave me a backdoor? But how did the Soul Emperor know that the Slaughter God Blade has this ability? Yi Qinghan was a little puzzled. This stage seemed to be specially arranged for him. However, he didn't have time to think so much. The moment Yi Qinghan held the Slaughter God Blade, his eyes turned bloodshot. His body emitted a wave of evil demon's aura, and it shot towards the sky. Kill! Without waiting for the demon kings to rush over, Yi Qinghan stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body turned into a sharp sword as he shot forward. The Slaughter God Blade emitted a white light. Under the black fog surrounding the demon kings, it was extremely bright and dazzling. Hiss hiss! Countless demon kings roared, and the evil demon's aura on their bodies changed. The nearest demon king shot out waves of evil demon's aura towards Yi Qinghan at lightning speed. Supreme Slaughter God Blade. Countless demon kings stared at the Slaughter God Blade in Yi Qinghan's hand. The red light in their eyes became even more intense. Although they were slightly afraid, they still rushed towards Yi Qinghan with extreme fervor. Yi Qinghan didn't care about them. The Slaughter God Blade in his hand glowed with a white light and enveloped Yi Qinghan completely, forming a white barrier. More than 10 evil demons' aura swords shot towards the white barrier and disappeared. Instead, the white barrier became even brighter. Ah woo ah woo! When Yi Qinghan saw the situation, his heart calmed down. He roared a few times and rushed forward like a ferocious tiger. He leaped high into the air and slashed at one of the demon kings in front of him. Buzz! As expected, Yi Qinghan's current strength was no longer the same as before. The blade landed on the demon king's head and brushed past its horn. The Slaughter God Blade shone brightly, and the entire demon king instantly turned into dust. Without any hesitation, Yi Qinghan swung his blade at another demon king beside him. This time, it landed on the demon king's body. Similarly, the Slaughter God Blade shone brightly, and the demon king was instantly turned into dust. Yi Qinghan was like a raptor crossing the river. Under the roars of countless demon kings, he rushed forward. The Slaughter God Blade flew left and right, and in just a few moments, it had already advanced a few thousand meters. Hundreds of demon kings were turned into dust. Increase the speed. The evil aura is starting to surge. Although the pressure is not big now, the more evil aura the Slaughter God Blade absorbs, the stronger the evil aura. At that time, it might be a little troublesome. Yi Qinghan's God force surged and no longer held back. He rushed forward at full speed, and the Slaughter God Blade turned into a series of afterimages as it swept forward with unstoppable force. Wow! I've finally finished refining all these fruits. I'm dying of boredom. Inside the warbeast space in Yi Qinghan's body, Xiao He opened its pair of shiny black eyes and excitedly jumped around a few times. In order to marry Li Shua, he had made up his mind to not come out of seclusion until he refined all these fruits. Over 400 fruits had been refined, and it took him more than 10 years to do so. With Xiaohei's personality, it was already very rare for him to go into seclusion for a few years. Unless he went into a deep sleep, he would never take such a long time to cultivate. It's a pity, my soul realm is only at the 3rd level of the God King realm. I wonder if little ant has these fruits? I reckon that if I cultivate to the God the Arch realm, I will need twice as many fruits. What is boss doing? Xiaohei jumped around in the battle beast space a few times and realized that Yi Qinghan had cut off his soul connection with him. He had no choice but to use his divine sense to look outside. He realized that Yi Qinghan was waving the slaughter god blade and fighting with countless demon kings nearby. Chapter 9:15. Xiaohei knew that he wouldn't be able to help in the battle against the fiend kings. Hence, he didn't send a voice transmission to Yi Qinghan. Instead, he used his spiritual senses to check out the situation outside. Where is this? Why are there so many fiend kings? Why did boss come to this damned place? There seems to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this place. What's going on? Ever since Xiaohei had left the Stellar Sea, he had gone into seclusion because of Li Shuai. Later on, Yi Qinghan had cut off their soul connection. Xiaohei thought that Li Shuai had been following Yi Qinghan and hadn't dared to use her spiritual senses. Hence, she had made up her mind and gone into seclusion. Hence, he didn't know what had happened to Yi Qinghan afterward. Yi Qinghan had been killing fiend kings for several hours now. His soul was being attacked by the baleful aura, so he didn't realize that Xiaohei had woken up and was secretly using his spiritual senses to check out the situation. Right now, all he could think about was killing the fiend kings in front of him and finding the entrance to the next floor. The aura of this place is really special. There seems to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Where is this? Xiaohei's spiritual senses started scanning the air. Although there were demonic auras everywhere, there was a special aura in the air that made Xiaohei feel very comfortable and intimate. Another 6 hours passed. Yi Qinghan had killed tens of thousands of fiend kings. Xiaohei suddenly scanned with his spiritual senses and shouted. However, he immediately realized that Yi Qinghan didn't seem to hear him. He quickly sent a voice transmission. Boss, aren't you looking for an exit? The exit is on the right. Why are you killing to the left? Yi Qinghan's soul was already in chaos. The baleful aura in his mind was increasing, causing his consciousness to blur. He only knew how to rush forward. How could he still use his spiritual senses to check for an exit? Xiaohei's loud voice shook Yi Qinghan's soul. This voice was too familiar. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and shouted in surprise, Xiaohei? You're out of seclusion? Wah, boss, I've finished refining these fruits. Let's not talk about this now. Hurry up and go to the exit, right front. Xiaohei shouted excitedly. He had not come out for more than 10 years. Now that he found that Yi Qinghan was playing such an interesting game, he was very excited. Alright. Yi Qinghan's spirit was shaken, and the killing intent in his mind was immediately suppressed. He rushed forward at full speed. Indeed, not long after, he discovered a cave entrance in front of him on his right. Immediately, the slaughter god blade in his hand turned into a series of afterimages and smashed all the demon kings around him into dust. Then, he dashed towards the cave entrance. There's a treasure? When he neared the cave entrance, Yi Qinghan discovered that there was a jade box at the entrance. He bent down, grabbed the jade box, and rushed into the cave entrance. A white light flashed, and Yi Qinghan appeared in a square-shaped room. There were no monsters in this room, but there were 4 black doors. This place gave Yi Qinghan a sense of familiarity. He seemed to have seen this scene somewhere before. Xiaohei, come out. Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. After making sure that there was no danger, he summoned Xiaohei. A phantom image condensed, and Xiaohei pounced into Yi Qinghan's arms with a face full of smiles. His small head and horn rubbed against Yi Qinghan's body continuously as he called out affectionately, Boss, I missed you so much. A bright smile appeared on Yi Qinghan's face, and the redness in his eyes slowly faded after Xiaohei came out of seclusion. The killing intent in his mind was completely suppressed. He rubbed Xiaohei's head affectionately and laughed. "Ha, Xiaohei, I also missed you so much. How is it? What realm has the strength of your soul reached?" "Hee, third level of the God King realm. Boss, I am about to become a god the Arch." Xiaohei raised his head proudly as if he was waiting for Yi Qinghan to praise him. Not bad, not bad. Your boss, I am only at the second level of the God King realm." Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and was very satisfied. Then he suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. He asked, "Since your soul has reached such a realm, perhaps you can even kill ordinary 5th-grade war gods in an instant?" Xiaohei laughed mischievously and laughed even more proudly. I can definitely kill them in an instant. Unless it is a 5th-grade war god with a soul divine weapon, they are nothing in front of the heavenly soul devourer." Good. Unfortunately, it is not a group attack skill. If it was, I would be waiting for them here. I can kill as many as they come," Yi Qinghan said regretfully. Soul Chaos was a group attack skill, but its power was not as great as the heavenly soul devourer. God Thearchs with its power would not be affected. "What's wrong, boss? Someone is after you?" Xiaohei was angry when he heard this. The hair on his head stood up like a lion cub, and his whole body emitted a ferocious aura. Yi Qinghan knew that Xiaohei did not know that he had caused such a big commotion in the Sea of Stars. He quickly explained with a bitter smile. The two of them chatted for half an hour before they were able to understand everything that had happened. At this time, the murderous aura in Yi Qinghan's mind was completely suppressed. However, when he used his inner vision, his expression changed drastically. In his Sea of Soul, on one side of the white bridge, a black line abruptly appeared. This black line was very short. If Yi Qinghan did not look carefully, he would not have noticed it. However, Yi Qinghan was very familiar with this black line. This black line was exactly the same as the one that caused his soul to mutate. Now, a small section of it actually appeared? This was not a good sign. If the black line continued to spread, would his soul mutate again? Would it become 3? If the other side also had a black line, would it become 4? Devil King. Yi Qinghan suddenly woke up. It must be the Devil King. Because of the Devil King's demonic aura, Yi Qinghan's mind would produce a murderous aura. Because of the murderous aura, the black line appeared in his soul. In the sealed God Valley, it was also because of the murderous aura that caused his soul to mutate. Yi Qinghan stared blankly at the fire-colored wall in front of him. He looked at the arched door and muttered to himself for a long time. After using his inner vision countless times, he realized that the black line did not show any signs of spreading. He heaved a sigh of relief. He silently warned himself not to use the Slaughter God blade so easily in the future. Otherwise, if his soul mutated again, it would not be fun anymore. Looking at the arched door in a daze, Yi Qinghan felt that this place was getting more and more familiar. This place looked very familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen it before. "Let's go, Xiaohei. Let's continue to clear the levels." Yi Qinghan called out to Xiaohei. Xiaohei flew up to Yi Qinghan's shoulder. Yi Qinghan had already kept the Slaughter God blade. He took out the Dragon Source battle saber and looked at the 4 rooms. Finally, he subconsciously walked towards the door on the left. A white light flashed. What made Yi Qinghan feel extremely strange was that this room was exactly the same as the previous one. There was still not a single monster. The first few levels of the Soul Emperor Pavilion were so dangerous, and the danger increased with each level. Why was it that he was so safe in the 7th level? Could it be that he was really his lucky star? Yi Qinghan did not think so. As for this room that was exactly the same, the sense of familiarity in Yi Qinghan's mind intensified. However, he still could not remember. This time, he did not walk towards the right. Instead, he walked towards the door above. It was another room that was exactly the same as the previous one. However, there was a skeleton in this room. The body had already rotted away, and it was obvious that it had been here for tens of thousands of years. Yi Qinghan knew that this was a maze. If he did not know the correct direction, he would be trapped in this maze forever until his lifespan was exhausted or he died of madness. Yi Qinghan no longer had any misgivings. He followed the feeling in his heart and continued to walk towards the door above. Then he walked towards the door above once more. In the end, Yi Qinghan did not continue upwards. Instead, he looked towards the door on the right. He already had some guesses in his heart, but he wasn't sure yet. If this time, walking through the door on the right would lead them out of this maze, then Yi Qinghan's guess would be even more certain. Without any hesitation, he decisively walked towards the door on the right. A white light flashed, and the scene in front of Yi Qinghan changed. This time, it was no longer a square room. Instead, it was a small hall. He had made it out of the maze and passed the 7th stage. This small hall was rectangular in shape, and there were no monsters inside. However, there was not a hole in front of him, but a door. Obviously, this was the door to the 8th stage. Yi Qinghan's guess was correct. He had subconsciously walked out of the terrifying maze with ease. This made Yi Qinghan's guess even more certain. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan did not think about the maze. His eyes were fixed on the door in front of him. There were some blurry words on the door. As Yi Qinghan looked at the words, the feeling in his heart grew stronger. He kept swallowing his saliva and his face turned red. His eyes revealed a sense of hope and urgency. His body trembled uncontrollably. He was extremely excited. "Boss, what's wrong?" Xiao He sensed Yi Qinghan's strange emotions and asked with concern. Yi Qinghan did not answer him. At this moment, his body trembled even more violently. He stopped in his tracks and stared at the door in front of him in a daze. 2 streams of hot tears flowed silently from his eyes. His lips began to tremble slightly, and his entire body seemed to be cramping. Xiao He looked nervously at Yi Qinghan, then looked at the line of words in front of him. He was somewhat puzzled. These words were common in the realm of the gods. Xiao He could understand them. They were very simple words. Although it was a little hard to pronounce, he did not understand why Yi Qinghan was so excited. Xiao He scratched his head and said softly, Boss, what's wrong? Does this sentence have any special meaning?" Confucius said, "It is a joy to have friends come from afar. There's nothing special about it." Yi Qinghan shook his head slightly and allowed the tears to flow down his face. He continued to stare at the line of words in a daze and kept muttering, Confucius said, Confucius said, Confucius said. Chapter 9:16. Confucius said? What did the Confucius say? What is the pronunciation of this word? Isn't it the Japanese? Xiao He gently jumped down from Yi Qinghan's shoulder. He looked at the row of characters on the door with a puzzled expression, and then looked at Yi Qinghan, who had lost his composure. He decided to quietly watch from the side and wait for Yi Qinghan to calm down before speaking. Yi Qinghan did not wipe the tears from his face. He lifted his legs and slowly walked forward, his eyes not moving in the slightest. He walked for a full hour before he reached the stone door. Then he reached out his hand and stroked the row of characters, gently rubbing them as if he were caressing his lover. Confucius said, Confucius said, Confucius said. At this time, Yi Qinghan's thoughts drifted far away to that distant country. In that country, he had lived for more than 20 years. He thought that he had already forgotten. He thought that he had already become a person of this world and had no more entanglements with that country. It was only at this moment that he discovered that he was wrong. He still could not forget, could never forget, that country's history was not long, only about 5,000 years old. That country was a country filled with wisdom, and many wise people emerged from it. For instance, the Confucius said, Confucius. Confucius said, "It is a joy to have friends come from afar." These words were simple, and the meaning was clear. Perhaps there were many people in this world who could guess the meaning of these words. But in this world, only Yi Qinghan understood the meaning of these words. Although these words were simple, for them to appear here, it was not simple at all. Countless images appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally connected these images together. He was finally sure of one thing, an incomparably absurd matter. The Soul Emperor. He came from Earth. The Soul Emperor was a descendant of Yan and Huang. To be more accurate, the Soul Emperor was the same as him, a modern person from China. At Fallen God Mountain, Yi Qinghan had already suspected that the Stone of Destiny was carved from the same mold as Minesweeper. The question of destiny, especially the first question, was a typical question that stealthily swapped concepts. In this world where martial arts were supreme, would there be people who would study such a thing? Moreover, the various tests of the God-slaying mountain included tests of character, potential, perception, and luck. How could an ordinary person have such a comprehensive test design? Then Lord Devour told him the story of the Soul Emperor. He told him that the Soul Emperor was a strange man with many wonderful ideas. Furthermore, before he died, he did not leave his treasures to Xiaohei. Instead, he generously left them to the fated person. This was obviously the same as many rich people in his previous life. His tone was also very much like that of a modern person. Also, the Soul Emperor Pavilion had all sorts of restrictions and checkpoints. From the start, Yi Qinghan felt that it was like a dungeon system in an online game. Especially the 7th stage. Yi Qinghan completely remembered it now. This was designed according to the famous game, Legend of Mir's Zuma Tower. Even the way they walked was exactly the same. Left, up, right. At first, Yi Qinghan was just following his intuition. Later on, he finally remembered why this stage looked so familiar. Therefore, he did not think further and followed the way in the game from his previous life. As a result, he walked straight out. Now that he saw this sentence, this Confucius said, he had no more doubts. The Soul Emperor was an earthling. He had crossed over. His soul had crossed over like him. But his luck was better. He had crossed over on a person, while the Soul Emperor had crossed over on a divine beast, a soul-devouring beast. Thinking about it, Yu Qingxing had told him that Lord Devour had vaguely mentioned that her and the Soul Emperor's hometown was the Flame Dragon continent. Yi Qinghan was even more speechless. He should have thought of it long ago. Flame represented Yan Huang. The Chinese had always considered themselves the descendants of dragons. Flame Dragon continent. Motherf asterisk Ker. After a long time, Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. He felt that everything was like a dream. This was too ridiculous, so ridiculous that he could not believe it. But he quickly figured it out. If he could cross over, why couldn't the Soul Emperor cross over? Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. It was really Motherf asterisk Ker meeting an old friend, and this foreign land was too foreign. But this old friend, he did not have the fate to meet him. Lord Devour had already told him with certainty that the Soul Emperor was dead. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had many inexplicable feelings in his heart. Inexplicable confusion, inexplicable joy, inexplicable sadness, inexplicable tears, melodramatic, really melodramatic. How could this young master meet such a melodramatic thing? Oh my God, can you stop fooling around? This is not fun, this is really not fun. Yi Qinghan weakly squatted down, and then sat down with his back against the wall. His heart was heavy and he was very excited. He needed to calm down and calm down. Xiaohei did not know what had happened, but he knew that Yi Qinghan's heart was in a mess. So, it just quietly walked over, nestled beside Yi Qinghan's feet, quietly watched him and accompanied him. Yi Qinghan sat outside the gate for a long time. Maybe 3 days, maybe 5 days. He didn't move, just leaning against the gate tiredly. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. Xiaohei also sat with him. Although Xiaohei didn't say a word, the worry in his eyes didn't diminish. When Yi Qinghan finally lifted his head, his face was calm, and his eyes regained their vigor. He grinned. Phew, Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. After several days, he finally figured it out. Whether the Soul Emperor was an earthling or not, it wasn't important because the Soul Emperor was dead. He was still alive, and he had left a deep mark in this world. He wasn't as carefree as the Soul Emperor, who could die without leaving anything for his son. But he couldn't ignore his family, his son, and many people waiting for him to protect. Xiaohei, you truly have a great father. Yi Qinghan smiled. He picked up Xiaohei. At this moment, he felt that his relationship with Xiaohei had taken another step forward. He was the Soul Emperor's son and also his brother. This seniority was a bit messed up. In truth, he had already regarded the Soul Emperor as his brother. Two brothers that had wandered into this world, two lonely people. Xiaohei's complexion tightened. He quickly asked, "Boss, do you know who my father is?" "I know, but I can't tell you. But I think it won't be long before you find out." Yi Qinghan faintly smiled. Then, he picked up Xiaohei and turned around. This gate was similar to the riddle of destiny. Yi Qinghan immediately guessed how to open this gate. His hands glowed with supernatural strength. Then, he slowly wrote a line of words on the gate. Confucius said, "Isn't it also happy to have like-minded friends come from afar?" Yi Qinghan guessed that this gate should be able to fully explain the meaning of these words before it could be opened. If this was the case, then it was easy to understand why no one had been able to enter the 8th floor for so many years. Likely, many people could understand the meaning of these words. But Confucius said that this Confucius referred to Confucius. Zhi, as expected, the gate shined with a rainbow-colored light. Then it slowly opened, revealing a dark and gloomy entrance. Yi Qinghan faintly smiled and stepped in. A white light flashed and the scene in front of him changed once more. Yi Qinghan had arrived at a familiar place, a place he had thought about for a long time. Inside was a woman that he had missed for a long time, a peerless beauty. "Hee, little man. Long time no see." On the white jade bed in front of him, a half-naked woman was faintly discernible. Her beautiful body exuded an alluring light. As for that incomparably striking little red string, it was constantly swaying, as if welcoming Yi Qinghan's arrival. Chapter 9:17. The 8th level was actually the illusory palace. Yi Qinghan returned to this place that he had longed for a long time. As he saw this enchanting woman that caused his heart to race and his blood to boil, he couldn't describe what he was feeling. Through the gauze, Yi Qinghan looked at the delicate body that all men in the world yearned to possess. His lips moved, but he didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally said, "Enchantress, long time no see." "Hehe, Soul Emperor Pavilion Guardian Enchantress greets the Soul Emperor Pavilion Quasi-Master." Enchantress happily rose up but didn't stand up. Instead, she knelt down on the jade bed and bowed towards Yi Qinghan. The veil on her body was very strange. Although her body was moving, the veil wrapped around her body was also moving. However, it firmly covered the 3 hidden spots on her body. However, even if the important parts were covered, Yi Qinghan's body still trembled when he saw it. Especially when the demoness kowtowed, that smooth and round back, as well as the faintly discernible plump buttocks, caused the evil fire in his lower abdomen to soar. Gulp gulp. A clear swallowing sound echoed out, causing Yi Qinghan to reveal an awkward expression. He hid a smile and shifted his eyes away, asking, "Guardian? Quasi-Master?" The Guardian was easy to explain. In truth, Yi Qinghan had always suspected this because the Soul Emperor liked to play around with these sorts of things. For instance, Old Lu was the guardian of Carefree Pavilion. Moreover, he had felt that everything had been smooth the entire time. So smooth that it was a bit too smooth. It seemed that this was all arranged by this woman in front of him. Quasi-Master Yi Qinghan didn't find this strange. If he could come here and see Enchantress, that meant he had already obtained some sort of recognition from the Soul Emperor. But it seemed that complete recognition wasn't easy at all. Although Enchantress had a faint smile on her face, she was still discussing serious matters and didn't deliberately tempt Yi Qinghan. But she couldn't be serious at all. In Yi Qinghan's eyes, she was filled with temptation. She leisurely said, "After entering the illusory palace, you will become the quasi-master of the Soul Emperor Pavilion. Don't look at me like that. In truth, I didn't open the door for you. I didn't dare to overstep the Soul Emperor's rules. Of course, I switched places in the labyrinth of the 7th level. Even though you might die if you don't walk well in this maze, you won't be able to pass any of the preparatory checkpoints for the 7th checkpoint except for this one." "Oh." Yi Qinghan bowed gratefully at the Enchantress. He knew very well that with his current strength, he could not use the power of origin. Even if he and Xiaohei worked together, they would at most have the strength of someone who had just entered the God Emperor realm. They were not even at the peak of grade 4. The fourth stage was already very taxing. If it wasn't for the slaughter god saber, he definitely wouldn't be able to pass the sixth stage. If the seventh stage also had a guardian beast, then he would really die in the seventh stage. I'm curious, how did you open that door? The demoness lay down on her side again, supporting her head with one hand. She looked extremely lazy and charming, and her eyes revealed a curious light. It was pure luck, a blind guess. Yi Qinghan didn't want to lie to the demoness, so he casually laughed it off. He guessed that the Soul Emperor wouldn't tell the demoness about his soul transmigration. Of course, he wouldn't tell her either. He quickly changed the topic. How did the Soul Emperor die? Actually, this wasn't Yi Qinghan changing the topic. He really wanted to know how the Soul Emperor died. This was because Lord Devour had said that he had to cultivate hard to take revenge for the Soul Emperor. The Soul Emperor was Xiao Hei's father. If Yi Qinghan had the ability, he would definitely help him take revenge. There was no doubt about this. Now that the relationship between the Soul Emperor and Yi Qinghan was even more complicated, Yi Qinghan naturally wanted to understand the Soul Emperor's specific situation. The Soul Emperor. As Yao Ji spoke of this, her face darkened slightly and there was a faint sadness on her face. She paused for a moment before glancing at Xiao Hei, who was in Yi Qinghan's arms. However, she did not say anything and gave Yi Qinghan a meaningful look. Xiao Hei, return to the beast battle space first. I have something to discuss with the demoness. Yi Qinghan understood. He gently patted Xiao Hei's head and said firmly, "Oh." Although Xiao Hei had some objections, he didn't disobey Yi Qinghan. He turned into a shadow and entered Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan cut off his soul connection with Xiao Hei and nodded at the demoness. The Soul Emperor died in the Nifa's abyss. The demoness' first sentence shocked Yi Qinghan. Nifa's abyss? Wasn't that in the Supreme Island? Could it be related to the Star Monarch? Although Yi Qinghan had his suspicions, he didn't ask and continued listening. The demoness' eyes were faintly sad, as if she didn't want to talk about this sad past. She said slowly, he didn't have to die, but that stupid woman, Diao Wu, acted on her own. In order to save her, the Soul Emperor activated the soul-devouring transformation. He saved Diao Wu's life, but after using the soul-devouring transformation, the soul-devouring beast would die within 3 years. After the two of them escaped from the Nifa's abyss, the Soul Emperor knew that he didn't have long to live, so he placed the Soul Emperor Pavilion on the Soul Emperor Island. He also designed 12 checkpoints in 12 dimensions and placed 12 divine swords. Of course, the Flame Dragon dimension is the Soul Emperor's hometown, so he left the Soul Ring and Slaughter God Blade there. It was the will of the heavens. Yi Qinghan let out a long sigh. Both his and the Soul Emperor's souls had transmigrated, and they were in the same dimension. The treasure that his father, Yi Dao, had exchanged his life for at the Fallen God Mountain was the Soul Ring. Without the Soul Ring, he was still trash, and he couldn't summon Xiao Hei. He wouldn't have the chance to come to the God Realm, and he wouldn't have the chance to come to the Soul Emperor Pavilion. He wouldn't have the chance to know this shocking secret. Soul-devouring transformation? Doesn't the soul-devouring beast only have the soul-devouring world innate ability? Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered the demoness' words and asked in surprise. After using the soul-devouring transformation, he would die in 3 years? He couldn't help but pay attention to this matter. The demoness sighed and said, the soul-devouring beast is a very abnormal super-divine beast, and it has 2 innate abilities. Of course, the soul-devouring transformation is even more abnormal. Perhaps the heavens are too jealous? Therefore, the soul-devouring transformation can only be used once, and the price is the soul-devouring beast's life. Does Xiao Hei have this kind of innate ability? Yi Qinghan asked anxiously as he stared at the demoness. The demoness waved her lotus-like hand and said lightly, it's fine. I think Diao Wu has already made arrangements, and Xiao Hei's innate ability won't be awakened. The Soul Emperor died because of her, so he must have had a hard time these years. Of course, he will love and protect Xiao Hei. He definitely won't let Xiao Hei repeat the same mistake. Yi Qinghan remembered the ring that Lord Devour gave to Xiao Hei. It seemed that Lord Devour had already made arrangements. He let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Hei's personality was even more impulsive than his. If he suddenly awakened and used it carelessly, it would be over. Then, Yi Qinghan thought that the Soul Emperor had used the soul-devouring transformation for Lord Devour. In the end, he had fallen. It seemed that the relationship between the two wasn't ordinary. But why did Lord Devour say that she was Xiao Hei's aunt? Didn't that mean that she was the Soul Emperor's younger sister? Who was Xiao Hei's mother? Also, did the Demoness and the Soul Emperor have an affair? Yi Qinghan had heard that the Soul Emperor's woman was the envy of all the martial artists in the divine world. It seemed that the Soul Emperor's love life was even more chaotic than his.